Hello, VOD viewers. OBS was kind of slow to launch the stream. I think it's going now. Okay, there's not usually such a long delay. I wasn't sure if we were actually streaming or crashing, but I think we're going. Hello, everybody. We have a replay to start us off today. I have no particular topic. We're just going to do the general reviews. Whatever you guys have questions on, we will go through. We're going to focus on our own posture today because my back is kind of like around here at the neck's kind of hurting, and I think it's because I was like hunched over during casting. So we'll stand up straight and appropriately during this replays today. I think I actually typed up the stuff, so I think we're actually good to go pretty quickly here. Yeah, let's just hop into it. I'll do my timestamp. Okay, I should have pulled up. Someone kindly donated off stream for this replay, so that's what we're starting with today. They said they usually are hard carry, but to learn some Oracle support in Turbo, and then this was their first ranked game. So we always love carry players learning a bit of support, whether you fully switch to the role or just want to understand the role a bit better. Plus, when you do like role queue stuff, always love to see that. Open all feedback, but in particular, looking towards the laning stage and then late game positioning. There were a few times I missed my ult on my Spectre. Okay, great. Pros and cons of Oracle. So because this is a Herald game, you're pretty close to Guardian, actually. After this, you'll definitely be Guardian. The plus sides of Oracle, not very common. Zuki Big Daddy, thank you.
Big Daddy gifted a tier 1 sub to Lardex
Another plus side of Oracle.
Destroyer of buffets.
Zuki Big Daddy will be there to start the stream with a gifted sub. And the resubscribe, of course, for themselves. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Hold on, wait, let me finish before I get too sidetracked. Okay, pros and cons of Oracle. A lot of people don't play Oracle. So where are we? Hello, Valve? A lot of people don't play Oracle in Herald, especially. So many people won't understand what you do, especially Purifying Flames. Surprisingly high damage for a support pretty early on. And because it's such a short cooldown, you can actually like nuke through people. So despite being a healer, a lot of kill potential in these kind of games. So that is nice. Positioning wise, you wanted some shout outs on that or critiques. Great idea. But even with bad positioning in Herald, Guardian, Crusader, a lot of people won't prioritize the Oracle. If you just stay out of sight, which is something I'm going to advise you once we get there. If you stay out of sight, many times people don't think far, like, oh, I need to find the Oracle. They might know it if they see the Oracle, but if you're just out of sight, they go, well, I see the techies. I guess we'll go for the techies. So you don't get prioritized very often, and it can be good to save. The downside, carrying a game on your own can be quite difficult because you are a healer at your core. So even if you do get a bunch of kills in the lane, you still have to play like a healer. Like there's no, I'm going to scale up and carry this game, which is fine. You just have to recognize that could be a limitation where I did my part. I gave my laners a good game. I'm going to do my best to enable them, but I have to trust that they'll do stuff and then save them. I cannot really lead the action as needed as Oracle. If you're okay with that, then we're all good to go. Before we go further, let me see. Hello, everybody. Kind of hopped right into this, so I didn't really say hey to everyone in the stream. 3 best offlaners right now. Slardar's pretty good. Centaur's still decent. I'm currently blanking. I'm blanking on everything. We just cast all those games, and I need a list of heroes. I have to pull up my list of things. I didn't update this. I'm just going to use this to remember the heroes. Who do we got? Here, I'll live update a little bit. Mars is decent. Oh, Brewmaster's actually looking surprisingly good. I wasn't sure if he would. I would put Timbersaw still in here. I would say Slardar, wherever the heck he is. He's actually pretty high up. Who would I say is like a number 3 offlaner? Oh, Viper. You want to play Viper? That could be good. Might bump Viper up there. Well, yeah, there a handful. Timber, Slardar, Viper, Mars, Brewmaster, Centaur still fine, Axe still fine. I'm sure any of those will serve you well. The list isn't perfect, but there you go. And then what else? What I think of the games I cast? It was fine for the most part. Some teams played a little sloppier than expected. I mean, it just happens. I'm not really like, you have to be perfect every time. But I think that was I feel a secondhand disappointment for the teams that didn't make it. And I know they can play better. And I know they're going to feel that as well. Had my teeth removed today and can't sleep. Ah, rip. Mouth pain, like whatever element of it is such a, like it's so easy to overlook how, oh, it's fine. Like nothing, when your mouth is normal, you don't even think about it. And then as soon as you have like an ulcer or you do have like cavities, root canals, like whatever dental stuff, the ache and the pain is such a drag. I am sorry you're dealing with that. I hope you can get to sleep soon. Offlane Pudge can work. You just need to know what you're doing, which is like Pudge for every role. If you know what you're doing, you're good to go. But many people don't. They just like to throw the hooks. Okay, let's get back to this one before I get too sidetracked. We can continue to answer questions in a moment, like when we're done with this. Starting items. So notice when you're full mana, we have 2 mana items that aren't going to really do anything right away. I don't mind too much, like one of them, and then buy some other things. So for example, I would start with Tangos. You said you practice him in Turbo. This might be part of it. In Turbo, you don't need to buy this stuff, but in the Ranked, we're gonna have to start with it. So I would buy a Salve, and then, sorry. I would buy Tangos, another Iron Branch, because Oracle's right click is actually pretty good. You have 625 attack range. So what you do in lane is constantly poke people, you get them low, and then you can go for like Purifying Flames plus Fortune's End. I just realized I don't hear anything. Hold on. Volume mixer. Where's my sound going right now? Okay. There's noise now. I don't know why I was like so dead quiet. I saw you ping the guy and there was no noise. I got concerned. Maybe it's because it's anonymous mode. Maybe it's just like muting the pings for us. Tangos, couple Iron Branches. Even if you want a Fairy Fire, you can do that too. Because you will just keep poking people and then you'll go for Purifying Flames, straight into Fortune's End, into a third Purifying Flames. Because you can dispel the heal that you give to enemies. So if you do 2 in quick succession, followed by the Fortune's End, you get all the damage from 2 Purifying Flames and the Fortune's End. They get a little bit of healing, but not enough, because it needs 10 seconds to heal. And if we're doing this within 2.5 seconds, they're getting like 3-ish seconds, let's say, of actual heal time. So you're still doing a bunch of damage into the third Purifying Flames, and you're hoping that one kills them, because we can no longer dispel the heal. So that's kind of your kill combo, but you can't do it from a full health hero, and you can't really use this to harass because it's going to be so much mana. So you have to harass with right clicks, which is also a fantastic skill to pick up from Herald, Guardian onwards to learn how to harass with auto attacks. So I really recommend that to adjust the starting items, to go for that. And then you can buy your Mango, because we're going to have to use so many spells. You can buy the Mango, you can buy the Sage's Mask. Those are fine, but I would start with the other things first. If you pick up an Observer, try to place it ahead of time. I'm actually working on a warding video, so we're not on colorblind mode. Well, I'll continue for now. I'm working on a warding video, so it'll actually cover some of this stuff. The downside of this, and you're going to get away with it because it's Herald and Guardian, but as you learn to block and unblock camps, it's very hit or miss in your current rank. But as you get into Guardian, it becomes a lot more common to block and unblock. It's still a little iffy. Crusader onwards, it happens way more consistently. And once that happens, you're going to start losing your Observer for no reason. You're going to be giving a lot of gold. So then I recommend not placing this type of stuff anymore and learning to just not put anything in here, actually. If you really want one to help you in the lane and see a little bit into here, put it here or like way back here. These will both be out of the sentry. You have to do this one at night. So like come here at the very start of the game, rush out, place it. If you want to be safe, like go through here, go through the tree lines, you'll be safe most pubs, and then back out, or just rush out here at night, stick it here, and then back in. If it's right here, you could do other stuff, TP straight into the lane and drop it, and you probably aren't spotted because people are still like over here. But those will help you a little bit in the lane and will live a lot more than this. Even in like high ranked games, people don't immediately suspect a ward here. Actually, high ranked games, they tend to use it for something else, but don't worry about that for now. Okay, so there's a little bit of confusion on who's laning where. Not going to worry too much about it. This is where we want to start auto-attacking a little bit. So notice we're just kind of like behind the Spectre. You want to stand on the side and just be harassing the Timber Saw. If you were scared of like, oh, I don't know where the other position 4 is, I can understand that. If you're really scared, especially as you're learning Oracle, you're not sure who you need to be scared of, who is okay. A little bit more caution is fine with me. But at least going forward, let's, now we know where he is, so now let's look for opportunities to attack. So because of things that have happened, the lane is starting to push out already. So first, take out the range creep. It got below half, so hit it until it dies. Even if they end up picking the last hit, it's okay, because if this dies, your lane will push slower, which is very important since you don't, like, you two are actually kind of weak laners. You don't want to be pushing out. It's bad that this happened. You mentioned the Spectre did not understand what being hard carry was, which is unfortunate. This goes back to if you want to play an Oracle support player versus a different kind of support who has more scaling value, when your hard carry doesn't understand how Oracle works, nor understands what their job in the game is. So just for something for consideration. For now, though, let's just hit these creeps. Oh, yeah, keep going. Yeah, he got it, but I don't care, because we get it killed off. Zeus is using spells on creeps rather than us. And then notice we had 3 creeps alive in the lane pushing out. That's really bad. Now, because he's used spells, you baited this spell, even though they get the CS, all the creeps are dying, and we're going to continue to stay here, which is very important. So let's keep that going. If you want to go for this deny, you can, but actually there's a little bit of time before this deny is necessary. So right now is a good time to just hit the Timber Saw. 1, 2, great. Keep going. There's room for a couple more attacks there. I would recommend that. Okay, Purifying Flames to heal your carry. You can do this. I'm torn. I almost want to tell you to use it for violence more than healing for your rank. But I am open to healing your cores through it, especially if Spectre's not using the tangos efficiently, not buying more regen. I do appreciate having to heal them up. But if you think of the mana cost, 90 damage and then 15 heal for 150 healing. So it's actually 75 mana for 60 healing. And it takes 10 seconds to get there. That's not great mana to damage value. Or mana to healing value in this case. But if you use it on enemies, well, Zach, I'd be healing enemies. Yes, but wait. That's why we're not using it level 1. We're actually starting with Fortune's End, which is just 100 damage to enemies and a bit of root time. You can still use this to secure creeps as needed, but now when you fight enemies, you attack, Fortune's End, attack. You don't always have to spam Fortune's End, just like as you see fit. So you use Fortune's End at level 1. Then when you hit level 2, you're actually still not looking to use Purifying Flames too much. You're trying to save it. Only as necessary do you use this, but you try to continue to play with just Fortune's End. Then level 3, then we're talking the combo, okay? Let's do some quick math. 180 damage, double the value of level 1, same mana cost. That's why we're trying not to spam it out too much when we get the first point in Purifying Flames, because the level 1 value is not amazing. The level 2 value is twice as good. 180 damage, 2.5 seconds later, another 180 damage. Instant Fortune's End. So rounding up a little bit, we are nearly 500 magic damage. If you want to actually round down because of magic resistance, let's say like 400 damage, probably a little less than that. Then the third Purifying Flames, another 180 damage. This is all in the span of 5 seconds. The initial cast, 2.5 seconds later, the second cast plus Fortune's End, third Purifying Flames. So we're talking like 600 magic damage in 5 seconds. That's absurd, right? That's Oracle's strength. That costs a lot of mana to use this 3 times plus the Fortune's End, which is why, as much as possible, I don't want to have to heal my teammates, even though I'm a healer, technically. I'm a saving hero. In the laning stage, this is actually a little better for damage rather than healing. So this will be okay if you have to use it a little bit, but I do recommend adjusting the right clicks plus the kill combo. And then moments like this, maybe you're thinking about builds and all that, but right now we can actually be hitting the Timber Saw. For Herald, if you're a support player, learning to just constantly harass is really, really good. Going from like 1 auto attack every 10 seconds. What is Timber Saw doing? Going from 1 auto attack every 10 seconds to 3 auto attacks every 10 seconds is a really big deal. And that's not even that many, like 3 auto attacks in 10 seconds. You can push that to like 10 auto attacks in 10 seconds at certain times, which with 43 damage means we're doing 430 damage physical, which is saving like 3 different spell casts. So right now, you can be poking him a little bit. We can also be thinking about pulls and stacks there. I know it's a lot going on all at once, but if the lane is ever pushing, you do want to think about that. How do I fix this? They might mess it up, but if I can preemptively get in position to pull or stack, that'd be great. Okay, you are doing a pretty decent job for auto-attacking, actually. As far as Herald's supports go, you're actually doing pretty well. And this is where, with a couple more iron, like a second Iron Branch and maybe a Fairy Fire, but at least just the second Iron Branch, we get a little bit more value per auto attacks. And you see, we're really not using that many spells right now, which means the Sage's Mask and the Mango aren't doing anything really right now. This is where, going back to like a little bit more Fortune's End use, we could be using this mana. But with the other build I mentioned, you can still have enough to do it. So moments here, just hitting this Timber Saw. Ooh, I do see you did use the Purifying Flames with the Fortune's End, so you know that part. You don't need to get the full root time, by the way. Like when you're using this to trade level 1, feel free to just instant cast it. The root doesn't really matter that much, unless it does. You can be the judge of that. You probably could have walked into the Lotus. There's going to be a lot of wiggle room in this bracket where people forget. And if you just remember a little bit sooner, it's good. So dangers of using the heal, right? When you use it on the Spectre here, we actually brought Spectre kind of low. Timbersaw can just commit if he had the mana, which with the Lotus, maybe could. And Spectre's kind of low enough where, especially if Zeus was here, she's in danger. Which is why using it to heal when you're pushing out is kind of scary. Usually you only do it like when you fall back. Pull time coming up. 4 creeps pushing forward, so you can go ahead and do a pull. Full pull would be fine, and then you have to trim the camp. So, like, I think you can probably kill Zeus here. Jumps in. So, I don't trust that much from Spectre, but if Spectre were to use the Q on Zeus, you have 4 creeps. Zeus just used his escape to come in. He has 670 health. You're level 3. This is actually the timing I was talking about. So we talked about how magic damage. Okay, let's not do fake values. Where's my Excel? Okay. We got 180 3 times. We have 100. So 640 total damage. This guy's at 29% physical damage reduction. So we're going to do about 450 magic damage. So that puts him to about here. So now the question is, with auto attacks, can I do the remaining 200-ish damage? If Spectre throws an auto attack, or sorry, a Spectral Dagger and auto attack, actually if Spectre were to join, 2 auto attacks is 100 damage. The creeps all targeting him is going to be about 100 damage by the time he gets out. Zeus should actually die right here. But this is what happens in a lot of games, especially like Herald to Guardian, is you don't realize your full damage potential. And so people will take really aggressive plays and not get punished for it, which if you were smurfing in this bracket, this is where you would pick up a ton of free kills. It's not only limiting your mistakes, but actually being able to recognize when enemies are making mistakes. So this is a super free kill. You guys shouldn't even feel scared. You should be running into Zeus to make sure we can get the auto attacks to finish the job here. But see, yeah, you guys are kind of like scared back up. So you actually didn't really use spells. So this is how much damage Zeus took. So if we go back to that 450 total magic damage over 5 seconds, and I guess he heals a little bit in that time. So maybe we round that down to like 400 magic damage. But that means we still just needed like another 3 auto attacks and he would die, which is why I was mentioning like I would actually be walking forward because I would know I can actually finish this job with my spell combo. You're still learning Oracle, so I don't expect you to immediately be able to identify this, but keep an eye out for it. Like, if you do want to become an Oracle player, you decide this fits you, that's the kind of thing you want to look for, is your surprisingly high magic damage burst at level 3, and people don't realize it. You don't realize it yet, but now, hopefully with this kind of advice, you start to realize it, and as you see people get low from your harass, or because they're jumping into creep waves, you realize, I can kill this guy, right? You just go for it and you'll start farming free kills as Oracle, the healing save hero. We should hopefully be taking replays from chat today. I'm starting off with this one because someone was kind enough to donate off stream, which I realized I forgot to... I should probably have messaged them that I was looking at it if they're able to join. If not, they can do it in the VOD. It's fine. But anyways, we're starting with this one because of that. And then we'll definitely do some from chat. If people donate, we'll do those. But I'll mix it up to make sure we get at least a couple from chat. Okay, I wasn't actually looking at what we did here. Let's go back. It looks like Spectre died while I was not looking. Okay, Spectre was good to go. So this is the kind of thing you would want to harass people around here. And then if you were Oracle versus a hero at this frame, you're like, I can kill that guy in 5 seconds. So I just need to get close enough to make sure I can get those spells off. If you are full health in these types of situations, so you are very healthy, you have a salve as well, 4 stick charges. Spectre, not so healthy. Now actually because she's a core, 350 health is actually... not that much further below yours, but still, you are healthier. So we definitely need to be up here to give her safety. Should she be moving up here? Maybe not. You should be going to do a pull, and then she should come over to farm it. But this Herald, I'm not expecting that. For Herald, pulling and all that is still good, but you should expect to have more laning presence than usual, just because carries really don't understand their limits and will often move up like this. And so when you play really strong laners, which Oracle can be a strong laner, this is good. You need to send that Fortune's End a little sooner, by the way. You don't need the full root time. You just needed to... He actually killed Spectre with an auto attack, right? So if you launched it a little sooner, you probably would have saved Spectre there. If you have to use a spell to get a last hit, that can be okay. But I think you can go for that one with just an auto attack. And then here, okay, so now I got nothing to do. Maybe we want to go for this deny. We can do that. Then once this creep dies, I have nothing to do. I'm waiting for Spectre to come back. She'll TP in the lane. She'll start farming this. I don't want to destroy all these creeps. As long as they don't do a pull, this creep wave is going to stay here. Which, by the way, you started with a sentry and didn't block this camp. Maybe you were buying it preemptively, like, oh, if they block this camp, I'll have it. That's fair, but we haven't used it at all. So if you're not remembering to use the pull camps right now, which is fine as you learn to be a support, you don't have to try to do everything at once. You can make things easy for you. Like, I'm just going to play the lane, and then if I see a camp blocked, I'll buy a sentry after, right? But at first, I'm going to be really good at laning, like hitting, harassing, all that. And then I'm going to expand, and I'm going to think about pulling a lot more. If doing everything at once throws you off, then buying the items, trying to do everything, and then not doing it, then it kind of backfires. So back to how do let's say I want to focus on lane. So then this creep dies. So what am I doing right now? If I'm Oracle and I don't need to do any pulls right now, then I'm just going to hit Timbersaw a couple times. And if I don't want to draw creep aggro, where Oracle is perfect. 500 range is how close or how far away you need to be from the creeps to not draw aggro. 600 for range creeps, but they're usually further back. So Oracle right now can actually just attack Timbersaw, and the aggro command happens right away. Oracle walks in, would launch 1 auto attack, maybe 2, but we can limit it to 1 to be safe. And then you just back up again. And then A-click, let him run in, attack. If you want to like fine tune the movement a little bit more, like attack, click in, attack again, whatever. That's all little details. For example, we should be walking into attack right now with no aggro drawing. So 1 auto attack and then back out. Do it again, come in, 2nd auto attack, back out. 3rd, maybe not, because now the creeps are getting low, so now I'm waiting for the creeps. But someone doing this could have gotten 2, maybe 3 auto attacks on Timbersaw, which is the difference with 50 damage. The difference between 100 to 150 physical damage going into Timbersaw, and then whatever damage reduction he ends up with. But that will add up over the course of the laning stage. So we're always looking for these windows of, can I get another auto attack in? Can I get another auto attack in? And that's what... that's one of the fundamental skills I recommend anyone in Herald to work on, carry or support. Hey Pasmati, no specific topics today. General reviews, feel free, anybody, to submit anything you have questions on. Okay, as time goes on, at the very start of the lane, you can usually pick offlaner or support. It's not a huge deal. Certain heroes become very difficult to kill, and harass on them starts to mean less and less. Timbersaw is one such hero with reactive armor. It's still doable, but it depends on like what heroes you play with, and what hero you are. People who build like Vanguard early, right? The harass starts to mean less and less. So we're getting to that point where Timbersaw is going to be very hard to kill. Zeus, still very killable. So if you want to start switching your focus, which is I take out the Zeus, and then Timbersaw is scary on his own, but is much scarier with the extra damage from the Zeus. So if I can't do anything about the Timbersaw because he gets too tanky, then I can at least take out the support to make it a little easier on that sense. So here, if this is like left to a one-on-one and you start like pushing out the Zeus, that can be something you go for. Especially because I don't need to do anything with this creep wave because Timbersaw is using spells that's actually pushing in. So I am free to just harass whoever I think is best. Otherwise, you see like when Zeus does come in, he like throws a couple spells here and there, which is going to add to the damage the Spectre's taking. So then right now, do I need to do anything here? I'm the support player. The carry needs to do this, right? They need to last hit under tower. Support player, I need to think about what if Zeus wants to use this pull at 447, and then that's going to force us to lane up here, which is very scary. What if he is roaming? What if I can stack, right? These are the things I can look towards, and then based on what's happening, we adjust our actual choice. But you want to actually leave earlier. This is kind of advanced, but if you leave as this creep dies, these creeps may actually aggro to you. So then as you come to stop this hard camp, you have 3 creeps behind you. Maybe it's just 1 creep. As long as it's 1 creep, they know what I'm doing. I can maybe ignore 1 creep and not be worried about dying compared to having a bunch of creeps on me. But as long as there's 1 creep, they know what I am doing, which I don't want. So try to leave a little earlier or make sure Spectre draws the aggro and then we get out. If he was doing a pull and we wanted to contest from where we're standing, Timbersaw is going to cut us off, right? I'm going to be between Timber and Zeus. That's going to be a bad time. So here, you actually want to be like moving this way earlier. So like we're here now. And now if I see Zeus trying to do a pull, I can contest it. And Timbersaw has to travel a lot farther to get to me rather than like meet me in the middle in this tree line. It's going to be a very bad time for me versus Timbersaw. You're pretty close to level 4, by the way. If you want to heal Spectre, rather than use all your mana now, if you wait for level 4, which there we go, right now you can Fate's Edict your Spectre and then use Purifying Flames, and you don't have to deal with any of the damage. It's just full healing, which does pay off. Again, some like rough math. The Purifying Flames at level 2 is going to do 180 damage, which does get reduced, but I'm just going to go with that flat value. to make it easier on me. So 70 healing, maybe a little bit more. 70 healing, 3 casts, 210 healing. Doesn't feel great. I spend 75 mana each time, so 225. 1 Fate's Edict, 70 mana. 1 Purifying Flames is actually 250 healing, so pretty much the same, less mana. If I want to keep using Purifying Flames, even more healing. So it becomes a lot more efficient at level 4. If you're earlier, you just hit level 3, can't really wait that long if you need to heal, so then it's fine. But if you're close to level 4, try to wait for it. I do see you trying to use the Purifying Flames into Fortune's End every now and then. You're only doing the 1 Purifying Flames, but it's still... I see the concept in there, which is good. If you are doing it for damage, though, you don't need to channel the root, because it doesn't... You're just doing it for damage and not the root, so the sooner you throw it, the less healing he will get. Big wave shoving, pull camp. Oh, Spectre's trying. Okay, Spectre knows something about the game, at least. I thought when you said the Spectre was asking about the hard carry, didn't know what was going on. That was scary. Here, Fate's Edict, Purifying Flames. Yeah, yeah. Again? Didn't get a second cast. That's okay. Fate's Edict level 1 is very short duration, so you can only get 2 casts off, but that's usually enough to pretty much do a lot of healing, because it's 500 at level 2, and then with level 3 it's 700. 2 kills with the Spectre Oracle, amazing. Okay, I'm not going to cover the whole game. So I think we can jump ahead now to look at... Your next question was more laning stage. Or sorry, late game. For the laning stage, at this point, Spectre's getting higher level. It's becoming more okay to leave her alone. So get an observer. You have one. You're in the lane helping Spectre, but this is actually not necessary. So going back a little bit. After this kill, what do I really need to do in the lane? Earlier, I mentioned, denying, harassing, all that stuff. He's dead, and then do we really need to deny when he's dead? No. Plus, I want to start moving around, or prepare to. Even if I don't want to go right now, eventually I'm going to do it. So now is a great time to ward. If I go through the creep wave, it's going to be really obvious. So you need to step back, out of vision. Let's actually go to their perspective, right? So I know exactly what you're doing. If I click you, I even see your observers and sentries. So you need to get out of sight. Fall back this way. This is how far the creeps see at night. And then it's up to you where you want to ward. They actually have one here, but oftentimes they wouldn't, especially go higher up. So out here, down this tree line, because look at the creeps, right? This is about where they're seeing. So we fall back, go through this tree line, come over here. An observer over here is pretty good. Here would be better vision, but it's very common for sentries to get placed here. For Herald, it may range whether that happens or not. Still good practice to do what I'm saying. Zeus is also in this game, and so he might fight you guys in this area, throw the lightning bolt, randomly find an observer. So versus a Zeus, I definitely don't want to ward anywhere near jungle camps, near creeps, places he might just happen to use lightning bolt to farm and to damage heroes, and then, oh, free vision, right? Free observer. So avoid all those areas versus Zeus, and put it out here. Double reason for it to be good. The common sentry and the Zeus. This will then help protect your Spectre. And now I am free to leave. Don't walk through the lane again, because if they see you, they're going to know, oh, something over here, right? We have to go back this way. And then from here, it's up to you. Am I still playing the lane? Then maybe I'm hanging around here and thinking about pulls. Am I going to rotate? Maybe a twin gate is something to do. Maybe not. Okay, let's walk mid. Sure. If you're going to walk mid, then rather than go down this path, how about go the other path, right? So we'd back out this way, go through here. Turns out an observer would have caught us. If you had ever fought over these camps, you would get this for free. So this is something you'll run into now, but not in the future. Place your ward. How about here? It's nighttime. So walk out this way, run into here, drop it, turn away. It's nighttime, so they can't see too far out. There's a chance they see you, but they have to be standing at the ledge. Why are they doing that, right? It's very rare for them to do that. If it's daytime, they can be standing here and they would see all the way out. So daytime, don't do this unless you know they're dead, they're not here. Nighttime, you can do this, and then we're already halfway towards mid. So depending on what you plan to do next, you can let that adapt where you put the ward. There's theoretical best ward spots, but it's okay to like adjust a little bit. Instead of doing the warding, right, you're helping Spectre like do some creep stuff, but really she is supposed to do this. So we are doing the same job together, which is just less efficient than doing two different jobs. Okay, let's jump to your late game questions. 35, this is a pretty long game, so I think 35 will be already pretty good to start looking for positioning stuff. Some thoughts. You mentioned struggling to ult your Spectre. This will actually happen no matter what you build and how you play, because heroes that jump around are very difficult for save heroes to work with. You can do your best. I really recommend Force Staff and or a Blink Dagger with those types of heroes, so that when your anti-mage is jumping around, you can jump after him. Ursa is blinking in, right? Spectre is haunting wherever. You're going to need one of those higher mobility items. Aether Lens is not a bad idea, and I might get it on top of those items as well, but it is 225 cast range, which, if you think about the Blink Dagger being, where is it? 1200, right? I cover about a fifth of that, and then I'm gonna have to walk the rest, which is quite a lot. So Force Staff will do 600, and then if you also have a Blink Dagger instead, right, then one guy blinks forward, I can also blink forward. So a combination will help you. If you get eventually a cast enchantment, together, this is like not bad, but still, someone blinking all around the fight is hard to keep up with. I would actually probably not go with the Spectre and play with the Troll this game. He has his ultimate, yes, but now he has two. He has two between his ult and your ult, and it's much easier to sit behind him and keep him alive. Yeah, I didn't really know what was happening because we just jumped here, but I see you were away from your team. Maybe I had to help them out a little bit. This is only 6 seconds, right? So you'd be doing a lot more healing if you Fate's Edict first. GG, it's over. We've done it. We've won. End the review. All right, 2 observers. We walked all the way here. We're in this area, and then we're just walking away. So while you're here, we should at least be checking the cliff. Maybe you did this just very recently and I just happened to miss it because we jumped here. But you were over here, so I don't think that would be the case. Have to check this cliff, and then don't put your observer here. Zeus, right? Checking all these common spots. Herald, people are going to be using cliff wards all the time. Boom. Your observers will go a lot farther if you put a sentry here, see the range it's at, and then put your observer anywhere outside that range. So spots I would recommend here and here are really good. Having global heroes on your team is another reason you want deep wards. Like, you want to see some guy gets low, he tries to be greedy, jungles here on his way back, Spectre can just assassinate him. She can't do that if you can't see that stuff. So Spirit Breakers, Nature's Prophets, Zeus's, Sunstrikes on Invokers, Spectres, all these type of global heroes, Invis heroes who want to assassinate people, Nyx, Riki, Bounties, right? Placing deep wards so you can catch sight of those heroes gives you more direction to play with. And we have 2, so we can do one of them. Team's actually doing Roche, though. Pog. It's pretty fast. And it seems like you guys had just pushed them into their base, so it's not too dangerous. But putting an observer up here, even if it's going to die, can be worth it to make sure you get Roche. You can choose to stand up here as well, though Oracle doesn't really want to do that. Oracle actually wants to position over here somewhere out of sight, because this is the most common contest path, right? And I'm a save hero. So I want to be here, and when they get jumped, I save them. If you had someone else up here, like say Ogre stood up here to give vision for your team, you could stand here. So you're more out of sight. When they jump the Ogre, you can save the Ogre and then run away. Now we're coming up to check this stuff, but this is scarier because now my team is behind me. Before we were like together. This is still probably okay because we just did Roche and they're probably not here, but there is more risk to that. You'll get punished sometimes for it. Okay, so if I like Troll Warlord, which I'm going to say we do, it's up to you in the game. Whoever you pick, we'll just go with Troll Warlord. This is my cast range. I recommend turning this on with the permanent range indicators. So this is how close I need to be to Troll Warlord. And then, depending on the lineup, you can be further away or you have to be within range. If they have a bunch of burst heroes and I need to react instantly, like there's 1 second to kill Troll, I have to ult in 1 second, then I have to be in this circle range, at the edge at least, right? So Troll's at the edge and then I'm like back here. Sometimes it's a lot slower. Like Troll kills people slowly. Drow is a little slower, though she can hit pretty hard in the late game. More consistent damage that they'll kill him, it'll just take 5 seconds to kill him, then I can stand further back. I can be like in this tree line, really far away, and know that I have time to walk in, force staff, whatever, and then ult him. So it depends on the game, how far ahead or how behind you are, how close you need to be. For now, let's just say you have to keep him in the circle. He's in the circle, yes, but I will also be showing. So as they jump Troll Warlord, they're going to go, oh, wait, Oracle's here. If I don't kill Oracle first, then I can't kill Troll. So then you're going to get killed first. So if I stay out of sight, like I'm behind this tree line, they jump the Troll, they don't see me. Okay, I guess we just kill Troll. And then, oh, no, Oracle got him, right, with False Promise. So we want to be behind tree lines as much as possible in these mid to late game. This is late game now at this point. Late game situations, pick your favorite tree line. It depends a little bit on the positioning. But you want to be behind a tree. We are kind of like moving around a lot, but just in those trees is good. Right now, it's kind of safe, so it's like sort of okay. So coming in, right, straight down the lane. If they had observers down, right, we're just in sight with everybody. So if Troll's my guy, right, I could be behind this tree. I could be on the high ground and then put an observer further up to see people in this area and then just stay over here. So even as they jump here, they don't see up the high ground. I get to live behind this tree from people coming this way in case they're smoked. And from high ground to low ground, people can't see me. This tree line, okay, we're trying. Getting in the tree line, I like it. So then here, hug this tree line, for example. So it's a little iffy because they might come from here. Since you placed this observer, okay, so maybe we can play at the right side. But now you're noticing this observer doesn't see like this area, which is where they'd probably come in from. So then I feel a little weird being here. So because of that, I'm kind of back to maybe being here. This is the range. So how close do I need to be to Troll? This is bad from your teammates, but it's kind of a separate issue. If you decide to save one of them, I'll leave that up to you. But in the late game, for save heroes who have a limited option of saving, you should usually pick the most important guy and don't get baited to save other people. And then the advanced part will be to know when you should save them or not. For now, let's keep it simple with the Troll Warlord. This is why diving's really bad, guys. Unrelated to the Oracle. Oracle was doing their best and pretty good. How can Oracle save these people now? Oracle cannot save these people now. So is this an Oracle mistake or their mistake, right? This is a core player mistake. If you find your cores doing this shit all the time, unfortunately, you have to adjust. So when you buy this Glimmer Cape, when you buy the Solar Crest, I can't use any of these if they're over here. So we have to change one of these to let me get close to them when they keep going in, whether they should or not. Force Staff and Blink, those are the first two that should come to mind. Aether Lens is another one. And that way, I can get in range to use my abilities and then whatever buff items I bought. This guy's now my favorite. He's hitting the building. You Solar Crest this guy, remove the Fatal Bonds from him. I like Ogre right now. You can do a little healing if you want. Don't disarm him because he's actually hitting the building. Because this is happening, and you wouldn't usually have to do this, but in a way, they are zoning the enemy team in their base. So you might as well help Ogre, actually. Usually it's too dangerous for supports to hit buildings, and I don't recommend this. But this is a unique situation that we are adapting to because the whole enemy team is in the base like this, killing my Spectre and maybe Troll soon. But since that's the case, I might as well hit these buildings a little bit. We're back to W disarming allies, actually. And W makes enemies spell immune. Or magic immune, I should say. It was a recent change in 7.4. Okay, so you're still thinking about playing with Spectre, which is fine. So maybe Spectre's the person you wanted to play with. It means we left the troll behind, but maybe you decided that's who I want, then I don't care. Though maybe you could have saved him, who knows. Okay, your team should back here because we lost the troll, and looks like that's happening. I have an observer, so on the way out, I would love if you placed it somewhere. Let's see. There is one in stock, right? So we'll have another one in case we need it. And while I'm on the enemy's half of the map, I'd like to place it. Have one here, have one here, which I don't mind too much. We mentioned like put the sentry down and then put it anywhere outside. This followed that principle. You can actually push it a little further, push it to the edge. Usually keeping things at like the maximum is good. I know that's pretty nitpicky, but notice your sentry is actually a little bit on the right side of the cliff. So someone could put their sentry on the far left of the cliff, and actually that would catch your observer, but wouldn't catch an observer that is like even further to the left at the very extreme. So that's why I am nitpicking, because some games you will lose this, some games you won't. But the one at the very edge, people have to put low ground sentries to kill that. The cliff sentries can't reach that far, even when you like shove it all the way over. When you're waiting for a hero to respawn, you can often do some jungling. Like right now, you can just farm this. But if you really want to like just sit behind Spectre, that's also an option. Here's my ult. Here are my other abilities. So if I wanted my carry to farm and I wanted them to feel safe, I could be waiting like right here in this tree, waiting over here in this tree. And you seem to be trying to do that. Yeah. But you see how this tree, like you're perfectly covered? This side, there's like openings. So try to pick, you want to surround yourself with trees if possible. Hugging the edge of the tree is okay if there's like no other option. That's like level 1 safety. That was level 2 safety inside. But see how you're fidgeting, right? You like walk in, walk back out, walk in, walk out. Maybe you're trying to keep it at max range, but being inside is actually better. So stepping in and then AFK, hands up. I mean, don't actually like hover over a Spectre, but I'm happy. I'm in my safe spot, and the more you move, the more likely you are to be spotted, actually. Yeah. You're actually doing pretty good. I know I'm critiquing, but so far, you actually are trying to use the principle of like staying near edges. Here, so because we don't have Force Staff or Blink, we are limited, right? I have to be able to walk in. So I have to be somewhere here, which as you can see is kind of dangerous, low ground. I have to be over here, which could work, but scary because of the TPs. I would actually feel a lot better being on this side. And then worst case scenario, if I can't reach over with my abilities and the Aether Lens, I could Force Staff myself over this cliff. So kind of another benefit of getting one of those items is that I open up new positioning possibilities. Without a Force Staff, like I know Oracle has to be here, or risk here, but not being able to reach when Spectre moves too far this way. Moving back is good. You can dispel some of this stuff. This is also, all your abilities end up pretty low cooldown in the late game, so feel free to just like dispel things. So right now, let's say we want to be here in this tree. In here, when they jump up, they do not see me, and I can save Oracle, and then if I have the Force Staff, I can always leave that way. As Spectre is running away, Spectre is not interested in fighting, right? She's just running. So go ahead and Fate's Edict and then start using Purifying Flames. I don't think I've seen you do that too much. The Fate's Edict into Purifying Flames. What is this? You would get 4 times the healing value if you do this. This kind of stuff, just stay up here. All right, so I see the amplified damage rune. I want my team to get it. If you stand here, these trees block you a little bit. So you can still see the rune. They won't see you when they're like standing here and here. if I step in here, they can see me. Then it comes down to like, do they actually have heroes that could jump me if they see me? Kinda, like Timbersaw can timber chain over, things like that. So if you want to be really careful, you can stand here. At the least, I would stay on the high ground rather than walk down. Because when you are on the high ground, you can see heroes here as well. It goes both ways. You go on the low ground. What if someone had just walked in, right? Spectre's here actually also giving vision. But now, by chance, people could be walking in and I wouldn't know. So usually staying on the high ground, if you're not the one who's going to go for the rune, is better. If Spectre's in the middle of the fight, that's when you don't use Fate's Edict, and then you could possibly use Purifying Flames to get the healing going. Moments like this, right, Spectre's kind of like backing out, Fate's Edict, 2 to 3 Purifying Flames. You can save this guy with, maybe you can't save him, but if you use Fate's Edict and then Fortin's Purifying Flames on him a couple times, you'd give him a much better shot at living. You can save your ultimate for your favorite person, but then these can be thrown out a little bit more freely. Nitpicking. You're doing a pretty good job for Herald, just to be clear. But nitpicking. So we're standing here watching these guys farm. So then like behind this tree would be good. Even as they approach this way, they won't see you because of the tree line. And I have confirmed that there's nothing on the cliff seeing me anyways. So down here would be good. I know it's kind of closer, so it feels a little funny. Like, well, if they did come this way, aren't I further away over here? That is true. But if they came from this way, right, then they're going to see me. If they come from this way, the tree does keep me safe to a degree. And then the creeps are also pushing forward, so the creeps are going to give me vision of people coming in outside of smokes. Mid, I don't have anything going for me in that regard because of these creeps. So because of that, like somewhere over here is pretty good right now. And there's not really another tree you could pick up here to do that for you. Like maybe this one, but it's kind of weird, you know? So like this ends up being a little bit better. Okay, I think we're gonna start wrapping up on this one. Greener Eye, thank you so much for donating. I will get to that one. I wanted to get one from chat first, so I want to do that, and then we'll go back to yours next. I want to make sure we mix in some random stuff. What is my button for this? Aha. Still trying to make sure I learn these. Okay, yeah, so throw in your games. And while you guys do that, we'll see a little bit more to this replay. And we'll pick our next one. Ah! You can just let Spectre do this. She's tanky enough. You don't even need to be here. Just buff her and back up. That way we could save our ultimate. I'm glad we're doing Tormentor, though. It's better to do Tormentor and use some abilities rather than not do Tormentor. Aghanims. You don't actually need the Aghanims that often. I would really recommend the Blink Dagger this game. Lotus is probably also better than the Ags here. How do I explain this?
What? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
Heart Run, thank you for the sub. I guess at first I was going to say it's funny that it just reads out exclamation marks, but I guess I don't really know how I would pronounce that otherwise. Like in video games, it would do the like the sudden noise, like the duh, like kind of thing. But I don't know how you, I guess they haven't been programmed to make that kind of noise and then louder or softer depending on how many exclamation marks are there. The ultimate is usually enough to save people. You don't really need the extra things. The invis is kind of nice, but half the time more than half the time really, a lot of the cases you want them to just keep attacking in false promise, which means they're not actually going to go invis. Bonus spell damage and base attack time is nice. But for Oracle, and I guess you could get away with this in Herald, but usually as you go higher, the number one thing about Oracle is making sure you can use your abilities, because your abilities are so good in what they do. They're a little harder now with like the double-edged nature of Fate's Edict coming back in, but this saves people. It is more than enough in the like vast majority of cases. You don't need any additional elements to it. The question is like, can I use it? Which is why like Blink and Force Staff or Dispels for yourself. Like what if you get silenced? It doesn't matter how good False Promise is with Ags. If I can't cast the ability, then I can't do it. Now, I don't even know. Yeah, it doesn't look like there is a silence this game. So maybe this game we don't have to worry about. Or there's Gust, I guess, but you probably shouldn't be close enough for Gust. If you wanted to be safe, you could. You could get Dispel. Lotus, I think, very similar cost to Ags, gives you more value, right? So it is a Dispel on your self in case you get silenced. But also, what if you use False Promise, but they still get crowd controlled by a bunch of abilities? Then they can't actually fight. Lotus gives you more value in that, whereas like you can reflect stuns, you can counter abyssals so that at least she stuns herself, right? We make it so that when the ult comes out, there's more chance our allies can do something. Or maybe I don't even have to use the ultimate because I can Dispel with this and then Dispel with a Lotus, and then I save them with this, right? The more tools I have, the longer I can save this, whereas the Ags is double downing on False Promise, and if they get controlled in False Promise, not only is my ult not getting to do much, but then my Ags isn't getting to do much either. And then Lotus also gives you more mana regen, so you can stay on the map while spamming spells more. What else? Kind of depends on the game. Ghost Scepter can be good. It's really all the stuff that keeps you alive. Guardian Greaves. Okay, let me read through all the stuff you guys just submitted. Sunray, thank you. Thank you for joining as a subscriber. Welcome.
8,642,637,179. Herald WW.
I'll mute it. I will be reading through that one anyway, so I won't. We won't double up on ignoring it while he talks. Let me see. We're gonna pick one from chat, and then now we got two games to go through for sure. I want to make sure we at least get in a random one near the start, and then we'll mix up later on. What are the ones we're about to cover, actually? That one's going to be Immortal Spectre, and then we have Herald Winter Wyvern. And we just looked at Herald Oracle. Okay, we're going to be bouncing around a little bit. Let me pick one in the... I don't always think about this stuff, but I do think it's kind of nice if there's a range of ranks and roles, so that people who check in on the timestamp and just see if, like, there's something for them, if, you know, wherever they may be. Let's start here. Let's try this one. Can I download this? Maybe we're not starting with this one. This one's a little too old. The time limit is 7 days unless you're playing a ticketed game. If it's beyond that, unfortunately, I can't take a look at it. We can see the scoreboard and stuff, but not the actual game. Your question, though, that you had asked about, like, you were playing Ricky 4, the lane was going okay, it was, like, rough, but you, like, got through it, but then you lost track of what you were supposed to do. That I can kind of tell you just from the scoreboard, so I'll mention it. You are responsible for keeping these guys out of the fight. So you should get the shard this game so that he can't disrupt save. And then when these, like when Tusk wants to jump someone, you just drop the smoke screen as well so that he can't even snowball. You can do this without the shard. He can't do the snowball save. You use it to stop dismember, and then you use it for when this guy, like, it's crowd control on this guy. So you just kind of like hug around these guys, these 4, while this guy's farming, and that's what you're doing. You are either scouting things out or saving smoke screen for that stuff, like preventing the saves. That's pretty much it. Then you buy some catch items, I guess, since your team's actual lockdown is a little iffy. You could get like an Atos, so you can like smoke screen Atos people in there, or just Atos from afar so that these guys can do stuff. Okay, let me see if there's someone else around the mid ranks we could grab. You try to order the replays you choose in a sort of order to not have too much skill difference between matches. Not really. I don't usually think that much about it. This time I am vaguely thinking about it, but generally it's truly kind of random. I just go through and grab things that sound interesting to me. So I guess there's a little, you know, inevitably I'm just a human, so I guess there is bias in what I read and is interesting, but I try not to just like, oh, you're here all the time, let me pick you. Oh, this person's brand new, let me pick that. I roughly try to make myself do it randomly. So if I have picked from people who are here a lot and have had replays before, sometimes I will then try to make sure we get like new people, or vice versa. Like we've done a lot of new people, then I try to pick someone who is here more consistently. If it was truly random, and before when it was just Twitch chat, Monch was the winner. Monch sometimes still drops by. Monch won so many replays back to back, like all the time, which I had no problem with because we were just letting the system decide. But now I do try to balance it out a little bit more so that different people can get help. Even though I think if none of your games are ever picked, you can still learn stuff from everyone else. Their games, not like I give totally different advice. But it's still nice, I think, to have one of your own games reviewed if we manage to, you know, spread it out. Okay, we were able to download this one. So let's do this. By the way, we have more people here. I didn't say this at the start because like no one was here and I would have had to repeat it anyways. We're doing today's stream, and then I decided I'm not going to stream for the rest of this week, I think, because there's more casting coming up within the week, and then I have all these different video ideas that I barely have any time to work on because between streaming and casting, I have been making no progress on a ton of different video ideas. So I'm just going to focus on videos for the rest of the week, and we'll see. I will probably still only finish 1 or 2 as I keep redoing stuff and disliking them. But I want to at least get a couple video ideas out before too much time passes, and then I go, I hate it. Like, it's too late. I'm not doing them anymore. So I want to make sure we actually do them. So the stream will probably re-continue in a little over a week after all the casting is done. So just a heads up to all you guys. Editing is not fun. I didn't mind editing before, and I've done it all this time, right? So clearly I have to not mind to a certain degree. Lately, it's not actually the editing strictly. It's like, I do it, I have to go edit it, and then if I don't like it, I have to like redo the whole thing. I have to re-record and then re-edit. And it's like repeating that cycle so many times is finally getting to me. But editing itself, like if I knew this was it, you know, this is the one thing you have to edit, I think I would actually still be okay with it. It's just repeatedly doing it so many times kind of burns me out. And then the other part of it is that finding clips for different things, that part is burning me out. I used to not mind as much for that, but now that is getting to me because it's totally unrelated to like the creative teaching process. It is just finding things to go with it, which is part of teaching, like to show you guys a better example than just theoretical stuff. But it is such a time suck for me in a way that like it doesn't need me to do it, which is like in the future why I want an editor, right? To do the stuff I don't want to do. But they would also do the editing more efficiently than me. Because I've only learned basic editing as needed, the different tricks. Someone who could like do nicer editing faster and has like properly done it would be good. I thought this was position 4 Tiny, but you're up here with the sniper, so maybe you guys swapped. Maybe this ended up being position 5. I've completely lost track of... I copied this, and then I lost where I got it from. I forgot to double check your question. Oh, here. Feel like it wasn't a bad game, even close for a while. What could I have done better to win a game like this? Okay, let me actually see. Now that we're getting into it. So we were kind of losing. Losing kind of heavily. 5K at 15 is pretty rough. But then it actually stays there for a while. And then eventually kind of goes up. Had a chance again, goes back. Let's just jump to a couple of these moments where we see some gold swings. And we can see like what is going right, what is going wrong. And then like how we could better capitalize on these repeated windows they are giving us. But we don't seem to be able to hold on to it long enough. So we can just jump to all these different moments. Here, I would just guess they like Huskard you. You know, like this, we can just write this off as the lanes went poorly. They have some strong heroes, right? So how do we recover from it? Since I'm skipping over it, I'll just tell you guys, typically you avoid those really strong heroes. Like you let Huskar take multiple towers and you use them as a time sink. Like he has to spend a minute taking that tower. We go farm everywhere else. And you try to do that to maintain a gold lead so that when you eventually reach a certain point, you have a better shot at taking that fight. But something around here, like let's start here, because this is actually fine. Like if we ignore everything that happened here, 2K difference at 22 minutes is pretty solid. So why don't we go there and see what our odds are of like doing anything useful or why we give it back to them. So we just won a pretty good fight. What are we doing? We're doing phylactery. Okay, so first question is my job damaged? Because that's what the phylactery build on Tiny would be. I wouldn't usually recommend it as position 4 Tiny. You could do it, but position 4 Tiny is more about the utility of everything. I would say Yule's is a very safe second option. 4 staff can be good. Things that give you more tools. Because your job is typically to go into a fight and then out of a fight and repeat. Because Avalanche and Toss are such strong abilities. It's why Tiny support can be a thing. So you usually want items to help you do more around these two abilities rather than make these abilities stronger, which is what Phylactery is. It's like, Phylactery is a damage item to make toss better, but it doesn't help you really get in and out of the fight more. It doesn't give you another option when these abilities are down. It is double downing on the same abilities that are already really good as a position 4 where our job isn't usually damage. So I would recommend let's just go through some of them. Yules. So now I have another crowd control source between Avalanche and Toss. So if these abilities are down, I might still have Yules. I blink in, Avalanche, toss a guy. I am now the initiator. Everyone starts focusing me. I Yules myself up and waste a lot of their time, right? And because it's 2.5 seconds passing, I'm getting closer to another round of Avalanche Toss, which I might be able to use to then get away. You can also combo it with like the blink. I go in, I run around a little bit, I Yules myself, I blink out when I drop from the Yules, right? Gives you more stuff, gives you more move speed to run in and out of fights, gives you more mana regen to spam your spells for farming and for fights. Yules this game, waste her time. She jumps in, you Yules her before BKB comes out. He roars somebody, you Yules people to waste their time so that they're not getting as much damage in the Yules. Omni Knight, right? Some of his abilities, when Repel is not active, the ultimate, you can Yule someone and take them out. Fatal Bonds, you can dispel yourself. Silence, you can remove it from yourself. So Yules is really good. Force Staff can be similar. Blink in, I'm now in trouble, force myself out, right? So we can get away from the slow, we can get away from like these Huskars and these melee heroes that have to run up to me and start hitting me, and then I'm forcing myself and making them run forwards. Or it doesn't have to be me. It could be my allies, right? I can force somebody to me, toss them further back. There's a whole bunch of stuff you can do with it. Those would be my 2 biggest items I'd recommend. Ghost Scepter is another one. Jump in. Okay, Huskar and PA can't actually kill me, and a lot of their damage has to come from right clicks. So Ghost Scepter would keep you alive probably this whole game. Like, the only thing that would eventually deal with it is a Nullifier, or if Beastmaster's going Ags, maybe this kills me. But these 2 would pretty much never be able to kill me when Ghost Scepter is up, because they don't have, like, spell damage, really. So Ghost Scepter could be really good. Those are the 3 items I would probably do this, like, between those 3. Eventually, like, BKB, Wind Waker, stuff like that is cool. If you really needed a break, maybe Phylactery Conda could be a thing, but I don't know, like, why. Or, like, when it would be us that has to do that. Okay, so that's itemization aside. Next, back to present reality. So we just team wiped him, more or less. I see PA here. We have been losing up to this point, and we're still losing a little bit. I know you guys don't know the exact amounts. But you probably have had the feeling we are behind. They are dead. So, deep wards. Need to play some of those. Oh, darn. Don't have any. How about you? Do you have any? He's got 1. So maybe it's not our job. Though, Tiny 4 roams a lot, so you should be responsible for some warding. I'm not saying you haven't been. I know we're just jumping in here. Yeah, you look like you're doing a decent amount. So it just so happens we don't have one right here, which is a shame. I missed up to this point. Maybe you could have had one, maybe not, who knows. So I would buy one really quickly, because by the time it comes out, some of them will still be dead, so maybe you'll still have a shot at placing a deep ward. You do have sentries at least, though, so do they have any vision over here? If they do and everyone's alive, I'm pretty scared to walk over, because Huskar's going to see me walking this way, and then he's going to kill me. But now they're all dead, so now's a great time to walk in and de-ward. It is 21:06. Several of these heroes will respawn before 22 minutes, and then they are going to look to farm. If your team farms all of this stuff, they're going to respawn, teleport out, push out waves, and then farm their jungle. So while they are dead, I want to farm their jungle, and then as they respawn, I farm my jungle, and then they will respawn and not have a lot of jungle camps to farm. And that's how you actually change gold, right? After this fight, you guys just got whatever gold you got from the fights. If you farm all of these camps and they farm all of these camps, we will remain at 2k difference. If you farm their camps and your camps and they farm nothing, you will actually reclaim 1,000 gold, if not more, depending exactly how much you can farm and death timers and all that stuff. We are tiny. We're even going for the phylactery, so Avalanche Toss is a pretty good farming mechanic for you. I don't see a reason for you to go back. Let's say top lane. Top lane's pushing into us. Someone's going to have to deal with it. This is building. It's going to take a while to get to your tower. Sniper might be up by then, and then he will just deal with it when he TPs out. If someone can get through the twin gate, they can also just cut the wave and deal with this. Even without dealing this, it's like further up. By cutting the wave, I don't actually have to deal with this. It'll handle itself. So a couple options on that. Mainly, let's see if Sniper can get there in time. So nobody should go top. If anybody does this guy boots of travel? No. What in the hell is he? Radiance. Oh my god. Okay, no one has boots of travels. So if anyone did, they could maybe go top. Mid tower and bottom tower are still up, and we've been losing, so understandable. But we really want those to open up the map. This looks to be about dead, so Axe should be able to do that on his own, even versus a PA. Well, she's actually kind of farmed. Maybe I do want to back him up. So maybe two of us can take this tower. How's bottom? Also kind of low, okay? So, like, I think you guys should be able to get 2 towers, steal some of their jungle camps, and then get out. That would be peak punishment. Let's see what you guys end up doing. This guy's going backwards, even though the one hero who could kill him is in vision. So I know 99% of the map is safe with 1 HP. I would not go home with 1 HP because I know exactly where the last hero is, and there's no like Techie's Mind, global spells, junk like that, right? What can you do with 1 HP? I can stack. That one's a little scary because the creeps might hit me, but as a ranged hero, you could do it. I can push lanes because my lane creeps tank the creeps. They don't do any damage to me because I'm behind my creeps, right? I can ward. I can de-ward. There's a whole bunch you can do with 1 HP. And you will be regenning with your 1 HP, so you won't die as you stack because you'll have regened as you move around to like 100 health or whatever. Where are we going? We're going mid. And we help take this. Okay. And now we get out because they're starting to respawn. If you jump Omni Knight, if PA has her teleport, she will show up. And then these guys are going to respawn. They will think about showing up, depending how long this takes. So if you guys want to kill Omni Knight, you are telling me we can finish this job in 3 seconds and get out. If you don't think you can do that, we should just be jungling their stuff and get out. Because I can jungle in 3 seconds. Can I kill an Omni Knight in 3 seconds? Not as confident on that one. This camp, avalanche toss, whack, whack, done. This camp, avalanche toss, whack, whack, out. You know, whichever one you want to pick. You can't do both. Maybe you can pull them together and then try to do both. Walking past all the jungle camps means we aren't going to get any gold. Do put a sentry. We need to check out here. Notice we're not actually checking the full cliff. And what are the odds they put any observers like in this low ground? So I know it sounds nitpicky, but it does make a big difference. This sentry is wasting some of its edge down here and really missing some possibilities right here. And actually there's one up here that you could do too. So this really needs to be a little bit higher up. Let's see if that's actually the case. No, not getting punished for it in this game, but it could happen in future ones. Okay, I was mostly looking at what you were doing. Let's look at what the rest of your team did. Just because, again, like I've said, it doesn't always have to be about what we do. We can learn from other things. So Grimstroke is maybe going to a Wisdom Shrine that his team could get at any time. Invoker did take the tower, so I'm pretty happy about that. And he shoved the wave. Did he jungle anything on the enemy's half of the map? He's currently walking with creeps when he should just be jungling. Grimstroke did get the Wisdom Shrine, but going back to what you can do with no health, Grimstroke should have gone with his team into here, and he can do it by himself right now because we saw PA go up here. He could be in here with his 1 HP. He could be de-warding this cliff. He could be de-warding up here, wherever he wants to de-ward, and then place his observer. Right now, I mean, we jumped here. I don't really know what happened before this. If you want to ward in here, I would say we walk up, and we're either checking this area and then warding without walking into this cliff in case this cliff was warded. But my team just took these 2 towers. So I really don't think this cliff is going to be warded. I think if they had a ward, it's somewhere along here. So as Grimstroke, I'm walking in here. I'm putting my sentry where I just nitpicked the tiny a little higher up to check both here and here. I see nothing. So then I'm just going to place my deep ward wherever I want. I'm not going to do here. I might do, in the daytime, you can't really do here because this stuff sees you. At night, you can do it. You could do something like further in because the tree lines block enough that you could place around here. And then up here is also not bad. Anywhere in here is okay. If I wanted to do down here off of this fight, I would probably go around like this. You could go through like this, but this is where I think is more likely to have observers. This could, but I would just put the odds a little lower than here. If I walk through here, I only have 1 sentry, so I have to check this as I go through, but then I can't check like down here where I would like. If I don't think they have a ward here, then I guess that's fair. You know, you could sentry here, come down, place your random D ward. But because of that, I would walk through here, place my sentry somewhere, and then put my deep ward down. Here is good, in here is good, back here is fine. You have time to do all of this as a Grimstroke. And then TP home, and then walk out, get the shrine. Or you did a more shallow ward, you place your wards, you walk out, you jungle 1 camp with all your spells. With your last remaining 100 health, you get the wisdom shrine, you walk home. So Grimstroke would have accomplished a lot more by moving on to the enemy's half of the map first before coming here. Now he's moving out as these guys are respawning and he has half his health, right? So now he's gonna die. Now he starts jungling this camp, which he's kind of stealing from the enemy, so we'll give him partial credit on that. Where did Invoker go? So Invoker pushed to the enemy's half of the map. He got the tower. He got 1 extra creep wave. He's pushing with a bunch of creeps he doesn't need to. And now that Sniper has TP'd here, Invoker is here, even though 3 heroes are dead. When really Invoker should be jungling any of these camps or any of these camps and then getting out. So this is part of why the Dire is not really building a bigger lead despite getting 4 kills, right? After being behind, there's way better punishments they can do. Axe and Tiny are pretty good. They took a tower, moved up. Tiny, we mentioned, should jungle a camp. Axe should be jungling a camp right now. So they could do a little better. Invoker was doing well and then griefed himself and the Sniper. And then Grimstroke griefed himself. So we have like 2.5 right. And then now 2 of you are fighting as they all respawn. So now I'm taking back. Now we're at 2 out of 5. I'm taking some of the credit I gave you back. We stuck around too long. Keep in mind, as people are respawn, and let me actually show you their perspective so we can hammer this home. See what Huskar's looking at. He knows I just want to TB here and farm. He's not even looking at other stuff right now. He's checking his teammates' items, right? He sees Axe here. What's Beastmaster doing? He's looking at Axe here. They're looking for where they should teleport right now. They're picking where can I farm the most. I see Tiny. Holy shit, they do. Why did he place this ward? Hold on, I need to see this. Why did they? Who placed this ward? Who did this? Who did this? Was it you, Omni Knight? Guys. Why would you ward here when these towers are still up? Maybe he thought they were going to lose the tower, so he's like preemptively doing it. He's going to preemptively ward the most common place to check and lose it right away. If you think you're going to lose these towers, you should put it further out. It's 18 minutes in the game, so how likely is it that the team that you've been beating most of this time are going to be sieging this area? It's actually quite low. They might play in this area, but it's going to be further out. So the observers should be further out anyways. And then even if you, like, that's assuming you lose the towers. If you can defend them, then you don't need this vision, like, at all. It should actually be way further out. All right, back to where we were. So that's one case. Let's go look for another for you. That kind of maintains for a while. They eventually kill us. Let's see it again at like 33-ish minutes. You guys even get Roche. Get Roche, and I see they're immediately pushing your high ground. Oh no. Okay, so we won a fight. We killed Huskar. You pinged Roche because you're a smart player. Your team comes to do Roche. Grimstroke goes and places some wards, so that's all pretty good. This should be a little further out, guys. Let's come back to this. So we work on Roche, steal it away. Actually, let you tank some of that. He took like way too much damage, but whatever. Gonna jump ahead. So you went for the Conda break. I actually don't think you really need the break this game. Not so quickly anyways, it's your second item. I know we already talked about it earlier. It is kind of nice versus Huskar, but you have Culling Blade to get through it. You have pure damage on Sunstrike. You have like a bunch of physical damage from Sniper, although I guess he's doing magic item builds, whatever. I think you actually have enough burst to get through it. And that like he's going to BKB anyways, which we can't break through. So it's not bad, but I think the other stuff would be better. Like the Yules and all that stuff. This is a pretty greedy Tiny 4 itemization here. Which if you think that's your job, that's okay. I don't think it's your job this game. I think the plan is stand behind Sniper and let him hit things. And then save Sniper. Okay, so everyone is missing. Let's go back to this. Okay, we're resetting after Aegis. Axe is coming back out. We saw Omni. We saw, I think that was Huskar here. Huskar flashed going top. Beastmaster's top. So 2 Scary Cores top, Omni holding here. The enemies are making a play. Could be up here. We could bring enough heroes. Invoker, really risky teleport just coming in here. And then the rest of us don't have one of our initiators. We have you, but not the others. And Omni Knight has gone from here to here. This tells me they're all up here. Because Omni Knight stopped doing this and he felt like, I better join my team. He's beelining it. He didn't stop to jungle. He didn't stop to deal with anything. To go from here to here this quickly, he is running straight over. So I feel that the enemy team is very interested in doing something here pretty soon. And that's making me kind of nervous. And then this guy's back here. Sniper's here on his own. Invoker's up here. And he just used his... he now has bot boot to travel. And he just used it top. So we are a little bit scattered. I am building damage on this Tiny. But I don't think it's enough with just the 2 of you to easily get kills. Except on maybe like the squishiest support. But I think others are here. And yeah, here's the Beastmaster. Here's the Omni. Where are the others? Huskar's here. I guess there's no PA. Oh no, here she is. Sniper on his own. Second net worth, but by nature of the hero, can't easily do his damage without some help. So going back to like making sure he's involved in the fights, even if you had jumped his Warlock, Sniper wouldn't have been able to help you. So that's why we're in a little bit too soon, ignoring some of the map stuff. We fall back a little bit. You have to reset on Sniper. Sniper is my carry. He does the most damage. When I go in and use abilities, it should be around Sniper. There are times to do other things, but he should be my number one consideration is how is what I am doing helping Sniper. So with that mindset, let's re-look at this fight. So I'm moving away from Sniper. You know, maybe Sniper can attack this Beastmaster. I don't know. I don't actually know what's happening to the Sniper right now because I can't see him at all. I'm kiting really far away from him. Okay, I'm close to him again. I see he's been jumped by PA earlier and I wasn't helping him. But that's okay. I'm now near him again. If PA is looking for him, that's what I need to deal with. I can't jump to anything else. If I jump to anything else, PA will continue to chase the Sniper and kill him. So I have to be on Sniper protection duty right now. I can jump PA now so that he can turn and fight. I can wait a little bit if I want to see if she gets closer to like low ground, but we have to be doing something about this. You kind of were. That was really funny. She jumped you as you jumped here. So I won't blame you for that because you did switch your mindset to the PA. Kind of see when we jump, we won't have the damage unless we have Sniper. And Sniper didn't feel comfortable staying because he was too low. So this was a fight. I don't think you guys were cautious enough around missing a lot of enemy heroes. And then I think seeing the Omni Knight run like that is kind of a... I don't expect everyone to be able to like predict that. That's my rough feeling from seeing him go that quickly, but I don't think that would even be right in a lot of pubs. Like sometimes he would have just done that. Ah, so close. They shouldn't really be trying to get a kill while you guys are all dead. So we're snowballing their lead. We took a bad fight, and now we are staggering death timers. Axe did get Huskar. That's pretty scary, but the Invoker got to walk up Invis. Okay, okay. Kind of turning around. Oh, shit. Okay. So how do we punish this? Let's go back to that, right? Invoker has bots in 17 seconds. Let's keep that in mind. 3 alive, and the only one alive is Warlock, and I don't care, right? Warlock is not going to kill us unless we are extremely low health. Even with the amount of health Tiny has, Tiny will be fine versus a Warlock. So, I am interested in warding and de-warding as a support. I am interested in pushing out lanes and taking objectives. That's just like what everyone should be thinking about. Power runes could be a consideration. You know, take a peek at what they are. Get a good rune to prepare for the next fight when these guys are respawning. Looking at the map, one guy is going to need to shove out mid. One guy is going to need to shove out bottom, and these two aren't that close to respawning. This is a pretty big wave with 2 catapults, so it will take our tower if we completely ignore bottom. And we'll lose a lot of it before these guys are up. So someone's got to deal with that. Could be Forge Spirits. Invoker could just send Forge Spirits here and then make his way top, work on this tower. He could just run mid too. Grimstroke could make his way bottom, and then you and Invoker, which have more kill threat between the two of you, like that's your most aggressive combo in case you run into Warlock. Invoker Grimstroke would be awkward. You and Grimstroke are less damage than having Invoker involved. So you want Invoker to move aggressively, except for the fact that he has Boots of Travels. It could maybe TB to you. That would be also kind of okay. Does Grimstroke have wards? No. Okay, but Grimstroke's dealing with these catapults, which you guys could have probably done with him. You're backing up Invoker as if you're worried he's going to get jumped by a Warlock, right? So we mentioned this in the last replay where it's like Oracle was helping Spectre. 2 people were doing one job instead of 2 people doing 2 different jobs. This is what's happening right now. With everyone dead, except Warlock, but I'm not scared of him. We have 2 people doing one job rather than 2 different jobs right now. Invoker TP's back to do the same job Grimstroke is doing. And then you run over to make sure this, we're in corporate hell right now. We're in Dota corporate hell. The middle manager is watching the other manager watch the new employee make sure that he's loading napkins correctly into the container. Like, we could all, the job could be done 3 times as fast if we would help, but no, I'm watching the manager watch the new guy load in the stuff for the day. I'm checking in on everybody. I'm micromanaging the guy who's micromanaging the other guy. We have 3 lanes. We could be pushing in 3 lanes. We're all in the same lane. We gotta scatter. We gotta do different things. Those napkins look so good, though. Damn, you're right. They do look... He's doing a great job. Hell. This guy's gonna fit in. He's doing awesome with the napkins. And then make sure you write a report on that. That guy's gonna write a report on how the napkins got handled, and he's gonna send it to me to read, to reconfirm what I saw with my own eyes. Okay, and now he's trying to go mid, right? So after we all do the same jobs, now Invoker wants to TP here as people have respawned. I was not scared of Warlock. I sure as hell am scared of Aghanim's Huskar, and I'm scared of the other people who are getting very close to respawning. And now he is TPing in towards the enemy team to like start doing something. Okay, I joke about this sometimes, guys, but I am kind of serious. I did the Dota speedrun, right? There's an old video about it. I actually think it's pretty good if you guys want to check it out and haven't seen it. I think the speedrun's a little different now than I did it. I know that real Dota is nothing like the Dota speedrun attempt. However, I think the mindset is very important because the idea is, what is the most I can get done when I am not being stopped? Because that's what Dota is. Like, why can't I just take the Ancient? Because these stupid assholes on the enemy team, they won't let me take their buildings. What assholes? I just want to take this building and this building and this building and this building, and they won't let me do it. They're stopping me. So I have to work around other things to figure out how to stop them from stopping me from doing this. Like, that's Dota. There are times you do it, like they're dead, right? So no one is stopping you. What is the most efficient thing you can do? Like, that mindset is really good from the speed run. Nobody is in the lobby but me. How can I possibly do the most to end this game the fastest? That is kind of the mindset you want when you team wipe the enemy. You want to look at the minimap and you have to very quickly figure out, like, how could I min-max this time when nobody is in the lobby? Because they're dead, right? They're in the lobby, but they're dead, which means they're not in the lobby, right? Nobody is stopping me and anybody on my team. So how quickly can we punish this? And the answer is not everyone go get the wisdom shrine. It is pushing different lanes. It is taking towers. It's all different stuff. If you've never tried it, I'd recommend doing it just for fun. Try the speed run. You don't even have to be super optimal on it. Just give it a shot. See what you can do with like anything. And get that mindset going of like, what is a way to push fast? Can you, at the end of this review, tell me what I need to improve on the most? Yes, but let me think on that a little bit. We're coming up on it again. Got some kills, but we lost some heroes, so I'm not as confident. Sniper sure is, though. Holy shit, that guy's just going in. This guy's got no fear. In this case, earlier, I flamed you a little for like watching Invoker push a lane versus Warlock. Now it would be very understandable because I don't know where Beastmaster is. I don't know where PA is. Don't know where Warlock is. And could the three of them kill my sniper? Yes. So if I want him to push a lane, can I be pushing another lane and letting them know, like, yeah, it's 3-on-3, but we're all in different places? No. So now it would be okay to watch Sniper farm the lane and just like hide in the trees. Yeah, kind of like you were doing. Like, this would be great. In case they jump him, I can help. But now I'm moving away. Now I'm getting a little scared. Okay, she killed Warlock, and then you TP'd in. But what are you going to do here? Where is the other two heroes? If you're thinking, oh, I need to clear out this tower, he will roar you and she will jump you. And then who will save you? That's the worst case scenario we have to calculate right now. And there is nothing. Like, I will just die. So because of that, I have to give this up. I may lose this tower. Maybe she really is on her own and we could be here and safely doing it. I have no way to know. So I can't go down that route. I have to take safer choices, which is I will just lose this tier 2 tower and we will farm up in the meantime. I'll make my way to my Ags because I think that's the item that will turn it. I'll make sure Sniper can take an opposing tower. I'll try to find the Beastmaster and kill him while she takes our tower. And I know that we can do that because she is taking our tower and showing. We have to go with that. Kind of like this, right? It's like, I'm gonna go look for PA. But for what? I cannot kill PA. I will only be killed. Okay, I think we can move on. We actually have a little bit of a backlog now. So, I think we can move on. But as to your question of how do we summarize this for you... I didn't see like spell casting that was really bad or anything. I think you're fine on the actual execution of stuff. I think the connecting line between all this stuff that we've talked about is mostly what is my purpose? How do I win the game? Which is very hard. I'm not trying to make that sound simple, but for example, building this damage stuff, I don't feel fulfills your purpose this game, which is like, Sniper and Invoker do a whole bunch of damage. You know, Act with Blade Mail does a whole bunch of damage. So the damage is covered. I just need to help that damage happen, right? So I think we're kind of missing our purpose when we're going for more damage on the Conda, even though maybe your idea was like some of the break, and that's more on the right track than just like the damage of Phylactery and all that. And then some of the fights, right, where we're like going in without the sniper, or like here, you're looking for the PA, but the further thought of like, well, how does this, like, what am I really doing here? Can I kill the PA, or what am I really accomplishing by watching Invoker when there are, like, are there other things I could be accomplishing? This part is hard because you have to start thinking through a bunch of different options, which is hopefully what these replays help with. And also, if you look through your own replays, this is what you'd be looking for. Now, with the power of hindsight and with infinite time, you're trying to come up with, was this really the best thing I could have done, or are there other things I could try? A little bit hard to do on your own, but you can try. It's a good exercise. I think in the draft is usually where I come up with this, and then you have to adapt in the game. Like, as I see different heroes and as I understand my hero, right, which is why hero spamming is pretty helpful, and this is one of the videos I hope to finish while taking a small break from streaming for the next week. Hero spamming is to understand what your hero can do and the different options, and then in the game, as you see the draft happening, you decide, like, I think this is what I'm going to do. And then as the game happens, you then adjust from there. Of like, I was supposed to do this, but now this guy's having a terrible game, I'm having an awesome game, I'm going to shift, whatever. It's a little vague, I realize. It's not as easy as saying, like, just get last hits, just get this. But that is the struggle for Legend and Ancient, actually, is learning to be specific about your game and your job and not just generically do things. Like, nothing you did was, like, bad per se, right? In a small window, we can say, like, oh, he's, like, backing up his core. He is, you know, helping push this. He's defending this tower. It's all good stuff until you get very specific and say, like, well, in this situation, this is why it's not good. Or, like, it's not as efficient as something else that could happen. Okay, we're gonna knock out some of the ones that people donated for. Before I start that, let me see what you guys have been asking about. We can answer some questions real quick. I locked myself into 365 days of streaming this year. I mean, feel free to do it. 365 seems like a lot. Some breaks for yourself I think are important. But if it's if it's for fun, you also don't have to stream that long. Maybe you're just streaming for an hour. That could be okay. Don't let what I say like affect you too much. For me, like my situation, the reason I'm doing it is just because I have the castings back to back, along with like general real life stuff. And honestly, I've been feeling more streaming lately than YouTube videos. But I do currently have several YouTube ideas. The scripts are kind of in my head. I have prepared various like thumbnails and preparations and stuff, and I just haven't had time to do it between everything. So that's kind of why I'm like, in this case, for the next week, I'm not going to do more streams this week, and we're just going to try to knock out videos back to back. Oh, thank you, Sunray. I hope it will help. I realize I left you with some, vague stuff, but hopefully just getting the thought process in is good. All right. Let me see. Let's get into this one. This is an Immortal game I spectated. It ended quickly. Oh wait, let me do the timestamp so anyone who joined in here. Man, timestamps are such a bait. People must click them and then hear me ramble about other stuff for like 3 minutes before getting to the topic. I'm sorry. But anyways, here we are. Spectre. This is an Immortal game I spectated. It ended quickly with everyone blaming Spectre, which was unfair in my opinion? What can we learn from in this game? Okay, let's take a look. This is an interesting question because it's not about you. I don't even know if it's, maybe it's one of your friends or something that played. It is pretty high ranked. I don't know what region this is. If it's NA, here's why it matters to some degree. This is like an NA 7K game. Or it's like a 10K, 11K EU game. That's going to be massively different. I don't know if I can tell just based on this stuff. Let's find out. Since we don't have something specific to look at, is it choosing the Spectre? What's the pick order? Last pick Spectre. All right. So I don't know what was being said in the game and who is blaming, and we're not here to blame like Flame, but we can point out like this is a mistake, whatever. We can try. I recognize for my own given MMR compared to whatever this is, right? There's a certain amount of like, what can Zach say? He's below them. Fair. I recognize my limits. We also watch a lot of Pro Dota though, as a caster, so I think we do have some higher knowledge than my own actual MMR. This game. So what I see so far is Skywrath Axe, which is an extremely strong offlane. It's going to be very annoying. They're going to spam Battle Hunger. They're going to like right-click, use spells. It's a very annoying offlane. Carry side, safe lane side, we have Clinks and Chen. You're going to be hard-pressed to come up with a stronger safe lane than that right now, right? There's other combos that are good, but this is an incredibly strong safe lane. All these heroes play pretty fast, and they're coming into the last pick mid. You just need a playmaker from the mid lane, and he can enable all this stuff, right? Like Chen will be diving mid with Skywrath silences. They're going to take fast objectives around Clink's Desolator. This is a very fast-paced game. On the other side, you have Centaur Spiritbreaker. This offlane, like these heroes are okay. They bring a lot of stuns. They're not going to have a good time versus Chen Clinks. He's going to have to creep drag, and he's going to have to roam to have a job. Centaur will do his best solo, right? They are very unlikely to win this lane, but they can get gold by creep dragging and all that, and then contribute later. Shadow Shaman likes stronger laners because he provides a lot of lockdown. He has decent auto attack. He is not like... He's not an Undying. He's not a Chen, an Enchanter. Like, these heroes who do things just on their own, and I don't need you. I function completely individually. That's not really Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman is meant to work with the carry. We'll come back to him. Lina in the mid lane should be relatively safe. She's a pretty strong laner without knowing her mid matchup. Like, how do you really counter a Lina? Especially one who can have the Spirit Breaker gank for her. So this is a pretty safe mid lane, and she can help manage some of the early aggression. So then going into the final pick, I think taking Spectre here is incredibly greedy, even though there is now a more early game build around the Phylactery. Like, that's much better than previously just rushing the Radiance. This does not work with Shadow Shaman. Like, you don't really do much together. And it does not help Spirit Breaker because he's not going to win his own lane. So now he has to go mid or safe lane, and now he's going to be ganking for a Spectre and a Shadow Shaman, which is like really weird, into an Axe and Skywrath, which is a very strong duo that Chen could show up to. So I think you need a much stronger carry. If you want to try to win the late game, like, oh, we're going to get by the early game, mid game, and we're going to outscale them into late game, I think you can go for that. I don't think it can be Spectre. I think you need someone who farms pretty fast, who is strong. Gyro feels like he could be okay. Pairs better here. Would be much stronger with the ganks. Fairly early active hero, but it can also scale late. The Clinks matchup, Wind Ranger's pretty good, right? You get to the Clinks, you focus fire him down. Wind Ranger is good. You need someone who can get to the Clinks and do a lot of damage, which Spectre with Haunt kind of can, right? Spectre with Haunt will eventually be good. The question is, when is it good? And that's like 25, 30 plus, which these guys could win the game in 25 plus. They do, as it so happens. So if the flaming of this game came from like your Spectre pick is horrible, I would understand that. I kind of understand the idea of trying to go late with the Spectre to outscale this lineup. I just don't think it's going to work. I don't usually go that far into detail because pub games usually have enough wiggle room where even though this is meta, this is whatever, right? It doesn't really matter because so many mistakes happen. But especially if this is an EU game, then I would understand. Like, if this is EU and this is 10k plus, this kind of like choice does matter a lot of like what carry you end up with. NA would be totally fine. 7k, there's so many mistakes. Oh wait, we're not on the player cam. This game was played on Singapore servers. Ooh, so an SEA game. SEA is still a pretty high skill region. Which means it's going to be higher ranked than like the NA for these numbers. RO, definitely a high rank game to see that kind of TP. Well, we already knew it's Immortal. I don't know exactly what to look for. They actually do get a kill up here. Cost the Shadow Shaman. They don't have good equilibrium. I think it's going better here than I thought. He's got 11 CS versus Chen Clinks. It's pretty nice. The top's kind of wacky. I think it needs to be for how they're set up. But actually a pretty early ring of health. Going back to like people will make mistakes in pubs even if it's a relatively high ranked game. Like, Spectre's got a 3-minute ring of health versus this lane. That's actually pretty good despite the death, right? Got 2 kills first. Womp. I'm actually not even sure. Hold on, wait. We may not even need to look through that much further in the game. Let's look through items real quick. Because where do they start ramping up? Like around here. Sub 10 minutes into after that is when this Radiant lineup really comes online. Which is when I would say they're heroes, right? You get like Storm 6, you start to get Chen auras, things like that. And we can compare. So for your, gosh, she didn't even go Phylactery. So Spectre has a ring of health and that's it because she wants to go Radiance, right? So if let's just go with 10 minutes, this window here. Let's compare how strong Radiant would be with their heroes versus the Dire heroes. So we have Phylactery on Axe into the Phase Boot and then he buys a Blink at 16 minutes. On the other side, Skywrath just needs level 6, which looks like everyone on Radiant was level 6 by 10-ish minutes, 9-ish minutes. So both supports are online at that point in terms of having their ultimates. And Skywrath doesn't really need early items. They really just need the level 6. So Skywrath is good to go here. Axe is good to go like here. Clinks gets the Deso at 15 minutes. Already has like some decent items up to here. Chen finishes a mech at 11 minutes into the arcane boots at 14 minutes. Your Storm Spirit has Treads, Soul Ring, Kaya by 15 minutes. So then on the other side, because we identified like Centaur would have a hard time in that bottom lane, right? The start was actually better than I thought, but then we do see it panned out that way. So he has a blade mail, and that's it at 13 minutes. He even like skipped the boots. 2 bracers, blade mail. Shadow Shaman only has the boots, and then you need the blink to come online to like really blink hex shackle people. He at least has like some other initiators, but we say that, and then like his other initiator never gets a blink. You don't always need a blink on Centaur. You can go Stampede, but then this game, like Storm's gonna get away. He sees you running in, he gets out. This guy goes invis and runs out. Axe like walks in, he's like ready to be the front, call you, blink on you. This guy silences you, go in. So the Stampede doesn't really work this time. Same reason like Spirit Breaker could initiate, but it's a little awkward. They actually really want him to have a blink, which is gonna take time. This guy only makes it to boots. Lena looks like she's doing okay. She goes bots, which I think is a little greedy, but it could work. Because, like, okay, they're going to group, we have to avoid. So they're going to go mid, and then I go push out a side lane. They're going bot, I go push out top. Then Spectre wants to do the exact same thing, because Spectre's also a global hero. And Spectre already saw Lena, and should know that this is one of Lena's main builds, probably her best build. So then you, like, overlap on that. And so then as we can imagine fights, like, even without looking them, just imagine the fights around 10 minutes of like, are we ready to fight? When these guys have literally everything they need, and then down here, like, no, I still need the Radiance. Like, a fast Radiance would be 15 minutes, and you still wouldn't have it in time to deal with this stuff. And then clearly didn't have a fast Radiance. So I think there is a lot you can say on the Spectre pick. I wouldn't get like super angry over it, but I do think the choice to go straight for a Radiance is really greedy and not do the Phylactery to try to have earlier fights. Because that's something you could do. Like, as you see them grouping, here you see the Spirit Breaker, right? Can't lane bottom, trying to gank. Should I gank Storm? Oh, this is kind of tough, but maybe we can. Maybe I can go top. Oh, there's a Spectre with Ring of Health, right? So Spirit Breaker has one play now, which is, like, we have to kill mid. And if this works, it works. If it doesn't, I have nothing else. I go back to creep dragging bot. I can try top because it's a pub game, you know, and I will try top. But like, look at this. What is he doing top? It's like, I guess Skywrath, you know, go for Skywrath. Spectre will throw a level 2 Spectral Dagger. Get him! Yeah, it pays off. Is there more we should go into with this one? We could kind of see it play out. I think we are. It clings. Actually, up to here is not that bad. I think they should be doing better on the side of Radiant. Some of this was like too greedy, trying to steal that. So Spectre's now in the mid lane. The Spectre build right now is to go Phylactery, by the way, guys. Or at least it's like one of them. I think if you're having an amazing game, you could go for Radiance, but I think you get power treads at least. Pretty sure you're supposed to go Phylactery into boots, into Radiance. Like, you just compare like this kind of fight, and one side has a Clinks, and the other side has a Spectre, who has 2,000 money like in the bank, which means we look at net worths, and like they're actually surprisingly close for how the earlier stuff went, but really Spectre is like down here with this type of greedy build. How's Phylactery worth it for heroes that only have one targeted spell? Spectre's got a couple now. Spectre's got Shadow Step and all that. The idea of Phylactery is like you show up. You know, hopefully you have one spell that lines up a little better, which Spectre does not as much. But Spectre is back to having Haunt. So when you do make the plays, like they need to work. So people are trying Phylactery as a way of bringing in more damage when you show up with the Haunts. Like you haunt in, you fight. Or you have this Shadow Step for shorter fights. Like you're not haunting in, but like these kind of fights we just saw, right? She actually could have the Phylactery. So then imagine how long that fight took, and then you have 4 different Phylactery procs from using this stuff. It adds a little bit more to her. And then because you have... where is it? Is it the perfect build? I don't know, but it's what most people are trying. You have health and mana regen, so that helps you with jungling, and Diadem is stats. The active, or passive, I guess, is like for farming speed as well as you hit different camps, and then you go back for like power treads and then the radiance. I saw some people trying Battle Fury. I don't know how much I believe in that one. It doesn't, honestly, the build as a whole doesn't even matter. The concept of Spectre, even with Phylactery, which is like, let's say Power Treads Phylactery or Earn Phylactery, something like that, right? That would be the strongest early game build Spectre can do. How strong does that feel when these were the 4 heroes you saw with the 4 heroes on your team, right? She's just not, she's like the weakest, one of the weakest early game heroes you could pick to deal with the pressure that you expect to come in from this type of draft. Do you recommend maxing Shadow Step or Dagger? I actually don't know. I think the Dagger is still what people do because you can use it to farm multiple camps. Because you like stand here and you dagger like 2 camps. And then when you join fights, it's mostly with the Dagger. I think that's what people are doing. But Spectre's actually not considered good enough for like... I don't think a lot of people are playing her at the pro level because she's so slow. There's a whole bunch of Clinks. Ton of Clinks at the early level. Greener Eye. Does that answer your question? I don't know if you're still here. Oh yeah, you are here. How could the team have helped Spectre make it to the late game and finally get fat? It's really hard. You're seeing them try. You have to... Spectre has to have the space for the other 4 heroes to fight. But you're asking these 4 heroes, especially like Spirit Breaker and Shadow Shaman, are not as straightforward as Chen plus Skyrath. I don't know why I'm blanking so hard on that. They have a much easier time doing things. These 2 have a much easier time doing things. He has an easy time doing things. These are all heroes that function really well early. Spirit Breaker will initiate and tank, but he needs the teammates to do the damage. And then, like, this is not a damage dealer. This guy has a bad matchup and doesn't build damage. Lina is his only damage, so he's the only one he can work with, which goes back to, like, you need to pick a different carry who can also be damage, so you go and stun top, and your carry can help get these kills. Now he can do more. The best they can do, like, once you get to this point, is to avoid the enemy as much as possible, shove in lanes, creep drag, all that stuff. Like, anytime these guys group up mid to take this, you have to go shove other stuff out. They start going bottom, you have to shove everything else out. Because you pretty much just can't take a straight-on fight. Any fight with even net worth that you bring these guys versus these guys, all 5 heroes show up, you should lose every time to what these heroes offer. So you pretty much just concede all of your map to the enemy and hope that the Radiance timing is any good. But you would have lost so much that, like, by the time the Radiance is online, this guy's already got his mech, and then he can work towards a pipe, right? By the time it comes online, it's really tough. So that's why it goes back. Like, if I had to guess, and this is what I would be thinking if I saw the Spectre pick in my games, I'd be like, this pick is so bad, but we'll see if it works. That is probably why they all flamed. Why is Clink suddenly so popular? He got reworked and then buffed, His innate was bugged, where it was bypassing physical reduction rather than armor, so it was a lot better than it was supposed to be. But it is fixed now, and it's still pretty good, because Searing Arrows is back. Before, you had Tar Bomb. Tar Bomb was a slow, and it affected multiple things. Kind of cool. But Clinks cares about one guy. Like, Clinks wants to hit one person, so the AoE of Tar Bomb was not that important to him, and he would draw creep aggro to himself attacking like a normal hero. Searing Arrows can be orb walked, so you don't draw creep aggro by manually casting Searing Arrows. And then Death Pact is the same as usual. This one didn't really get changed, except that it doesn't create Skeleton Archer, so technically nerfed. But it still helps him through the laning stage, so you're still seeing like a... usually like 0, 2, 3 type build. And this is a ranged hero. Let's go back to like level 1. This is a ranged hero who has 48 damage plus 20. So this is actually a 70 damage ranged hero versus, let's say, Centaur. Centaur's usual strength is like, oh, high right click damage, good animation. So I will out deny those squishy drows, those Medusas, right? Like, they'll harass me, but I will get denies over them and stuff like that. And then you look at Clinks and he's like, I have your damage, and also I'm gonna have your health when I eat things. So he is a really strong early game hero who now he can now express that a little easier in the lane with Searing Arrows and then take objectives off of it. That is a lot of it. Other elements of the hero were the same. Like the Burning Barrage is the same. The other stuff is mostly the same. The build is still pretty similar to what it was in the past. The innate now, bypassing armor, is nice. That one's not like that creative. It's like, or like, you don't have to think that hard on it. It's just, it's easier to do damage. You know, strong early game hero who can take objectives and then is more effective versus armor, you know. The numbers just worked out for him. A lot of it is around... If you took away Searing Arrows back to Tar Bomb, it would be much harder to get value out of Infernal Shred. Right? This is what solidifies his laning stage compared to Tar Bomb. So Spec is in this game now. Could she have been picked second phase and got unlucky, etc.? So how to adapt with items. This is similar to the actual replay request I requested above. Try to adapt. Spectre could try to adapt a better early game build. Like if she had picked earlier and then you end up versus a very fast-paced lineup, we could push the responsibility from her to someone else in the late. Like let's say Lena last picked. Sure, we could do that. Although I would still say if you're picking Spectre and also like you see some of this stuff, you'd be... Well, let's not get into it. You need to go late. Like if you end up with this draft, this type of draft versus this draft, the theory is you will go late. So you have to have as strong as a performance in the lane as possible, and you have to slow down the enemy. So you have to show up, try to take power runes away from the mid. You have to creep drag so your bottom lane doesn't lose as hard as possible, and it also reduces Clinks' farm. So you got to do some creep dragging to get Centaur online and reduce what Clinks can do. Then once they're strong, they will take all your objectives, and every time they move up, you have to push everything else out. You have to try to cut creep waves when they're somewhere else. When they're pushing bottom, you might have to try to cut the bottom wave, right? Any chance you get, you have to go like rush a tower down. You cannot engage with the enemy because they're so much stronger than you. How you do that depends on what they show. So like, let's just jump to a random time. I want it to be like a random time when a fight's not immediately breaking out. Okay, so right here, they just took mid. So last tower they could go for is this one. If they head there, we need to immediately shove mid and top. The map is really dark. If we can get deep wards down and some of our own stuff, not deep wards, just wards that survive, sorry. We can see all their towers are up. So we can't even do anything that deep. we need to try to take a tower, because creep cutting is really hard when all the towers are up. Going back to like get the most you can out of the lane. Now, at any chance we get, we need to try to take a tower so that it becomes easier to creep cut bottom, gives us access to more stuff. We're only 12 minutes in the game, and we're in a pretty dire situation map-wise. So Spiritbreaker holding mid for his team, since who knows where they were going. They could have stayed mid, they could have gone bot. It looks like Axe is here. I saw Storm here. Not fully sure. So he's going to charge here, but So if the enemy overcommits, you do need to try. You need to show up and kill them, because they're so ahead of you. Any kill you get is a lot. It buys you a lot of time. It gets you a lot of gold. So if they overcommit, you should try to kill them if your heroes are able to. Spectre should haunt into this. Like, we're clearly committing a lot. We have the Serpent wards down. We're charging in. We have ult. Spectre should show up to this fight. Lina needs to run over to this fight. Centaur needs to commit as long as possible. He can't just like run away. He has to try to win this fight, assuming like, okay, Storm can't be here because he has a really good rune. This is really scary. We have like 10 seconds to win this fight before Storm can walk here and then use the rune and kill all of us. So we have to get whatever we can in 10 seconds and then scatter. On this Axe, who has Phylactery, Phase Boots, Wand, Raindrops, Chipped Vest. He's a very tanky hero. We should probably... Skywrath is probably easier to go for. Okay, Haunt, but she doesn't actually show up and she's chasing a Skywrath. She's not actually going to kill Skywrath. For Spectre's own sake, she should have been trying to kill this Axe because she wants the gold to speed up this Radiance time so her team's not on the back foot as long. Like, what is Spiritbreaker going to do with the kill gold he got? 300? What item is he going to get that changes it? It doesn't matter. Spectre needs to be the one trying to kill that Axe rather than pick up a second kill, which they're weak, so it's kind of hopeful to be trying to get more. So that particular play was pretty good. You see several heroes here. Okay, so how do we scatter from this? We really need to try to take this tower. I don't know where Clinks is, though, so I'm pretty scared, which is why, even though I said you don't need too many deep wards, is Clinks jungling or is he invis? If he's on our half of the map, even if we have wards down, we won't see him without also having sentries down, and we're also losing, so I only have so much money and so many sentries available. That's why having a deep ward 1 down will let me see when Clinks is jungling, because he doesn't do that invis. So now I know he's there, and now I know he's not up here. So getting some kind of ward down would be good. Spectre should be dealing with mid, rather than Spiritbreaker coming here and doing it. I would say Spectre, or the supports, like Shadow Shaman and Spiritbreaker, need to push with Centaur to try to give some confidence to damage this tower, and then also like set up the vision. I would say Lina also should do that. Lina should have pushed with them, because she didn't actually use her abilities. She is the strongest on her team, and then she fell back to like defensively split push this out. But we really need a tower. So Lina could have stayed for that. It'll be scary because they're really strong, but it turns out they're killing the Spectre here. And that would be okay. Like, you would see that happen and you would go, okay, we need to take this tower. We need to make use of the fact that they're killing our Spectre and actually take a tower to open up the map for ourselves. If you try to defend this, it's going to be pretty tough because you just saw how quickly they killed Spectre. So because they all came back, right? We didn't take this tower. We're not really pushing out lanes. We're all very defensive. You can see on our map, like everything is defensive. There's nothing looking for the... There's no aggressive play possible because there's no aggressive vision down. But a smoke into a single gank is doable. We saw them kill Axe. If you had a vision to see like, okay, 4 heroes are top, but Storm is here, you can kill the Storm. It is doable. It'll be tough, but you might be able to do it. So, like, I disagree with this choice. You should just lose top. You give up the tower. 13 minutes, 14 minutes in, you lose your top tower. And you have to use that time to try to take this tower and to set up vision in here. So then when they scatter from this, you have a window to do something. There is no defending this tower, you know, like this. There's no defending this tower. Spiritbreaker's pretty tanky, all things considered. Phase Boots, Bracer, all this stuff, right? And he just died so quickly. You can't engage with the enemy. How do you get deep wards down and like this? So when they killed that axe earlier, right, they had a window to push out and then set something up like here, for example, or like a little further. Those were your chances. Cases like this, it's very scary. This, who's gonna kill Shadow Shaman walking into their jungle right now? They're all here killing Centaur. So every time they kill one of your heroes somewhere, everyone else has to move out. You have to say 4 people are top. That means everything else is empty. The last guy missing is Chen, and then he's over here. I don't know why he's here. So we need to push mid, we need to push bot, we need to move into their jungle, put the deep wards down, and then all retreat out. As these guys finish doing this, and we don't see them, we all then need to retreat. But it's very like ebb and flow. As soon as they show, you have to push somewhere else. And it's really hard to coordinate in a pub game, even at a high level. Like, this is a pretty high game. And you can see I'm nitpicking. I make the mistakes in my own game, right? It's easier when we're just like watching free of stress. But anytime you try to engage in this stuff, you're banking on the fact like the enemies will make mistakes, and they will sometimes. But also, this is usually what happens, is like you run in and then you just die. Like, you delay this push a little bit, but then they just dive you because they're really ahead. So now they're getting this tower and getting kills. Actually, maybe this is an NA game. No, I think one of you already said it's SEA. This looks like NA though. Why are we engaging so much? They just want to fight, but you can't with the Spectre. Like, she still doesn't have this, right? So they should so now it's 8K, right? If we play the way I'm talking about, because they bring so many heroes, they can't farm that efficiently, but they will win every fight and will take all your towers. And they're going to do that as fast as they can and then farm up as best they can. You need to be full farming to keep this down so that when Spectre has her Radiance, let's say the Radiance were to finish around here with better farming, more map space, whatever, 18 minutes. You need to make it so that instead of this gradual incline like you see, and then the Radiance finishes and you go, oh shit, we're 11K behind. Like, how do we deal with that? You need to just permanently avoid them. And that way the gold lead stays down because you farm better and reduce the kills you give so that she finishes the Radiance and you're only 6K down, 7K, right? You're still behind, but it's closer. And then you have to keep fighting from there. It is very hard, though. You could smoke in deep ward. For most pub games, when smokes are underutilized, you can just do that. It's not really the best use and the best way to do that. I think I showed one example where the 4 of them, they were killing Centaur. That's your chance to do it without smoke, is that because Shadow Shaman is here, he sees 4 people killing his teammate here, and then he just runs over and he plays the deep ward. And you don't need to be smoked for that because no one's here because I know they're here. So that's why you mostly have defensive wards in this position, and then that's your chance to put the 1 deep ward down. The downside is Shadow Shaman was here pushing the lane to try to take this tower, and then Shadow Shaman's the only one here, so now Shadow Shaman has to choose between taking the tower, which we said is really good, but then also placing the deep ward, which we said is really good, and then we go, wait, he can't do both. Like, by the time he tries, they're going to show back up. That's why we need as few heroes defending as possible, possibly no heroes defending, but at least the fewest possible, so the rest are out on the map and we can hit all these objectives. People are pushing, people are getting the 1 deep ward down, this lane's being pushed, and then we are farming 2 lanes and a jungle while they farm 1 lane and some jungle, and we are ahead in farm. If they get kills and the towers, though, then they're ahead of us, especially if we are not farming because we're here watching them not farm, also not farming, but they're taking our towers and killing us, and we're not taking towers and killing them because we're losing. Okay, I'm gonna move on from that one. We still have more. We got to keep chugging along through. I do need more water though. I'm gonna be right back, and I'm gonna get water. Okay. We have a Winter Wyvern game. Downloading. Tried a couple games of Winter Wyvern and kind of like it. Tips for laning would be great. The skill build is a bit random, but I choose based on what I feel like we need. Healing or pushing lanes, etc. I prefer going bots because I feel I have more impact and I hate the slow move speed on Wyvern. Also wanted to show off my Winter's Curse around 41 minutes. Nice. I think this is my best play of the year. Hell yeah. All right, well, make sure to take a look at that. Maybe we start with that. No, we should end on that. That should be our peak highlight. Because this is Herald, you can try to be a little greedy and do things a little different. For example, you mentioned the Boots of Travel. I don't think I would approach it that way if I was interested in trying to climb out of Herald, but I do think it's like a way that it could work. And I think it's important to have like a vision and something you like to do. And if you want to make that work, as long as you learn to do it well, you can. So I'm up for that. My recommendation would be to go W max and get the shard. And that way you can still be a save and team fight, but you can also farm up really quickly, which is often, there's a lot of room for that in pub games. I would recommend that more than the Boots of Travel, because the Boots of Travel, you'd show up to a lane and you'd press W and you wouldn't kill the creep wave, so then you still need to kill it. So I would at least get those before thinking about Boots of Travel, and I would also challenge you to do it without the Boots of Travel, because a lot of supports should learn to split push, and you have to do it without Boots of Travel as you go higher up. That goes back to adapting to Herald Guardian if you want to try to get away with it. You know, we can see if we're going to use it. But I do think a lot of people mess up the Boots of Travel at lower ranks because you just don't see the opportunities to split push or like the way to do it. Plus, your team doesn't play in a way that makes it easy for you to do it. So I actually feel it's often lost in value to some degree. Nice move, though, on the smoke and then the warding out for your team. I appreciate that. If your team is going aggressive, I would just go with them, though, by the way. A lot of times people just scatter and then you can do what you did. Your team actually did go down here, so you might as well come as well and then place the ward to help them go for this first blood and be here for the first blood, and then when it's done, you fall back and you do the mid warding. Yeah, here like a fight happened. It was really close, but it doesn't look like we actually ended up with a kill. Oh shit, it worked out. Wrapped it back in, amazing. 3 for 1. But it would have been smoother to be here first, as we just finished talking about. A little scary to teleport there, but the deed is done. We'll move on. Okay, I saw you buy the boots first. I'm not gonna worry about it that much. What exact starting item you buy when you get like some kills and stuff, not as important as improving our like fundamentals and choices, I guess. So I'm not gonna worry about nitpicking that, because whatever you had bought compared to what we're doing right now, this is the bigger problem. So we're about to see that problem. So you TP in, let's take stock of what happened. We had that whole fight. You didn't use too much mana because you're not a super mana intensive hero. PL did use a bunch of mana, so I can't depend on him for any spirit lances. He is just going to be farming, and that's it. Like, he really cannot help me beyond that. And that's okay. We are not the strongest lane in the world. I actually am okay just dragging this out late and hoping this guy can carry, but we'll take advantage of what mistakes happen here, and maybe we'll still get kills anyhow. So you take a peek out, we see the Witch Doctor, and you start attacking. I like this, right? We'll just attack him a little bit. So far, you've gotten 3 free auto attacks, and he didn't do anything to you. He hasn't retaliated, he didn't use a spell, any of that stuff. You keep looking, but this happens. So now, we immediately run. This was all a one-on-one. And we could actually argue when you moved out, if Wind Ranger had been here, what you did would have been really dangerous. But I'll allow the wiggle room, you know, it's fine. He ran, so that was a one-on-one, and now once you see Wind Ranger, it's a 2-on-1. even though I have done more damage to Witch Doctor than he has done to me, I am not going to kill him. Not anytime soon. It's going to take me like 15 seconds to auto attack this guy to death. To match this damage, they both need to auto attack me 3 times and throw 1 spell. Because that's what I've done. I have used 1 spell and I've attacked about 3 times. It takes me 3 seconds to do that. It takes them 1 to 2 seconds to attack. And then they've actually passed me. In 2 seconds, they both attack twice. I've lost the trade. So we should take what we've gotten and just run away right now. Let's see if you get punished for this, right? Because we go in, 1 spell, 2 auto attacks, 4 auto attacks, and now I'm the same as Witch Doctor. You did get that 1 extra value attack on Wind Ranger to apply your Arctic Burn. So we can say this is actually still mostly an even trade for you, but I personally would have been happier. Witch Doctor took 150 damage. I am full health. Wind Ranger is full health. I think that's a better state for you rather than I have lost health, they have lost health. Because who's more likely to kill who when this guy has no mana? They are more likely to get kills on us than I am likely to finish this into a kill. So I just want to casually harass and distract and let PL farm. And the first part of what we did was exactly that, which is why it was great. And then we committed too far, maybe trying to get like maximum Arctic Burn value, but it's okay to let it go a little bit to waste. Oh, last second, actually pro Dota, hell yeah. You probably will not place this Observer anytime. This happens when sometimes you have a plan for this, fights break out, whatever, you don't get to place it. Now we've shown in lane and there's no way for us to place it without us being seen. That's okay, just backpack it, because at some point you will get a chance to ward. Much like hard supports, at some point you want to leave this lane, and we talk about putting it here, putting it here, putting it here, whatever, right? At some point you will get a chance to ward, so I'll just use this one rather than the one you usually buy later. You can think about it as if I placed the ward and it got killed, and we are playing the early game with 1 ward because the mid laner lost his, and then I gave him another on the other side, right? It's totally possible to play the game without placing the second Observer ward. So now that it's become difficult, just swap it out, stick your Iron Branch in, because the Iron Branch is useful, the Observer is not. Okay, we poke them each once. I don't mind that, but I actually do think you could have just hit the Witch Doctor. So let's come here. He chased too hard. He's past the creeps. This is bad, guys. I'm going to say you identify that, and not that you were just looking to harass him. You're just like, this is a really good trade. I'm going to do it. Excellent, right? So hit him once, hit him again, hit him again. Like, where's he going to go? Can Wind Ranger return fire? No. We just lay into this guy. If you want to hit Wind Ranger like you did, now he can start attacking you. And as Wind Ranger sees this happening, we decide, like, where's PL? He's back here. He still has no mana. So if the two of us fight the Winter Wyvern and PL has to spend the whole time running up, like, that's fine for us. And we have 2 abilities. Winter Wyvern has used 1, and that's all you have. So they can now, once again, balance us out if you get too close. But if you stay here, all of this will be free on Witch Doctor. He may return fire a little bit, but he is lower health than us, so we are in a better spot. We only have to run when Wind Ranger gets close. And that's why if we just hug at the edge near tree line, at any moment we can just go behind the tree to Fog of War both of them. So you don't actually want to walk this close, right? If we're thinking about Witch Doctor, we're too close. You're thinking about that extra hit on the Wind Ranger, which you get, and they're not punishing you for it. That's what I want to highlight. It's not that this is good and working. They are not punishing you for doing this, which goes back to what you can get away with in Herald. But at some point, like, you do this in Immortal, and Witch Doctor will just turn and fight. Well, Witch Doctor wouldn't have walked. Well, he maybe in NA Immortal he would have walked up here and did this. But further back, he will turn and fight you. Wind Ranger will turn and shackle you or power shot you, and now you are losing the lane. So I would have been happy further back. Now that they let me get away with it, let's pretend they were just here all along and I used this ability from here. Now you're good again, right? So we went from good, bad, good. So now it's okay again, where now we're just poking for free and Witch Doctor's not returning fire at all. Support players, you've got to. Now we're back to bad, right? So now Arctic Burn is ending. I have lost sight of Witch Doctor. So it's not like, oh, if I walk a little further, I'll get one more auto attack. I have to walk all the way over here to go find Witch Doctor. So we're going from 1 second of moving forward for one more auto attack to now 5 seconds forward for one more auto attack. And how much worse is my positioning? Way worse. Way worse. Earlier trades were here. Here was good. Here was bad. Here was good again. And then we leave. Now we're bad again because I am behind this creep line at any, technically not any moment, when the creeps get here, right? If we stick around too long, the next creep wave gets here, right? And sometimes you're not paying attention. They're much closer than you realize. I'm sandwiched between creeps. 2 heroes are on me, and my 1 hero is further back. Technically, the 2 of us could go on the Wind Ranger, but earlier we said Phantom Lancer cannot do anything. He has no mana. He cannot contribute. So he's not a real hero right now. That's not 100% true, but it's how we're framing it in our mind. And especially for Herald, even when this guy has mana, I am still thinking it this way, right? Like, that guy is not a hero. It's just me. So I need all the free harass, and I can't trust him to make the right play to make certain aggressive maneuvers work out because he might not do it. I don't want to depend on that. If Witch Doctor were trading with you right now, that would be a really bad trade, like what we just went through. Because he only ran away, it ended up okay. So it's another situation where we have made a mistake, but it's not being punished. What are we doing here? Were we thinking about you might have been thinking about like items to buy or what ability to level up with level 2. So right here, I'm pretty happy with how things have gone, right? The lane is still here. You blocked this camp. We have this camp. I don't think you need to do a pull. So waiting for now is good. I know Witch Doctor's somewhere on the left. So because I know he's on the left, maybe he's wrapping around. But he has to wrap around real far for us to not see him because of the vision in lane, right? We actually see kind of far back. So we can start moving this way. I guess if I was going to give you the exact path, I would go this way. So we're behind the tree. And then we start trying to poke Wind Ranger from around here. And just poke 1-for-1 trades. Technically, she's winning because she has better damage than I do. But I'm a support. I'm about to hit level 2, and I'll have insane healing potential with Cold Embrace. So if the support and the offlaner are trading, let's say it's even a losing trade, so let's say 60-40, pretend we didn't even have a heal, that's still pretty good for us because we're a support player who's willing to buy more consumables, and they are core players who want to be greedy and go for the early items, whatever they're building towards, so they may skip consumables even when they shouldn't. And it also frees up our PL, who is our true goal, right? To just keep giving this guy space. So I'm totally fine trading 1-for-1. I just don't want to take the bad trades with the Witch Doctor. Okay, there we go. Maybe I didn't know where he was. I lost track. I got scared. Boom. I caught sight of him over here. I actually don't know if you caught sight of him. If we go back to your cam, earlier, the reason I know he's here is because he walked out of lane over here. What were you looking at? Okay, he's flashing on your mini-map, but I don't think you actually... If you're thinking about items right now, you definitely don't see him because you're looking here. But also, going back to camera work, this is why, like, moving the camera to the most useful areas is important. Even as you buy items, this is probably not really noticeable, but if you do watch pro players, like, you still kind of, like, look at this side with peripheral vision as you, like, buy items, so you can see, like, this kind of stuff. And that way you might now have an update on where the Witch Doctor is. I see him go here. So now I'm stepping over here. I'm attacking Wind Ranger. If I don't want to draw creep aggro, I attack, I back out, do the trick. You know, like, drop aggro, come in, back out, aggro, walk in, attack, back out, repeat. And we're just chipping down the Wind Ranger. And if she trades with us, I step back here, I heal myself, and then I repeat. Here, right? 2-on-1, I am behind the creeps. The next creep wave could be coming in. You're actually at a good time to do this because the creeps are further back. But I still want to, like, point it out because this is Herald. I don't think maybe I'm discrediting you. I don't want to encourage this because it's very easy to just be doing this out of habit and not like, oh, I know exactly where the creep wave is. Like, that's very high level to always be also thinking about the creep wave while doing this stuff. And if you are, fantastic. More power to you. Amazing. But for most players, they will not be keeping track of where the creeps are. And then they'll go, oh shit, the creep wave. Oh no, it's bad. You know, so I don't want to encourage it. And then only once you get really high level and you are thinking exactly about where the next creep wave is, would you attempt this kind of stuff. Okay, after this creep wave, you could heal PL. See? Where was the creep wave? Oops. I drew aggro with Arctic Burn. Maybe you didn't show. You had your ward here, moved this way, and now you don't have it. You need to swap this back in for separate reasons, but if they see you now, they know you were somewhere on this side. So it's here, it's in this area, anywhere in this area could be, or it's here. They don't know exactly where because you did stay out of sight long enough, but I do know it's on the left if I'm paying a lot of attention. I'm like super try-harding off stream. I've slept, I've had my caffeine, I hate the guy on the other side. Hate's a strong word. He flamed me in the last game, I want to beat him this time, you know? Ultra try-hard mode, I don't know where he just warded on this left side, but if I wanted to roam, then I know this right side is pretty free. So again, here, right? You are pushing a little too hard on these. You don't need the max value. Even though it's nice, it's very good to hit both heroes with Arctic Burn when possible. This, ignoring the creep aggro, that was probably, this part's the mistake. If you do it from a little further, you're good to go. Casual harass on our Wind Ranger a couple times. She's backed away. Witch Doctor's coming in. I only get 2 auto attacks with my Arctic Burn, let's say. Not as great value as I would like. But what did I accomplish? Ignoring this creep aggro, let's pretend we didn't do this. This lane is managing itself, right? We're not losing equilibrium, and we don't have to gain equilibrium because this is even. So we're trusting our PL. Please, PL, do it right for me, right? PL has complete freedom to last hit and deny in this situation, and denies would be happening if this range creep was not aggroed, so that's the mistake, if that wasn't clear. He's getting complete freedom. He's not being harassed by the Wind Ranger, nor the Witch Doctor, and they cannot get last hits nor denies, and I am not worried about them pulling or creep dragging or unblocking or anything because I see them both here. So the Arctic Burn value, reduced. But everything else is great. I'm very happy with everything else. And the only thing that would ruin this in the long term is if I take a really bad trade and suddenly I can no longer do what I need to do. And that's why I'm okay turning around here, because if these guys kill me or get me really low, now, even though I did all this harassing, 2 of them can fight PL. Like, let's talk this Witch Doctor. He is low health. If I am out of the picture, though, can't the 2 of them still threaten PL? 2 level 2 heroes versus 1 level 3 PL? Maybe a little bit extreme, but it's doable. Like, drop the spells, attack him, they can push him off the wave, they can get equilibrium, they can do pulls because I'm gone, right? Suddenly, my very happy situation could be really far out. And the only way that happens is if I can't play the lane anymore. And that's why, like, there's a pretty big risk to chasing further, and the reward is like, oh, the Wind Ranger's a little lower, you know? It's not like I'm gonna kill her here. It's not like I'm gonna kill the Witch Doctor. It's just a little bit more harass. But that doesn't, it doesn't tip me from I'm in an okay situation. Thank you, Corbin. Hold on, wait, I'm gonna mute that so it doesn't read over everything. We're not pushing from like bad to good, from medium to good. We're like good to maybe a little better because she took a little bit more damage and maybe we'll kill her down the line. But the risk is a lot. So be a bit more careful. You're not getting punished too much for it yet. I know it sounds funny because like we look at you and like, I'm still full health, I'm still full fine. But I want us to build the better habits so that in the future, as you play these people who will punish you, we don't just like go up and then go back down. Go up, go back down, because we're making that mistake. Do I need to pull? If I keep checking the lane, I actually don't need to do a pull here. So as you do this is where we like stop, like as you attack and we check one more time, you would stop command and then like snap back to your hero, run back this way. You actually don't want to do this pull. This is going to throw off equilibrium. It looked like we needed to. Let me see. Let me look at your player perspective. You were actually trying to gather information, which is very good, right? When did you see... we didn't check again before doing this. Maybe you knew he was pushing from earlier and you thought, oh, I'll do a pull. Let me check the other stuff. But I think you forgot to check back in again and then realize, oh, wait, it has resolved itself. I don't need to do this pull anymore. So one more check there, and then you'd be in a really good spot. I thought I was pretty safe with E and Fairy Fire and Lotus. That's true, like you're probably not gonna die. But the question is, do I want to have to use my Fairy Fire and Lotus? Do I want to have to use this and use the mana, get the cooldown if I don't have to? I think that's kind of the big difference of it could work, but I could be forcing myself to use items I could just save for other opportunities. So that's what, if there was a bigger reward, like, oh, I thought I was safe and I thought I could kill him. Now we're talking like, okay, there's like a reward at the end of it. But to go back to it of like, the reward is just a little bit more damage, but the risk is having to use my items and cooldowns. That doesn't really feel as worth it to me if I'm already in a good situation. Pudge is hooking everyone. All right. I think that's a pretty good breakdown of the lane. Let me see what your other question was. Okay, let's take a look at like two more things. One, you said you like bots. Wait, do we do it after Arcane Boots? Oh, you back out of it. Okay. I'm gonna try to find opportunities for you to split push without needing bots. Or we finish them. Okay, we finish them here. So we're gonna look for two things. Are we using them correctly? And could we do what we're doing without them? Kind of just jumped in here, so not fully sure how we got to this point. One, I mentioned earlier, because we're going for bots rather than Arcane Boot Shard, we can't actually push as well. We can move around the map better, but our actual split pushing is reduced because of the choice for bots rather than Shard and Splinter Blast, which maybe doesn't sound like a lot, but Shard and Splinter Blast is an instant wave clear. So compare that to auto attacks into Splinter Blast. Every creep wave would save you 5+ seconds. Speaking of the boot to travel time save of teleporting around and all that, right? If over the course of multiple creep waves, I'm saving 5 or more seconds, then I can actually just walk to more places and get more done. Okay, we are smoking and bringing the PL, but he does have Manta and Diffusal, so actually I'm up for this. We didn't push this out though, so we're kind of revealing what we're doing. If they see your cast, it wasn't even from Fog of War, so I would recommend that. But also, before you did this, you just watched him. So I see Juggernaut pushing bottom. I want to smoke. Someone needs to deal with this first. Thank you. So,
Sup Foo. 3
Sup,
years
Foo.
ZQuixotix chick protector.
Joy K, thank you. I am Foo. What's up? We need to deal with this. Have Pudge do it. You do it. PL to do it, that's fine. Someone's got to deal with this, and then you smoke and go. If this is just here, and I recently saw you here, and now you're not, and now it's just here, it's kind of weird. You're going somewhere else, or there's a smoke happening, and either way would be kind of suspicious. And then especially if I'm looking at it and I see a Splinter Blast come through. We're walking past. We just have to like blindly jump in, because actually, now that now that we're looking even further into it, this is a smoke when we don't have any deep wards down. The one you have is up here, but it wasn't giving us information. I only knew about Wind Ranger. I just saw Dazzle in the mid lane. So down here, this actually ends up being a great Winter's Curse, but the chance of running into 3 heroes was possible. And maybe you felt okay because you're winning. Yeah. But it is kind of risky. Pushing lanes in is how you get the information. Like, it's why you're seeing Dazzle and it's why you're seeing Wind Ranger, because the lanes have pushed in. So if you're not sure, just pushing up to the tower is pretty safe. And then you go from there. And if they fight you there, you just Winter's Curse someone, right? So far, just to recap, haven't needed the bots yet. And also, we are just with the team, so we actually don't need it. In fact, Arcane Boots would be better here. Arcane Shard, you don't always go Arcane Shard. Sometimes you go like Arcane's Blink, Arcane Support Item. But let's just talk Arcane Shard, because the idea of your boot to travel is I want to try to make use of this in my Herald games to split push and play the map better. And I would say if that's your interest, Shard is your best bet as the alternative build for having the instant wave clear. Blink could be another to do it's good for your ultimate, and then you could split push more aggressively because you could blink out. That's what I want to compare, and we don't have to talk through like every other possible build to save time. Comparing Arcane Shard to this, the Arcane Shard would be better. Mana for the team, Shard for the fight. Did we use Boot to Travel? I actually walked here, or I was here when we jumped here, and then I just went with the team. So actually there was no Boot to Travel value yet of like, I'm somewhere else, then I TP in. That's okay, it's just our one instance, but I want us to paint that picture here. We take this fight, and it ends up backfiring. This is why smoking without vision is not always great. Like, sometimes it doesn't go our way. Do need to kill this healing ward. It's healing people up too much. Try to take that out. That's one of your best uses of Arctic Burn. Compare this to just, like, hitting the tower, and then when they come to fight, you could use the ult and stuff like that. It would be less pressure and all this. In the middle of this fight, you should drop the Observer, though, because part of this is, like, why we did this. So we should just, at some point, we need to put it. I like the idea of, I don't know if that was a misclick or like, oh, I need to see this guy, let me ground vision sentry. Okay, it has wrapped back around to kind of working. Killed a ward. Pudge is back this fight so long. I don't know, is this up or the bug? Okay, it was up. We're taking out, gotta get rid of these heroes. So after the smoke in here, we never placed any of the wards. We never made the play. So that's a separate issue. Back to the idea of Boot to Travel. Okay, so now I'm walking to the same area Ancient Apparition is, and Top is shoving in. So ignoring if we should or should not be doing this as the support, because we're doing Boot to Travel, and we're talking about the use of this, and we want to be doing this stuff, even if, I would say for a higher level game, I'd be like, this is really our job. A support, like, should be here, and the core should go up. But if we're trying to do it for Herald, then we need to be teleporting up here and pushing this out. And no one else would have to go, because that's how we're making use of the Boot to Travel. Oh, I don't have mana? Okay, so we can go home and then TP out. Or go home, walk out, and then teleport to the team. One of those two uses is how we would use Boot to Travel. You actually missed a lot of creeps because we took so long. You could have probably TP'd up here, cleared it with auto attacks, and then walked home. Because I had to TP up here, I can't join this fight. That's a little bit of a unfortunate nature of having to walk back and forth, so I'm not going to worry too much. But ideally, we would be here with the Boot to Travel, and that's how we would get better use out of this. If we wanted to split push with Arcane Boots and Shard, Splinter Blast as it's ending, boom, the whole creep wave is dead right now, and we're already moving towards the Twin Gate to join this fight if we want to. If we don't, then we probably keep going. Oops. Not going to worry about that. Okay, bots available again. So as people respawn, let's make sure we are showing up to stuff. Now, do I want to TP here and fight? There's actually no tower, So I'm actually not that interested in joining this. So how can I maximize the boot to travel? It's to push in multiple lanes. If mid is going to go under the tower before these guys are up, then we're going to lose a lot of creeps, and it's going to slow down the push, so I should go deal with that now. If I don't care, and like I want to push this right away while I know these heroes are here, I don't want to wait, I want to get farm for myself, it's the idea of the boot to travel, then I'm TPing here right now and shoving this in. But you're going to start seeing the downsides of the boot to travel as support, which is like, aren't the core supposed to get this farm? It's like, yeah, kind of, but like, this is the way necessary to play with the boot to travel, is to be pushing all this stuff, so we're gonna get really rich, which is the whole idea of playing this way, and then I will outscale, which then brings us to, like, is Winter Wyvern the best scaling support to do this type of build with? Kinda, because she had, like, that core phase and everything, but it's not as good now. So here's our window where we're missing the boot to travel value. We're not pushing in multiple lanes. And we're actually just losing it to this. If we have Arcane Shard, right, I'm showing very briefly. I am the combo, Cold Embrace. After 3.5 seconds, I'm casting the W, kills everything. And then I'm out. I'm walking over. I could be twin gating. I could be jungling, right? I could be doing more. I could be walking to mid to start pushing this in for my team, ward along the way. But here, I don't have it, so I just have to auto attack and then Splinter Blast. So it takes me a little longer to do this stuff. Okay, we are using boot to travel over. Didn't ward anywhere top, though, while we were here. A little bit of a separate issue, but for warding, whether you have these or not, as you do these kind of plays as support, and you have a lot of observers, make sure you try to, like, drop it before you go. Okay, we do show up and get a kill, so that part, we can say boot to travel paid off. On the other hand, a regular town portal scroll is 80 seconds. And the amount of time we took from TPing here and pushing and waiting, I didn't check. I feel we might have had the regular teleport again. And let me just go back to see. When did we teleport? We've already done it. It is 22:43. And then I jump forward a minute, jump forward 10 seconds. The replays bug out. I rewind again. Here we are, 24. So we actually would have had the regular teleport for this. So currently, haven't seen a boot to travel value quite yet. Had an opportunity for multiple lanes pushing, which if we had done, would have pushed top here, TP'd out mid, pushed this out, which no one ever did. So this would be actually here right now as they are doing this, which means either while this fight happens, my team is taking mid, or like the creeps are damaging it, even if they don't get it, or someone got baited to come do this. In the way Lion got baited to come top, when I push this in from here, I boot to travel here, I push this one in, one of these guys, creeps, they TP here, and now we're ganking just the Juggernaut, just the Witch Doctor, 2 of them, not like everyone. It looks like it's going to work out this time, but sometimes with the amount of heroes here is how we lose fights. Like earlier, oops, I ran into 3, the initial fight goes bad. But if one of them had been baited to go somewhere else, then that works out better. Oh my god, the bash. All right, I want to use boot to travel value. So I should not be involved in this. If anyone can go anywhere, it's me. Core, support, whatever, the boot to travel, right? I must do something else is what this item is. I also have observers though, so I have to go place them. I have 9 seconds, so let's get out of here. Let's go deep ward, and then let's go push a different lane. You want to push multiple? Twin gate, push top back out, teleport mid, push this out. So I'm pushing 2 lanes with my boot to travel, and then in just 40 seconds, I'll be able to show up to my team again. If I hang around the team, I should have had arcane boots. I should have had regular support items. Currently, I'm just moving with my team. Okay, now we teleport. But, so this is good, but going back to the how do we get the full value out of what is a pretty expensive item, boot to travel, and it doesn't have to be perfect for this rank, but just pushing you guys, 40-second cooldown. So it is kind of a big deal to spend 10 extra seconds with the team when I'm supposed to teleport right away. That's 1/4 of the cooldown. So the sooner you identify this and move, we're getting a lot more out of boot to travel. If we do wait and then go, you know, at some point, 10 seconds, I could have made it to the twin gate and I could have just stepped out. And in fact, I would still tell you that off of this fight, You could still walk to the Twin Gate, which is better because of the extra move speed on Boots of Travel compared to Arcane Boots. Auto attack this, and then teleport here and push us out. Or your team keeps going. I teleport back into the creep wave as these guys respawn and a fight breaks out, right? So that is how we would see more Boots of Travel value. Is actually making use of the moving as well, Twin Gates or otherwise. So we actually twin Boots here to run over. Okay, I'll tell you what, that also worked. So we can, I'll give you credit for that one. It was kind of telegraphed. I actually think the enemy should know when you see this happening, but it paid off. It worked. Make sure we deep ward while we're here. Oh shit, it's not working. That's okay. Okay, so we did get a ward down. We're backing out, so we start pushing this again. Boots of Travel, ready to go. So how do we min-max this? Keep an eye on bottom, and we could show up there, and otherwise we auto-attack top. Missing some creeps because we're not doing the other build, but that can be okay, just like getting the lane, shoving in, doing this stuff. But then we're jungling here, which is kind of funny. Like, you could have been here getting these creeps and then jungle this stuff rather than fall back all the way here. And then there's a fight going on bottom, but I don't think you didn't look. So that's Boots of Travel's value potential. And while you jungle, this is what you got to be looking at. Should I be showing up to this kind of stuff? Should you? I don't know, but you need to at least look. Now, we're a little late on that. Which I don't blame you for, but it does go back again to why I think Boots of Travel are hard to pull off until a certain rank, because it does require all these quick decisions and good map awareness to know, like, I'm showing up on time or not. Otherwise, as a passive item, I lose the value. All right, we ended up walking to this fight, so I could have walked here with Arcane Boots as well. Okay, Boots of Travel, but we would have a regular town portal at this point. But we did show up here, and the value is I can TP back to my team soon. That means I gotta stop using spells, because if I TP back to my team, I can't actually do anything. I also actually can't teleport because I don't have the mana. I have the clarity going, but then I'm gonna have one spell. So I need to save mana. I need to deal with this with auto attacks. Unless your idea is like, I'm gonna walk home and then teleport out. That could also work, but if Juggernaut stays here, he's just gonna shove this lane in again. Okay, so we walk home. Spirit Breaker is now charged bottom. That's a separate topic, by the way, of whether we should do Boots of Travels when you have something like Spirit Breaker. You can get away without doing it. Okay, we teleport back out to play with him. Nothing's actually happening here right now, though. So I would say this is where now we are teleporting in. What was my example earlier? Corporate Dota, where we're middle management just watching him do one job instead of doing two separate jobs. If you think someone's going to show up, this is fine. But Boots of Travel talk, this is where you walk top, farm this stuff, and then TP as necessary. And this is now the new job that we are doing, and he is doing the other job, and then I help him with his job as necessary with the Boots of Travel. But if I walk here, I am just watching him do one job instead of doing two different jobs. And potentially, with Arcane Boots, we may not have had to go home, because I may have had enough mana with the Arcane Boots constant usage to stay in the lane. So in the end, he charges away. We push this in a little further. This is okay. I see Lion and Jug pushing top. So someone may have to deal with that, and that's where Boots of Travels. I'm thinking it might be me. But I'm walking to my team as if, you know, this is where Arcane Boots is fine. And now we're smoking and moving. And we're kind of having to be the one to do it, but I don't want to be the one doing it. Like, if you're the Boots of Travel builder, you usually don't want to go here. And also, if you do smoke, go with them. You had a different idea in mind, but can't control them. Can only control yourself. So they went in, and we're not here. All right, this fight's kind of Jover. We're going to try to get out alive. Holy shit, we actually got him. I take it back. Greatest team in the world. Still kind of iffy. Good ult. Get out. Run. Ah. Oh my god. Saving him. Holy shit, it's working. Oh, damn. Almost. Ring around the rosy? Fantastic. So you go home. I would argue you could probably have TP'd here to push this out. I know that's scary though, so I'm gonna say it's okay to go home. And then now we walk top to jungle and push this out. And then we can boot to travel back to my team as necessary. Trying to keep an eye on them. And you TP to your team. This could have been done with regular teleport. The like walk top, teleport out. I think you missed there was already a sentry there. And now we're the first one in. But I should be the last one with boot to travel. I'm gonna stop there, because otherwise I think we've made the point on it. I wanna see your God Gamer Arctic Curse. I think it was here. And then we gotta keep going. There's like a whole bunch of replays we gotta do. Yeah. This is why recursive is so good in pub games. Oh my god. Got 3 people killed with 1 ult. And there's the 4th. Excellent. By God! By God Almighty! They killed him! Blue flash, thank you. Sorry, yeah, I know the YouTube integration doesn't always go through because I don't have it set up. I need to double check the rules because I think when you multi-stream, you're technically not supposed to show it. I do want it to make a noise, and I was looking into that a little bit. I just didn't get to it fully because of other stuff. I know I tend to ignore the YouTube donations for a little bit. I usually see them later, but they do get, it is off for a bit. Let's go up here. If you do know, if you or anyone knows a way, I currently use Stream Elements to multi-stream. It does show both YouTube and Twitch, but the overlay I use for the sound alerts and all that, I only know how to get it to work with one channel at a time, like the Twitch, or I could have it work with only YouTube stuff, but it wouldn't have Twitch stuff. I don't know how to get it to do both. And that's what I was like kind of looking into. I saw some other programs that did it. The last time I looked into it, it didn't seem possible. Because multi-streaming is relatively new, it didn't seem like there was a tool to easily do it. If someone knows how to do it, feel free to let me know like what I should look into. I guess I gotta double check the rules as well. I'm a goody two shoes on if I'm supposed to show both or not and all that. No, you're good. I totally understand what you're saying. No worries. Which one are we doing after this? I think it's yours. Let's see, that was Helix. Yeah. It is your Luna game. I can download this, right? Yes. I need to drink. I guess it's not more. I already drink a lot of water. I have a mild headache because the casting has thrown off my sleep schedule. And when my sleep schedule gets too weird, I'll get these mild headaches. Gotta drink, make sure we hydrate. Mitigate it. I don't even know if I should go, guys. Okay, so I was casting, and then coming this weekend, we have more casting. I don't even know if I should be trying to fix my sleep schedule or if I should just continue to be waking up at like 3 a.m. for the whole week, even though I don't need to until the weekend. But it feels wrong to just like fluctuate. But I don't have my schedule for this weekend yet, so then I might do that, and then it's like, oh, it's actually normal hours. So, oops. Okay. 3 a.m. play some real degen dotes. You know what I like to do, Joy? When I wake up for the EU cast and it's like in the middle of the night, I like to come check my friends list to see who's playing, and then I'll message them like, I'll say something like, I respect the degen Dota or something like that. I like to see who it is. And they'll ask me like, are you still up or just woke up? Which side of it? That's how you know you're in degen hours. It was like the person I'm talking to is either up really late or has woken up really early. Okay, I lost track of it again, even though I just had it. Okay, here we are. This is a Luna Crusader game, but it's partied, so I see there's some mix of ranks here. And you said your legend friend felt like you weren't aggressive enough. You had low hero damage, but focused on farming and towers. Was I too passive or playing correctly? That's a great question. So we'll skip past the laning stage, because that kind of question comes up more once you are left to your own devices into, I need to get my items to then join the team. So I'm going to start with kind of this window here, is where I would say it's the most important to get this in. And then after this, you should actually start leaning towards, you should still farm, but you should be much more likely to join fights once you have whatever your power spike is, which for Luna is usually, well, let me see what build you actually did. So you went the Mask of Madness, Manta, Ags. So I would say around here is when you're good to go. So if you focus on farming, but join some fights, we'll see, this, like, whatever the item timing is for whatever carry you're playing, you're getting that item and you're saying, okay, now I am more in fight mode and I farm, as opposed to I farm and sometimes I fight. And then especially as we get like Aegis BKB, we're fully online at that point. So let's just hop in, take a look. I heard your cat trying to help with the cast. Oh man. I even tried, over time, I am learning ways to help keep him settled in for these bizarro hours, right? This is why they meow a little bit, because suddenly it's like, you're so off schedule. I keep the doors closed, I give him a little snack, all that jazz that helps. But usually at some point, especially as it starts to get into like full daylight, but my fiance is not awake yet, but it's entering the time where we could be awake, that's when he starts to lose it. If it's purely in the middle of the night, then the cat settles in. It's Jupiter. Hephaestus is always quiet. You guys never hear Hephaestus. It's always Jupiter. But once it starts to enter the point where one person's awake but the other's not, he loses it. And he starts meowing a ton. I don't know. I'm looking at the wrong hero. Okay. Oh, someone watched that Smurf video. Sitting far back. A little further back would actually be better. Just to nitpick a little, because you actually have to like run around, which is going to add a little time. If you're on this side, it's a little safer. Also, you're in range of observers around here. If they're committing it for the first blood, warding video soon. I'm going to do an updated warding video. You'll hear about it there. Actually, I don't know if you will, because I already started doing some initial takes. This happens every time I try to make a warding video, guys. In my head, it's like, oh, it'll be easy. I'll just go over the spots. I'll talk about why to place them. We'll move on. And then I realize there's like, let's be nice. Let's say there's 50 warding spots in Dota, and you talk about each one for 1 minute, which is fairly quick, I would say, to be like, these situations are when it's good. Be careful of this. You have to be really fast. There's way more than 50, and there's a lot you could say about different warning spots. Every time I do this, I start to realize, I'm like, oh God, actually it's gonna take forever. And then it takes me a million takes, because I don't wanna do like a 2-hour video. I don't wanna do 4 separate videos. on like 3 different things. I want to cram it all into one video. I forget, and every time I go to do it, I'm like, oh, it'll be easy to do a warding video. And then I remember, I'm like, I'm an idiot. It's so hard. It's so hard to freaking jam everything in.
Wait.
One of the main complaints that I got Flame Force that I wouldn't go high ground, respond to the team, but I felt that we were taking towers just with Manta Illusion, so why take the risk? Okay, we'll try to take a look at some of those as well. Using Manta to slowly push does sound fine with me. There are times you need to be the one doing it, but it's like case by case, so let's take a look. I said I would skip through this though, so let's see. It's with the puck, right? Yeah, okay, so Jakiro is not with you. I think you have, let's see. Okay, so power treads are on the way to you, and this is where I'd say you can start just focusing on farm. So right now, yeah. We do the hard camp, power treads are gonna get here, farming speed's gonna go up. Ooh, gotta be a little careful though. I actually don't think you even need to show in the lane. I know it's not, I'm sidetracking myself again, but so here, this is kind of a big camp. Literally, it's the big camp, but also it's stacked. And it's going to take a while to clear through because some of them are kind of chonky. This is the worst combination. You have the extra regen from the Satyr, and then the Acorns are fairly high armor. So it's going to take you a while to do this. If you constantly kite this way, they're going to have a chance to snipe it. Kiting this way will be safer, but you'll be further away from the creeps. But when I look at where the creeps are, I think we have that time. So I would say if you went this way, you would also bring yourself closer to your power treads to get them a little sooner. And then you may end up missing this creep wave, but it's not worth as much as this camp, so it would be okay. You do come over, but you actually get too close. This is your attack range. Now we're in a better spot. And up here is when you got hit by the Thunderstrike. Back here, you had been okay to get this creep. Just kill these 2 creeps and then use the Lucent Beam to get this one, and then you can stay back here this entire time. If I can stay on this side next to the tree line the entire time and then go straight back to your hard camp. Nitpicking. Speeding forward again. Okay, so I am in jungle mode mentality. I don't know if I would buy that regen and the wand. I would just save up for your Mask of Madness. If you really want, you can buy 1 regen consumable and then push your way to the Mask of Madness. Jakiro should leave you alone, and you should just be jungling here. You would just come do this stuff. You would do your own pull right now, which would bring the lane in, you shove it out, and then you go jungle this way. And then you wouldn't even bother with the tower. You would just jungle right now. It's what I would recommend for Luna as well. You don't need to worry about any of these tower stuff. Just hit your critical mass. When you hit the critical mass, you can take every building, like, instantly. I guess I shouldn't say never do it, but you don't really have to do it. I would want Jakiro. Jakiro should leave you alone already. I think you do want to take this tower, but you really don't need to. Okay, so now he's going to leave us alone. So we'll officially begin I am mostly farming to get to my items, but I will see if a good fight shows up and I want to be there. Otherwise, Eclipse is your safety net and is the reason you don't have to go join a fight. Something like Chronosphere, you often want to go get kills because you're not that fast of a farmer. So you're more likely to show up and use Chronosphere to get the kill and then go back to farming. You can do the same with Luna Eclipse, but if it sits passive a little longer, you have such good farming speed that the fact that this is a deterrent, that is like, I want to go get Luna, but I'm just going to get eclipsed. What's the point? And they leave you alone. If you leave a Faceless Void alone, it's bad, but he doesn't farm that fast, so it's not as bad. You leave the Luna alone for like 2 minutes, she's cleared the whole jungle twice, so you still have to engage with her. So for Luna, if you don't use Eclipse, it is a bit more okay. But there can still be good fights to use it for. Let's say you join a big fight, you get multiple kills and take a tower. That's where I'd say it's pretty worth it. Oh, if we stack here. Come on, die. I need to stack. Oh! Damn, we're trying. I appreciate the attempt. If you use the Lucent Beam on the camp a little sooner, you'll get both. This one won't stack, but you'll clear this, you'll stack this, and then this will respawn. Either way, really good. For Crusader, this is exceptional. Then you actually came up. I guess you want your Mask of Madness before you try to do that one. I would say you can just do it, especially because you have tangos. And it probably would have been easier to wait a little bit, because now it's hard to get the stack that, the third stack. Oh, but you did it anyways! Greatest Luna player in the world. Do this from the high ground. You'll take a little less damage. You see how they're still making to? You can still be a little higher. And they'll still walk back and forth. Oh, God. Yeah, from here. You'd have taken a lot less damage if you would just stand, like, further up. Oh, my God. Ah, you're scaring me, dude. You're scaring me. You're making me so nervous. Learning the limits of the hero. We're learning. Yeah, just be a little further back. You have enough range to do it. And you're okay. And then you don't need that salve because you'll just tango and use one. So Mask of Madness is a little bit of a mana cost, but for how long it takes, 16 seconds with 2.2 mana regen, this is free if this is the only thing you're using. Full mana, you don't need to be full mana. So feel free to use the occasional Lucent Beam to help speed you up in farm, to finish the big creeps, finish Ancients, use it to stack, things like that. Don't go overboard, because if you run out of mana, then yeah, I can't join anymore with this stuff. You want to have enough for like 2 Lucent Beams and an Eclipse, I would say, and the teleport, which will be about half your mana pool, a little bit more. But if you have wand charges, you can be about half. So feel free to use the occasional Lucent Beam to make sure we're still getting mana regen value. And then the Mask of Madness will heal you up enough. You don't need the salve. You, in fact, still have a tango. You see you're gaining health. It's only Ancients. Everything else will easily heal through. Ancients that are stacked are what cause you to take some damage. But with a little better kiting, you'd be okay. You'll still take some, but not so much that you can't just heal through it. Okay, I want to go back a little bit, because I got so caught up on you doing this Ancient camp, I wasn't looking around. So I'm just going to look at the mini-map this time. So your team took mid. I would say they didn't need you here. So this is fine to be farming. They came down here, which is actually a mistake. This is actually pretty bad. So this whole wave that was slowly pushing to the Luna was supposed to be for her. And the supports are supposed to be going up here with like techies and puck. Like they should be moving in this area now, not down here. So you got a little griefed, but we also griefed ourselves a little bit with how much damage we're taking. So it all works out. If they wanted, okay, I take that back. If they wanted to push to steal the Wisdom Shrine, I say that's okay, but then you need more heroes. Like, it shouldn't just be them. Puck and or Luna would join with this push to take this. And this would be one I would be up for, to use Eclipse, to steal this Wisdom Shrine and make this happen. I don't know if that was communicated, but if they asked you to, I would say you should go with that. But you would get the farm. You would be the one pushing the lane, and then have Eclipse. You would help with the Wisdom Shrine, and then you would back out and go back to jungling. Okay, speeding through this because we're just looking at the mini-map right now, really. Okay, yeah. Let's take a look. Let's go back a little bit. So we're pushing this. Let's gather some information. Snap back, because that's something I'm interested in. That seems like they are all there. There's at least 4, and I think the 5th hero is 2. Jakiro is dead. Techies is here. So currently, I would say your team should not engage. Rubik and Puck. It might just be one. Let me see what Rubik has. Berserker's Call. Okay. For now, it will take 2 of them. You just need to Fade Bolt and Illusory Orb, right? So they sit back here, and as the creep wave walks up, they both just use it and nuke it out. You're waiting for Jakiro to respawn, and then waiting for techies to walk over. And then you're waiting for Luna to do this, to get here. And that's where someone on the Dire who is sitting sieging this, they'll go, guys, there's a huge creep wave. We should do that. And then they will teleport. If they teleport. That is where Luna, with her 4 teammates who are set up, and now you know it's a 5-on-4, and they say, let's do this. That's when Luna teleports and joins the fight. Because that is a favorable fight, 5 versus 4. We've created the situation. We have Eclipse. I don't have all my items, but I have Eclipse, and I know it's a good fight by numbers, if the game is close and all that. Then we go. This is a bad fight, because Jakiro is dead. It's a bad position, and we never forced them out of here. I actually wouldn't join this fight as the Luna. I would just let him die. And I would stay bottom, continuing to farm up to the item. This is it, right? He TP'd down here. So you guys were about 10 to 20 seconds too soon. Shouldn't be standing up here. They should have been like back here. They should have been jungling and then come back up as the creep wave gets here. Oh, I'm glad you noticed in time. You and Puck are overlapping. You guys should actually be farming different areas. I'd say that's probably more on Puck to be moving top, unless Puck's like really close to an item. Blink. Okay, that's acceptable then. That's fine. And now Puck will go top with that. And then maybe they're asking for you to go. So here's where I would say I don't feel great about this move right now. I know you have Eclipse, but I want the Manta. Your team doesn't actually need to take this. Your team just needs to hold this area and wait for you to be strong. So you should still, in my opinion, you would still be farming up down here, and they would make this hold this area. If this was a really high level game, you can come here in about a minute or two. Because I don't actually care about taking these towers. What I care most about is Roche and Tormentor. If I think we can do Roche, you can come over sooner to force the fight and then get Roche. Or maybe you guys force Roche to bring them in and then you take that fight if you think you can do it. If you don't think you can do it, I need Luna to be stronger. Okay, so I need Luna to be stronger. Like, keep farming. Tormentor is doable if it's alive. So it's not up yet. So I'm here too soon. So that's why if you kept farming bottom, you might actually even be able to finish the Manta. If you had like really efficient farming patterns. I think it'd be pretty hard for you. But you could at least get like a little closer. And if we push it to 2 minutes, I do think you could have the Manta for the Tormentor fight. So you get that. Then you go over, right? Then you twin gate walk over and join the team, which has been holding this area. And you're hoping that by constantly pushing out this lane, you bait them here and then you can take a better fight top. Or they try to get you and then your team comes to help you and you're in the fight because we're there. You are here, so you're now joining a siege at 18 minutes with a Yasha, so you're not that strong. Your team is winning, but there's no real value that we can like put on this because it really depends on the game. But like the tower, consider the tower a certain amount of gold. Not like the net worth of taking it, like the difficulty of fighting the enemy, which is that we have a 4K lead, but we are fighting them under a tier 2 tower. This tower represents power. It is vision, true sight, armor, HP regen, damage, fortify damage, split shot, right? Teleport power, because they can be pushing other lanes, teleport in. So if I was the enemy team and we've been losing, the correct play here, as they realize all 5 of the Radiance heroes are up here, is to not fight this tower. Disruptor and Wind Ranger can hang around here potentially. This guy should be somewhere else farming a Blink Dagger. This guy as their carry should be off farming max efficiency somewhere down here as he sees all of you guys coming up. Juggernaut should have ran here and farmed all this, all that. The others jungle wherever they can, and if you're thinking about fighting, you have the relevant heroes here. So Wind Ranger is the power shot to clear creep waves and delay this as long as possible. Disruptor is here for the glimpse. As you guys overcommit, stick around too long, glimpse back into everyone TPing in. 5 of you are farming 1 creep wave. Let's say it takes you 1 minute to take this tower. So 5 of you share 2 creep waves and then a couple jungle camps nearby. One guy farms 2 waves in the mid lane that is empty and then jungles. So that matches what you guys do. Another guy is farming 2 creep waves down here and jungling. So he's double up what you guys are doing. And then the third guy is jungling. So now 2.5 to 3 times your farm. So the 1 minute it takes to get this tower is then balanced out by all their split pushing. And if it takes more than a minute, then you guys are losing gold actively from being up here. How can I make it faster? If Luna is stronger, if Luna has more levels and items, then it doesn't take a minute to take this tower. It takes 10 seconds. They have no time to catch up. They haven't even made it, right? Because I've walked up and I've killed the tower. Now, 10 seconds at this phase is like pretty hard. But like that's the idea, is that people try to play too fast and they want to take the tower really early, but the time it would take to take the tower is like 2 minutes for how early it is. And it would be better to farm other things till you have enough strength, and then you go to the tower and it only takes 30 seconds. That's a little better. So here I would say, okay, to then complete the thought, the high level thought, I would have said it's better to just farm right now. The high level play of making this move is if it's okay to hang around this area for a little bit because we're going to do Tormentor. But because of how soon we're here, we're going to have to be here for 2 minutes. 2 minutes where 5 of us have to sit here. Because if any of us leave, we're just back to the situation before we force this to happen, which I would have said is better. So we all have to stay here for 2 minutes. So going back to the idea, 5 of us for 2 minutes up here sharing all the creep waves versus them farming everything else, we are losing our lead. They will then TP in if this tower is still alive, or they'll TP here, and they'll take the Tormentor fight with less of a gold difference than what we are currently building. If you guys kept splitting farm and just hold this rough area, you'd actually grow to like a 6k gold lead without any towers before this Tormentor's up, ignoring like kills that might happen as long as you guys are reading all that. But because we're bringing everyone up here, we're actually going to lose gold unless we take this tower really quickly and the enemy makes a mistake. And then after we take this tower, what are we going to do? We're going to leave to then have to walk back right away if we want Tormentor. And all that walking time is going to kill our efficiency and prevent us from growing a bigger lead. So then, okay, I'll wait here, and there's not enough farm. That's also going to kill our efficiency. So you're actually just here like a little bit too soon, like any way you look at it. So that's true. The team morale element is very important. Even if it's conceptually not the best thing to do, we have to balance, like, my team feels griefed and they don't want to play anymore. I leave that up to you guys if you want to value, because you have to make the decision based on the game, value the morale of the team versus this is a losing situation. Like, we will lose if they do the smart thing. It might work because the enemy messes up, but like the correct play and the good habit for me to build is this one, the one that kills team morale. I don't think there's a right choice. I think either way can be argued. You build good habits for yourself and you don't do things that are bad, even if it costs you some games because the team loses morale. I'm willing to say, I know this is the correct play. Like, let's say you agree with me. I believe this is the correct play. I should keep farming here. You know the right thing. But this game, I'm going to adapt. My team wants me to push. I'm going to try it out. In that case, I would say you know the right thing. You have built the right habit of like, I should be doing this. But we are exploring a different option, which maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe this does work. So we're exploring this. And I'm also going to give myself a chance to win by the fact that the enemy might still mess up, right? My teammate, if they're hell-bent on doing this, we're going to lose when I do the right thing and they do this. So I'm going to adapt. I'm going to try this out. I'm going to learn. And if the enemy messes up, this can still work. It's also a pub game. So like, will this really be, one mistake, it's over? No. So like, I'll come up, I'll keep team morale. And I think it's wrong, but like, we'll try it. I think that's also reasonable. See, like, the thing is, okay, so you're jungling up here, and maybe they feel better about this, but this is actually still really bad. Like, we have 5 heroes up here. If Jakiro were to get jumped right now, It would take you so long to get over, for Puck to get over. These two would still take a few seconds to walk over. Jakiro will die, and then it'll be a 5-on-4 fight for everyone else coming in. So now, if they feel better about having you here, they shouldn't. To me, the amount of safety you are providing them from being here to here is very minuscule. They still have to position much better for you to be up here and farming this stuff. And at that point, I'd rather you just not be here, farming even better, and we still have to position and play safely. So, yeah, it's very... Like, why is he over here? He should be, like, over here. And for you, hold on, let me check the items. You have no way to deal with glimpse. So it's really dangerous. Like, if your team was pushing you to hit this tower, it's really dangerous because I have no idea when Axe is going to finish the Blink Dagger, so I could get Blink called, and then glimpse exists. So even if I try to go back and forth, I could be glimpsed under the tower, and I don't have an item that helps me deal with that. And then they can all be waiting and then kill me. And my team will save me because, no, they won't save me. There's not a save on my team. So you guys don't have an answer to glimpse, which is why we don't actually push the tower right now. They're kind of messing up the defense, so we're getting some kills, but look how long it's taking. We're still up here. When did we come up? I think we got here like 18 minutes. It took us 2 minutes to eventually find a fight, and then take the tower. Here's the creep wave. Okay, boom. We've done it. 2:30, and then now another fight's gonna go on. Let's actually see how this one breaks out. Okay, we get the X. So in the end, it took us like 3 minutes. 3 minutes to get that tower. And now we have the Manta. If you had stayed down here, it could have taken you 2 minutes to get the Manta, 30 seconds to get the tower. That's a net save of 30 seconds. Plus, the only reason it ended up working out is that they made a mistake. If they had kept playing smart, you guys would have continued to really struggle to take that tower. So it would have just gotten worse. So this is a case of like, it works in a pub game, and that's why if you want to do it because your team is tilting out, I say it's okay. But pro level, you wouldn't see this kind of thing, right? Like if we're talking the theoretical best play, you wouldn't do this stuff. Can you Manta dodge Eclipse? Glimpse? It's really hard, but it is doable. It is a very tight timing. Even pros would not. They can do it, but I don't think they would bet on it. Like, oh, we can do this because I'm gonna Manta dodge it every single time. Obviously, right? Like even they only do it to do it as necessary, not play around it as if it's like, oh, I can BKB. We're totally safe. It's tricky because it's not a guaranteed thing. Glimpse sends you back to where you were 4 seconds ago. And the glimpse has a travel time and a max time. So like if it takes too long to go somewhere, it'll go faster. If it doesn't have to go a certain distance, it'll just go this set amount of time. So the range at which you have to Manta the glimpse is not random, but like you don't know until like, if you're keeping track of like, where was I 4 seconds ago? And like, I know exactly where it is. It's very tough. And then you might get stunned and whatever. Okay. Yeah, here, I would say we're at another power spike where 50 seconds for Eclipse, and then at that point, you're going to be pretty close to Ags. So I would say your next greatest power spike is Ags, Eclipse, and level 18. I'm not that interested in seeing you forced to do anything until you get that. So I would mostly want you to be left alone. Even when Eclipse comes up in 50 seconds, I would say a better timing, rather than use Eclipse right away and put it on cooldown, I would just wait for the Ags and the 18 talent. So let's speed forward and see what you do. Getting a little close to allied heroes, not interested in this. I just want to be farming right now. This is where if you watch the Smurf video, you would, for example, push top with the Manta illusions and then jungle down here. And you keep baiting the enemy team to have to come defend versus your illusions, which allows your team to play without you. If you just AFK jungle in here while your team pushes up here, they can never fall back because there's no jungle here. And the enemy team can be pushing out and then just TP back and have 5 heroes here, whereas you're over here and you can never join this. So that's why you want to draw the enemy away. And if you're down here sending Manta illusions in, it doesn't really draw people away from your team. That's why you'd want to be up here drawing people top, and then your team is dealing with a 4-on-4, 4-on-3 type situation. So we're getting into the fight. It is working out because that's how pub games go. But I will also say, like, look how close we are to our stuff. Like, you know, we could have just waited for that to have a more guaranteed push. Let's look at this. Why did this work out? They came in here, initiated on a techies into his mind, and then we Eclipse drop. Pretty good funnel point for us, and then Wind Ranger shows up. From their perspective, they should also not engage with this. This is why this kind of works out. It's like they should really just be top, still farming. Especially because Techie's set up in here. What rank is Crusader compared to League? Silver, gold? I think that's about right. I was briefly looking at it yesterday. I think the, what is it, Iron rank is like bottom 10%. And then the next 3 ranks are like 25% tile each. And then the last like rainbow of ranks up to Challenger is like whatever tiny percentage. Something like that. Crusader's bottom 3rd. I think it's actually a little higher. I think Crusader into Archon is the average Dota player. So I guess you could argue like bottom of Crusader is probably that bottom 3rd. But I think as you get upwards to like Crusader 5, they start to enter towards the 50th percentile. It's been a little bit since I looked at it, so I'm not 100% sure on that. Okay, I think we will move forward. Because at this point, you're starting to win the game. Now you have the item, and now I would say we can join more. Let's look at like one high ground push example to... Because I think you mentioned, like, your team thought you should be hitting things with Manta. Or, like, you were hitting things with Manta. They wanted you to just go up and hit. So let's look at, like, one situation of that and then check. Okay. I guess I didn't skip that far forward after this. Let's just look at this Aegis push. So we have Aegis. Okay. So the timing here, you farm the BKB. And then you guys push. You have 5 minutes of Aegis, so you spend 1 minute finishing your BKB. Let me look around. You could even argue you wait 2 or 3 minutes to finish the Ags. This one's not that close. Jakiro could maybe try to finish his Ags. Though now we're starting to run out of farm for this amount of stuff we need. And then Techies doesn't really need anything. Okay, so I would say your team should definitely wait for your BKB. And then if you want to wait as a team for the Ags on Rubik, because he's a core, so he'll also get it faster than support Jakiro. Pretty rich support Jakiro. Maybe it's not. No, it is. Waiting for support Jakiro would probably take you 4 minutes of Aegis time, which is not really worth it. For you to finish BKB is like 30 seconds. For Rubik to finish Ags is about 2 minutes. And that's why... Even with the 2 minutes, you then have 3 minutes of Aegis time left, and that would be fine to push with that power spike. I would be up for that. Yours, I would say, is mandatory. Yours plus Ags is, or level 20, is strictly good. Don't be up here when these guys are like going this way. This is where we throw. Is like they can still make a play. And if they have a ward somewhere, they're taking like a 5-on-3 or like 5-on-1, 5-on-2. So here's where you want to be careful. You, rather than having to go, look at this, you're catching sight of it. So high level play, Manta, send them into the lane, cut the wave. Don't show your hero, main hero out. You're moving this way is going to bring you really far from your team. Just keep sending Mantas up here. Even if you were with your team, Manta, send it up, cut the creep wave. And now we never have to come over here. No one has to feel baited to teleport home. This will die to the tower and the creep waves. You might take a bit of chip damage. We lose a bit of gold, whatever. We will maintain a really good position here. And we just keep cutting creep waves with the Manta to do that. Or bring it to you. Use the Manta, drag it to the team. Also possible. Oh, it should BKB. Maybe we can do something. See, now you're pretty far from your team. They should wait for you. I agree. But if they're not, kind of need to stick around a little closer. Nether creep wave. Manta would be available. Lol. Let's go back. How do we get caught here? So you don't actually want to clear the creep wave here, because this is within the blink stun ranges. Same over here, guys. Unless your team is all set up. This is a very common mistake. People feel like the creep wave spawns, I gotta kill it immediately. The creep wave is the same here as it is here, but the amount of safety provided from here to here is very different. Blink calls, blink stuns, earth spikes, power shots, all that stuff. Glimpse, static storm can all happen from here, but can't happen if Puck is over here. Hex, stun, all this. This is only possible because it's right here. You don't even need to kill this creep wave. If you just damage this creep wave, that's enough. Because, like, the full health creep wave will fight this full health creep wave. Or, you know, whatever. You know, ones that spawn here and here, and they meet here. If you just nuke it once and don't get a single last hit, but you do, like, 300 damage to every creep, that weakened creep wave will fight this full health creep wave. It will die, and then it will shove back in, right? So you don't actually need to kill all the creeps. So you just do the safest thing to push it. If you can clear it out here, you can do that. If you can clear it here and you know you're safe, then that's fine. But most people overestimate that and then die like this. Just an illusory orb from over here to damage one creep. If you only chipped the front melee creep with 3 auto attacks and everything else was at perfect equilibrium, it would push in. That is how little you need to do. So you can do that much from the extreme safety, and that lane is good. Like, you don't have to deal with it anymore. But the enemy might do something to push it back, and then maybe we do, which is why we'd like to do more than like 3 auto attacks. But just one spell from utmost safety is enough. And then you guys can just play mid, like you guys have the creep wave here, the proper setup here. Because we did win the fight, we can push. Only disruptor is left. Okay, and then now you keep pushing. When they buy back, they have to TP in and then get you. This is where the disruptor's a little scary, because usually we would say, okay, I run out, I'm good to go. I will always outrun people TPing in, unless they have hyper mobility. If you had BKB, then we just BKB the glimpse and run. Manta, you want to be real pro, you can try that too. I will say for a pub game, they're unlikely to buy back here. I think you can stick around and do this. I would just hit it with the main hero. Here's where you're trying to, like, now you're trying to deal with multiple lanes. Are you going to take multiple lanes right now? No. I'm going to be happy with one lane. So focus in on one lane. Pushing multiple lanes is better when you're set up for this. And if we get a good fight, we can take multiple lanes. We got a very okay fight, right? Like, we lost a lot of heroes for this. So let's just be happy with one lane and keep the Manta here for safety or for more damage on the tower. If the death timers are so long you think you can get multiple lanes, then that's where you do what you did. Now we're sticking around too long. So this goes back to saving the extra seconds, right? If Manta is here helping you take this, then maybe you're finishing this 1 second sooner, 2 seconds sooner, and we are running right now, right? I have to worry about the glimpse. That's what I was talking about. And that's why this is scary, because as you try to run away, you might get glimpsed into them. But that's why we are trying to push it as fast as possible with the Manta. And then also he DCs, very unfortunate. But you should just be running, not engaging. I mean, now that he died and he DC'd, they bought back. We should get out. We should get out here. This'll die later. Don't worry about it. It is pretty close, though, so I would have liked to finish that. But it's a little risky. Take the risk. Costs us. One barracks, whether it's ranged or melee, will push in your favor, so you don't need to stick around. Now is where the flaming began. No, I'm more on your side up to this point. I have critiqued some stuff and times where I, like, you know, you can be in and whatever, but for the most part, I think your interest in farming up certain items was good. I think your team's decision to push when you were 500 gold from BKB is really bad. It's gonna happen in a lot of ranks, but there's no reason to not. Let me change this. Let me change the way I'll say. Plug my flowchart video to all the people flaming you. Send it to them and tell them that the way they chose to push high ground and force you to be there is at the very bottom of correct ways to take high ground. It is the last and most difficult possible option you can take. And there's a wide variety of far better options that people should be aware of. And if they're not aware of, they should watch that video and learn them. That's how you should respond to this situation. I think with that, we will probably move on. I think we have justified you. YC Punk Rock, thank you for the... I saw this come in earlier. I thought there was a match ID with it. Thank you. I'm glad you like the Dota corporate bit. I have a couple of various bit ideas in my head that take too long to fit into a neat video, but maybe could be its own, is a separate channel or separate thing. I have another one that's cooking in my head lately of comparing League to Dota. As I start to play League again to try to make a transition video down the line, and I've been learning it, I have ideas and analogies, but to try to fit it would be like a 5+ minute analogy of like storytelling funniness that would not help at all, you know? Or like it kind of does, but it's just a comedic way to do it, but not like, it can be said much faster with much less humor. And I've been conflicted on like, do I use that kind of thing in the video? But maybe I start a separate channel and I just put stupid takes like that in there. I don't know. Let me, where are we? I'll try to work it in somewhere. I backpack. I sometimes even write these ideas down. These like dumb analogies and skits in a list. They don't always make their way into stream or YouTube videos, though you guys hear way more of them because we can ramble on these streams. You guys hear a lot more of these dumb ideas. All right, I'm gonna download this one. While it's downloading, I'll be right back. And I think after this one, we're caught up on the stuff, unless I missed one. If I did, please feel free to let me know. But otherwise, after that, we should be able to get back to people. I forgot we had cookies. Okay. Let me write in the details. Okay. Let's do this. I was a Lich, finally made it to Divine on Winter Wyvern. Congratulations, very nice. Thanks for all the help. I just ramble here. You guys have to do the hard work. In this match, I felt like I made many mistakes learning a new hero. I didn't know when I had my power spike and how to win lane and also build into my mid game. Sure, I can give you a rundown of like my rough. Let's ignoring. So you're learning Lich. You'll inevitably make mistakes. Whoa, totally fine.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing, King Blue Flash. I appreciate it. Here now on Twitch as well as on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so you're learning a new hero. Totally fine to make mistakes. Even if you played the hero for a while, we still need to identify how we adapt to the given game. You know, you have a rough understanding of Lich, but what are we doing here? So let's do that breakdown because it's actually pretty important for you now. Going into Divine, it's important to start getting an idea of this. Going back to the Spectre replay we looked at with the Immortal game.
An anonymous
right?
user gifted a tier 1 sub to Fee Black Pearl 111.
Thank you.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Theo Denerate.
Let's play one more and then I'll mute them.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Possum Gst.
Anonymous gifter, thank you so much for gifting 17 subs. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. I always feel lost for words when you guys are really nice to me. I feel I'm not used to this, you know? I guess at this point, you guys have been nice to me for so long, I should be used to it. So thank you very much. No, I am genuinely appreciative. The words do not always, I feel, do it justice. I cannot do this without you guys watching and supporting, and I appreciate it a bunch. And King Blue Flash is joining the club of continued excessive generosity. Thank you also for joining in with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. I got sidetracked. People are clicking in here for the Lich timestamp, and they're just seeing insane generosity. Thank you. This is, yes, in fact, this is what it takes to be a Lich player. You have to be this kind. Thank you more for it. There's another anonymous gifted sub. Thank you so much. Yes, you have to drop by the channel and gift subs to be a Lich player. After that, it's important to break down what you do in the game because, for example, the Spectre earlier, picking Spectre, you can understand Spectre, you can know how to use your abilities, but if you don't understand, like, what is the enemy team picking? What do I need to be good at? I don't fit the game, I don't fit the build, whatever, then you'll have a draft issue. Will it still be possible to win? Yes, because there's so many mistakes in Pub Dota, but it's easier if you start thinking about it, especially for Divine into Immortal. It really starts to matter here. There's so many mistakes prior to this rank that honestly, you can just pick the worst hero possible, but play really well, execute really well, and it works. League of Legends is more like this, where the execution of heroes, for various reasons that I won't get into right now, the execution of your individual hero is far more important than like the matchup and the role. In my very inexperienced opinion of League, from what I'm starting to learn again of it. But Dota has bigger concepts of like where you fit and what you do just because of the different tools we have, the teleports, the freedom to do these things. So I think it is a really good skill for Divine players plus to really start thinking about. You don't even have to get it right. You just have to think about it. And feel free to do it no matter your rank. It is good to do. So we're going to do that. We're Lich 5. This is a Witch Doctor 4, right? Let me make sure I have this right. Witch Doctor 4, Ricky carry, mid SF, and then a Tide offlane. And then let me see, quick check of what builds they went for. Okay, he still did the Spellcaster build. Okay. On the other side, we have Spectre carry. I think there's a Pugna 5. I assume Tiny 4. Maybe we could do a Queen of Pain. No. Tiny position 4, Queen of Pain mid, and then the Centaur off lane. Okay. So you can be an aggressive support. Ricky is not that strong. He could get kills. These guys are pretty tanky, so it's not going to be easy. If they make mistakes, we can get kills. Otherwise, if we just focus on farming, I think that's fine. Usually, I would tell position 5 players, at a certain point, you leave to go make stuff happen, because you just let the carry farm. Ricky is one of those carries that doesn't farm that fast. So if you stay longer because you think you can get kills, that's fine. If you don't think you can get kills, it's still okay to leave earlier and just let him farm what he can. But compare that to like Luna, Medusa, Gyros, right? They can do a bunch of jungling, shove out lanes, whatever. Ricky, no matter what, is like 1 creep at a time, and also the creep's facing me, so I don't even get backstab damage. That's why he's a very slow farmer until he gets several items, or at least 1 big farming item. Otherwise, our team is like covers some good stuff. Like we have the team fight of Ravage, Invis pickoffs. I would say your team is lacking catch, if anything, because these guys don't really have it. So that's something we could build towards, which is we get a Blink or a Force Staff and play more around Sinister Gaze. If you go for the usual stuff like Solar Crest, Glimmers, things like that, maybe could initiate with them, but it would be tough, right? I see some guy out of position, I can't really get there instantly. Witch Doctor could maybe do it, but I know he's not going to, right? He wants to play with Death Ward. He has a much harder time jumping into a fight and getting value out of Death Ward compared to us, which we can blink in, use Sinister Gaze, and then actually use other abilities too. And then I just have to press this once and it goes. So if I do get jumped, I've gotten everything out, I'm happy. This guy needs to channel. So if one of us were to do it, I have Sinister Gaze, he has the Cask. It's better for me to do it as the Lich. So Force Staff or Blink are going up in value in terms of itemization. There's some negative armor synergy between these guys for the physical damage coming in. Even though this is Spellcaster, he still has the aura. So we can kind of play a little fast around that, especially because it's a Spectre. I'd like to not let her have a bunch of space. The other heroes, not that I don't care about, but it's more standard. I'm not as worried about them if it's like early versus late. It's mostly the Spectre that I want to punish early and not let her get to the late game. So going into our lane, I want stronger upfront stuff. I think your items are okay. I would change one of these mangoes to an Iron Branch, because once we're done with the wards and the sentries, that's going to be a free slot. I will pick up the second mango, but at level 1, how are you going to use 2 mangoes, right? I have to use this 4+ times, and then mango for the 5th and the 6th time. Why am I using so many Frost Blasts at level 1? I don't need that many. So just 1 mango and then have the other Iron Branch, which is just generally good. But for Lich specifically, you will get that much more mana with Death Charge because it is percentage based. So anything boosting your mana pool at the very start of the game means that all the creeps that are going to die in the laning stage anyways, we will get, I don't even know, is it like 2 mana more, 1 mana more per creep? But it will add up over like 10, 20, 30 creeps. You've had times where you're like, damn, I'm like 5 mana short. I could kill this guy if I had it. So it is like a min-max thing that can add up. I'd recommend you get it. And then just buy a second mango before you need it. Megiddo, thank you for the Prime sub. Joy K also gifting a sub. Thank you guys. Hold on, wait, I'm gonna unmute it so I don't miss too many of them. I muted it so we don't hear it read endlessly, but I will have it up again. Thank you. Yeah, Char is a very good Blink player, or Lich player. Freudian slip. He loves to build Blink Shard Ags, which I think can be good. And this game, going back to the idea of providing some catch for your team, I wouldn't mind if you worked towards that. At least the Blink or the Force Staff. I think Shard is also not bad. You may need like 1 defensive item first, like Glimmer, so that when we get haunted, we're not being insta-killed. And actually, going back to that, because of the Spectre, Blink is a little bit reduced value. So maybe I want Force Staff. Also very good versus Pugna. As he's draining, you can get in and out of stuff. You can get people out of Avalanche, things like that. So I'm liking 4-staff now, perhaps. 4-staff into Shard. So like Tranquil's Wand, or Wand, Tranquil, whatever order. Force Shard. That's my current plan. Block that, do that. You should do it from down here, so you're just out of sight when you do it. Little minor thing. And then here's our free slot where you'd have an Iron Branch. And then I would queue up. So right now, we'd have our Iron Branch 1 mango. And with your money, queue up a mango. Probably queue up another Sentry. And then either the next mango or the salve, I would say. Because I'm interested. I have to be pretty involved in this laning stage. Because we mentioned like the Ricky doesn't have the backup jungle. Like he needs to lane. So I need to be in the lane a good amount. Something like a salve will keep me healthy as I take some damage, show up. You're the only ranged hero in a triple melee lane. So if you want to try to not use the salve and just position really well, I'd say that's also okay. Got to practice harassing without creep aggro too much. All right, Centaur was alone and we kind of lost equilibrium. Part of that is us drawing aggro. Part of it is like other things that happened, but that's not great. And then you see you're like over here, we got to be in the lane. I got to be hitting these creeps, trying to fix this. I got to be harassing. I want to give Ricky a good start. I don't need to... If I engage with Tiny, I'm making him useful.
Monch_Z gifted a tier 1 sub to Pete Packer.
Oh, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Everyone's joining in. Thank you so much. Tiny, he's like being a pudge right now. He's like hanging at the edge. He's like, oh boy, I hope they walk over and then I'm gonna get him, right? And if you just never walk over, he just keeps waiting there doing nothing. So by walking over, I'm letting him play the game by making him play the game because I'm going there. If you just stay here and hit the Centaur and hit the creeps, Centaur is going to ping the Tiny and be like, you're useless, I hate you. And then he's going to go make a Reddit post. Position 4 players are the worst players in Dota. They have no idea what they're doing. All they do is sit in the trees and they pull at the worst times and they do absolutely nothing. Offlane is in fact the hardest role to play because of this. He's typing it in the game. He's like mentally given up 5 minutes in. There's no surrender feature. So like he's making his Reddit post. And all we had to do is be there hitting him. Let's go back. This is a big deal because we've already shoved the lane in. I want us to revisit this for for Divine. We do this all stuff a little earlier, so we're already in the lane, and we're hitting Centaur right now without drawing creep aggro. This creep gets below 50, and I'm hitting that. And by doing so, I will have put some pressure this way. You did come in for the deny, and you made it in time for that. But if you're here faster, I get 1 or 2 auto attacks on it, and it's just two auto attacks different. They still had 4 creeps right now when my creep dies. So it's 4 versus 3 for a little bit. It's creating a slight pressure towards me. And I don't want this to go out because, as I've said, Ricky is a bad jungler and Tiny is really good at stopping pulls. Like, it's all he needs to do if the lane pushes out. And he's faster than me if he got boots. He didn't. He has toss. He can keep chucking me back into the creep wave every time I try to come out. He can do whatever. It's usually quite tough to stop a Tiny from stopping me doing this stuff. So then we don't draw creep aggro. We back up, move in. Ricky's doing extra attacks on the melee creep. So his 2 auto attacks he should not have done on that melee creep. My 2 auto attacks on the melee creep earlier have fixed. I have balanced his mistake by preemptively doing this, right? Pro players will do it a little differently than what I'm explaining, but that's because pro carries are not randomly attacking creeps they shouldn't be hitting, which is why I really push you support players to do this, because we are covering the mistake of the carry players who all they want is good equilibrium, but God knows there's nothing in their head telling them how to maintain it. All they do is push it. Except you guys who are watching, you carry players, not you. You guys are different. You guys know because you hear me ramble about it. You guys are the good ones. But all the other carry players, you just want to flame their team. They are the ones shoving it out and then blaming their carries or their supports. Maybe also their carries are like, man, I'm so bad. See, he's hitting this range creep. It's dying. We're shoving. We're shoving so hard. It's so hard. Just some random goat truly living up to the name. Thank you so much for subscribing here. That is what goats do. And then being here, hitting our creeps. Although at this point, we've already lost control of the lane. 2 range creeps is pretty much unfixable. at this point. You need to get their creeps onto your range creeps and kill both range creeps off without losing your range creep, which is going to be hard because we have like 4 melee creeps here. So this is where things get really weird. At this point, we're kind of just shoving, which means we have to harass a lot. And then Tiny came over, right? So Tiny did the right thing. He saw how hard the lane was pushing. He's like, I don't have to do anything but stop the pull. And now we're laning without any pull camps, and we're up here, which goes back to why it's so important to manage the first wave. Honestly, Ricky made the bigger mistake than you, but we are trying to cover Ricky's mistakes through our change of play. This Tiny is winning the lane. This observer blocking Tiny is winning the lane. That should feel aggravating. That should feel frustrating. How is he doing this? How does... we gotta go back to it. How does this Tiny... How does he have good equilibrium better than me? Okay, wait, before I besmirch his good name, what if it wasn't him? This centaur, this observer blocking centaur is laning under his tower. And then Tiny put another sentry in anyways. That Tiny... God. Wait, who did put it first? I gotta see who's warranted, who's right here. We might be flaming Tiny for nothing. What if Centaur did it? No, Centaur came over and blocked it with an observer. Good God. And then Tiny came and put a second sentry in it. And we lost equilibrium to those two players. We lost equilibrium to them. How come whenever I see Divine replays, it's like I'm watching Heralds all over again? A little bit of coincidence. This is pretty rare. I have not seen this in a really long time. So a little bit of a coincidence in this particular case. But learning lesson, people who have this idea of like, oh, I'm going to get to when Dota's good. Like, I'm going to get more MMR and then Dota will become good. No, the range of mistakes is wide. Your standards will rise as well. Before it's like, this carry can't get, he doesn't know how to last hit, right? He's bad, he's Herald. Then it's like, oh, he's missing 50% of his last hits, he's so bad. Oh, he's missing 20% of his last hits, he's so bad. And then this guy won't stop last hitting and he's not doing anything else, he's so bad, right? Your standard just changes no matter how you go. And if you frame it a certain way, like, you look trash, but you're doing other things good. I'm just not always highlighting them. I'm just constantly pointing out the bad stuff. Character flaw. I think about this sometimes, especially after coachings and replays. I'm like, I also, I have to say the good things. Can't just, it gets too negative if you're only like, this is trash, this is bad, this is whatever, and you're brushing over the good stuff. You gotta highlight the good things as well. Here you do shove the lane, because we still don't have pull camps, and Tiny, for all he did, could just come over and block this again, and then we'll continue to be stuck here. So here, your best bet is to shove into the lane intentionally, which will help with the Lotus, but will also try to fix your lane, get you guys to lane further back again. At least Ricky's doing okay on last hits. Why are these boards bad? Exactly. Sorry, I shouldn't brush over that for newer players, or if you just don't know. Maybe Centaur came back to the game. Maybe this is the first game he's played in 10 years. Long, long ago, you would use observers to block camps. Some patch, I don't remember where. The observers give money now, so you really don't want to give them away for free. Even though they themselves are free, they give money. So now you should only use sentries to block the camps, outside of some really extreme cases that we're not going to worry about. You pay 50 gold, it pays you back in different ways. So you should only use a sentry to block this camp. Centaur put the Observer in, and that's bad. Because Lich knows it's there. That's why, like, you use observers throughout the map, but you don't know they are there until something gives you a hint. Pole camps don't spawn if there's an observer there, so now Lich knows, oh, weird, it's blocked. Puts the sentry down, and is paid money for doing so, because he kills the observer, and he gains money, and some XP, actually, for doing that. So now, you're just giving your enemy laners more money and XP to punish you with. The XP is not massive, but it could help you hit like a level 2 spike sooner. And the money certainly helps, because now you can buy like 2 more sentries to for sure win the camp war. You can buy like a mango and blast him again. Buy a free salve, lose all your health, heal all the way up for free, right? So you really don't want to use observers. And then Tiny's is bad because he did use a sentry, but the observer was already in there. And that's bad, but like it's in there, you know? If he were to deny it, I actually would say you deny it. If I ran into this, I would deny it if I could. Deny it and then put a sentry in there. But because he sees it, or I guess not, and then still put his sentry, now Lich comes in, puts 1 sentry, and removes both. Whereas before, Tiny should adjust, okay, there's an observer in there, Lich de-wards, lose the observer, you know you've lost the observer because you can see that. And then Tiny comes over with his sentry, blocks it, de-wards this. And now Lich needs a second sentry. But because he put both in, 1 sentry is killing both, and then Tiny has to get the third one. He has to get a second sentry, third with the observer, to then break this, and then Lich only needs 2 to then get that one. So now Lich is always ahead. We need to check. Or maybe you did, and I, okay. The lane is up there, but not a lot. This should be a half pull. Or if it's a full pull, you need to be hitting this right away, because this is about to die. Yeah. Dead. I don't mean this to be too harsh, but just to share, because this was my own mentality going from like Divine to Immortal when I wanted to make that push. So if it works for you, which if you guys are watching this channel, I would think something of my mindset resonates. So I'm going to share it, even though it's pretty harsh. If I was watching my own game, I would stop from here. Because from my perspective, for how this lane should go, the lane shoved out instantly, which was not fully my fault, but I could have done some small things to help it. And then the very first pull chance I had, I kind of messed it up, where that was a full pull instead of a half pull, which means we finally had a chance to stop laning here, and it just shoved out immediately right after. So everything beyond this point is subpar to what I would want. That doesn't mean there's not stuff to learn after this, and I still think it's good to like think about it and improve. I would have been nicer to myself in the past, but for me, my improvement mindset is like start at the very floor and slowly crawl your way up, and I'm not even going to worry about improving any of this stuff until I've improved this stuff, which is the lane. And so until I started like having 80 to 90% happy, like, okay, I mostly did the lane correct, right? Then I would move on. So here, we're 4 minutes in, but these are like 2 pretty bad mistakes that if you got into a Immortal game, you'd get punished really hard for losing equilibrium right away. Again, not you. But then this one, losing equilibrium again, essentially, which is just, it's giving them way too good of a game. This observer blocking Centaur is getting 17 last hits, and he should not have that many. And now I'm dying. I died because of that pull. Are you ready? I do this pull. The lane shoves out instead of fixing itself here with a half pull. We go out. Tiny wraps around on me because he can do this because I'm not standing back here. And then we get caught, and then we both die. So you can kind of see how it connects. I would be really harsh on yourself in the laning stage, since your goal is Immortal. Not so harsh that you get like depressed about it. Don't be that harsh. But I do think it's a really good place to like really hone in on and improve. And you did mention like, oh, I'm kind of new to Lich. It threw me off a bit. Totally fair. Even though this is unrelated to Lich, but because you're focused on Lich, your pulling and all that stuff drops down. This is why spamming a couple heroes is usually better, but inevitably you want to learn a new hero, so you just tank the MMR loss while you learn the new hero, and that's okay. But if you ever are in a push of like, I really want this amount of MMR in this time frame, that's why you play like the same heroes so that you don't have to get distracted and you don't lose stuff like this. And if you are playing your comfort heroes, but stuff like this is happening, then that's what we work on. We work on fixing that stuff. I'm coming back to the game after 12 years. It's completely different now. It really is. Like, what's this stuff? Wacky. I was looking at old videos as part of preparing new videos. I was just looking at old videos and just seeing the map be different. The one Roche pit here while the Tormentors were here, stuff like that already felt weird. You go back 12 years? Holy shit. I wasn't even playing at that time. I don't think. Was 12 years? Oh shit. I did play a couple games 12 years ago. Oh, I'm old too. I think I tried my first few games of Dota about 12 years ago. Subsidian, he's sometimes in here. He got me to try a couple with him. I think he watched TI and he was like, let's play this. We played Sniper and Sven in the safe lane. That's where we started. Are there new players at all because Heralds also know how to play? There are. My most watched videos are consistently new player content. So people do come in and try. Whether they stick around after a rough new player experience, I don't know. But people do come in to try Dota. And lately, there's a lot of people coming from League. League is really pushing in a direction that many League players are not connecting with. Whether you want to call them new players, new to Dota but familiar with MOBAs, you know, then they look deceptively good despite, you know, being in their first few games of Dota. Whether you call that new or not, up to you. But people do try the games. Hold on. Let me remember what the other question was related to this. I've gotten sidetracked a little bit now that we've been harsh on the laning stage. Didn't know when I had my power spikes how to win the lane and also build into my mid game. Yeah, so for Lich, I didn't really focus on this, but let's talk about Lich specifics for a little bit. Because mostly what I talked about was the actual equilibrium management, which is just important for everybody, but not really Lich specific. So Lich, your innate is unique, which is actually why I'm hesitant to recommend Lich to new players, because he's the only one with this consideration, so it's pretty different. You want to be in the lane a lot more than normal supports, because there is no, let me go Clarity back here, right, and do a pull. There is none of that. If you back and Clarity, you've just wasted 50 gold, because Clarities don't work on you, right? You have to be able to stay in the lane for your innate to work. Because that equilibrium is a little bit more important to Lich than other supports, because when it pushes out here and we get too scared and we have to be the one to go fix it, we back away. We're missing like 8 different creeps dying to give us mana as I come back here to do this pull. Plus side, when you do pulls, especially if you can just like be in the area, like if you can stand here as Lich while like creeps are dying here and creeps are dying here, winning so much mana going into you. But that's usually not the situation when we're pulling, right? Stuff is here and then stuff is here, and because I'm the one doing this, I miss all this. I can't be like in the middle getting everything. So Lich, with your early Frost Blast, level 1 Frost Blast, let's say, go to lane, harass when he's not near creeps, or when he's already screwed up equilibrium so you can afford to damage the creeps a little bit, Frost Blast him. If you combo it with getting the range creep, that could work. The point is, use a couple early Frost Blasts to get a health advantage. If you're playing versus Lich, buy a salve. After Lich bursts through all the mana, has to use mangoes if they can't stay in the lane. For the innate, salves are way more cost efficient. So buy 1 salve versus Lich, you're kind of good to go. You are banking on the fact that they're not thinking that far ahead. So you take a couple early trades, attack, blast, attack. They try to fight into you. There's a movement slow and attack slow on Frost Blast. So you want to use that to your advantage. Use the move slows and attack slows. Get an early health lead without ruining equilibrium. That helps you now maintain good equilibrium here, and you can focus on trimming things down, and when they step up, you hit them. And the more you can do that and just hold here, the nicer it feels, because you don't have to worry about losing out on creeps and losing out on your innate mana charge, like we've been talking about. It will happen. It's inevitable. The enemies don't want you to have the perfect game, so that's okay. But as much as possible, we want to be here, which is why I was harping on equilibrium so much. And if you can be here, then you can even like stack the camp and still absorb stuff. You can do like quick pulls, half pulls, stuff like that. Still get something out of it. Once you hit level 2, QW can be used for aggression if you have the right lineups. QE can be good, especially as people like sometimes walk too near to the tower. You can pull them in to get like 2 free tower shots. It kind of depends on your carry you're playing with, which is why Ricky not really being the most aggressive carry is a little unfortunate. You prefer people who can go in, and then you're either fearing for them or putting this on top of them, like Jug spinning in with the Frost Shield, or Ursa chasing with the Frost Shield, or Ursa, you could make a case to just Sinister Gaze, pull them in so that he can freely attack. Either way, like QWQ, QWE, QEQ, all are good in the early lane. I have to double check this. Last time it was max Q build. I think that's still the case. Yeah, seems like still what a lot of people are doing, because when you get your shard and it bursts, it does the Q. Yeah. Anyways, going back to the lane, whatever build you go, you're getting 2 points in Frost Blast. And then the idea, mangoes to salves, you lose in efficiency. When I have to use a bunch of mangoes and they can just buy a salve, they'll out-efficiency me. But in terms of passive regen, the amount you get from your innate is pretty good compared to most other heroes. So that's why if you can pick up an early lead and then hold the lane in this rough area so that you can feel, or at least as long as you can feel comfortable in the lane, no matter where it is. If you feel comfortable staying in the lane, you can keep turning your innate into extra spell casts that they cannot afford. So that's why if we do have to move around and I have to use mangoes to use spells, they can use salves to beat me out. If we can just sit in the lane and keep using Q periodically and eventually commit for kills, they will lose out, even if they are buying the salves. So then going back, like why equilibrium is important, so that we can stay here and enact that game plan. Me losing a full rank medal in less than a month despite tryharding on my favorite 3 heroes. Feels bad. I totally understand. Even I have gone through periods where I have like insane loss streaks. You know, even when I became a content creator, I actually dropped down to Ancient once. I was just on like a horrific losing spree, and I think it was mentally getting to me. And I was like, I think I'm done. Like, I think I have to quit at this point. Like, I'm clearly not good enough. Like, it can get to you, and now I'm back, right? Like, I'm like 7K again, whatever. So don't sweat it. I know it's frustrating and it feels bad, but everyone will go through some like losing streak even as they try their best. Sometimes it's just unavoidable, and there can be all sorts of reasons for it, and it's really hard to like pinpoint. I think the most important thing is to not let it get to you too much. It will, is the reality, but like not too much, and know that just because you dropped does not mean you can't climb again. Jupiter has done much dropping, but here he is still being picked up as he breaks more stuff. What else should we talk about for Lich? This game you would sit behind. Oh, beginner Lich. When 2 heroes are next to each other, Chain Frost. For more advanced Lich, like as we're getting to Divine and positioning getting better, this is why the Shard is pretty good, because you catch someone out. Sinister Gaze, Shard, Ult, pretty good at pickoffs. Early game Liches. Also good at early game fights. So now you just work with those active heroes like Tide, like Witch Doctor, and you force those fights, and if they don't want to take fights, you take towers. Downside of your draft, you don't really have someone who can easily force that, because Ravage is such a long cooldown. Going for the Ags as well, yeah. No Dead in the Water or Blinks and stuff like that. So I'm kind of wrapping back around to the Blink, even though we're gonna have to deal with Haunt. Tide Hunter, I don't know if he'll be able to initiate for us. Stay out of sight when you do this, though. Okay, I'm by myself. I want last hits and denies. Guess I'm gonna have to show. Tide Hunter comes back. Who's supposed to be last hitting? Tide Hunter. So now I don't have to show. And if you don't have to if there's no last hits and denies, you should stay out of sight. Why does this matter? Big difference from League of Legends to Dota. This is something that'll come up in the future video. And I've actually talked about in a separate video, the jungle video. Why there is no jungler in Dota. Let me show you this. Okay, Lich is here. Lich is not here. Zach, we have object permanence. I know Lich is here. That's true. Lich could be there. Lich can exist for 3 more seconds. After that, Lich can be anywhere. Within reason. Within any teleport location, Lich can be anywhere. Staying out of sight when you're not needed, like actively right now, is really good in Dota. It doesn't work in Herald because people aren't watching the map. They aren't thinking about this stuff. This is why it's a skill. This is, I mentioned sometimes where it's like you build bad habits because people don't act on it. This is a good habit you don't build because there is no punish for this if your opponents are not good enough either. As you go from like higher and higher in Dota and people's map awareness are getting better and better and better, and they start interpreting the map correctly, like these heroes are here, this is what I can do, this is whatever, right? And Divine Plus is where you like really, you do need to start acting on this. Is Lich TPing here right now? And Queen of Pain is thinking about diving. And then like, what if I dive into Sinister Gaze and all this stuff? You know, maybe we're going to go jump someone. What if there's an Invis Ricky with both supports behind and like cask bounce into Lich ult bounce? In Dota, you can be anywhere on the map that has a teleport location within 3 seconds. Which means as soon as you're out of sight, there's a quick internal clock of like, it's okay because he's in there. And then the longer you're out of sight, you're like, does Lich still exist in the top lane? I don't know. He could be anywhere. He could be existing in another time, in another plane. So the more you're out of sight, the better. Even if people aren't thinking on it that hard, some Dota players don't have object permanence. Going back to it. Spectre, the second she loses sight of you, maybe I can just walk up. It's just Tide Hunter. There's no other hero up here. He's probably going back to go stack or something, right? Like, this is safe. The more out of sight you are, the more you invite the enemy to play overly cautious, or the other side of the spectrum, just dumb and make mistakes because they don't see you. They're not calculating what you could do in the lane. So just staying out of sight is very important. And then when you just keep like flashing back into lane when you're not needed is when it'll backfire. Like this. What am I doing here? Now maybe you're about to do something and show me, but like if I'm not needed to deny, if I'm not needed to get last hits, all I'm doing is letting the other lanes know that I am still up here and I am not threatening them. So they don't have to play overly cautious, worried about, you know, some wraparound supports, some smoke happening, right? They don't have to worry about me TPing somewhere. I am just in the lane. Well, what am I doing in the lane? I'm hitting the catapult. I'm doing 36 damage to this catapult. And now we will take the tower. No. So you guys could have you guys should have walked over here. You guys need to kill that catapult. You guys should come over. It doesn't matter. You could just stay out of sight and let him take longer to kill that catapult. If you feel there's something he needs to do or by killing this catapult, that's fine. Maybe you really wanted 6 and you're like, that catapult will give it to me. Okay, let's go with that. You know, maybe I didn't notice the XP as much. If you felt you needed to do that, I'd be okay with that. If you are not actively hitting it though for that, then you should just stay in the trees waiting for that level 6 and put the fear in them. I wish supports weren't forced to first pick. I agree. I wish I could flex my hero pool. What's the point of even learning new heroes? Never get to counter pick. Nice. Does their ancient still exist if I can't see it? That's why people are in the jungle so long. They're like, oh, there's nothing, there's no towers to take, there's no ancient to go for. I can't see it. It's not real. Okay, I'm gonna look for a little bit more in this game, but let's start collecting some from the chat. We've done a lot of donated ones, and I'm very grateful, but let's get in some random ones from you guys. So if you've got a game, it needs to be from the last week so we can download it. There's no restrictions this week, just whatever you got. I don't know the next time we'll do a replay stream because I'm not 100% sure in my casting schedule, and like I said, I want to knock out a couple videos before we start streaming again. I may do some like fun streams, like either variety or just playing, but I won't do too much, only after I finish video work. When we do resume and we do another replay stream, I'm thinking about warding, because I think one of the videos I want to finish is a warding video. Another one I want to finish is a pulling video, but we already did a pulling stream. I might do another just because how big it is, but warding is one of the ones I have in mind for a future topic. I'm not sure beyond that. What were we doing? I was kind of lost in thought there. Oh, here comes Hef. You want to be on stream? You're the reason I have half bad sleep. This guy right here.
Make a big man.
We can in between stuff if he sticks around. 2 cats, yeah. What? Sad first cat a couple years ago. It's no longer with us. 2 current cats. Yeah, we're doing some more qualifiers, but I don't fully know which ones yet, because I know there's a couple different regions. I don't know which one we're going to be doing, and I don't know if the format's the same, so I'm not 100% sure. Fun streams, ew. I was thinking it'll either be, I'm trying to finish Hades 2 before going back to Expedition 33. So I might stream some, like, I'm trying to do some fear runs and like finish out all the random final stuff. Not all of it, but some that I'm interested in. I have been, when I'm too tired to do Dota stuff and work and all that, I've been doing some League of Legends as part of slowly learning the game again to some degree, so we can help make a transition video for people coming from League to Dota. I've been debating if I want to stream that, but I don't really want to sit and play like 6 hours of League all at once. I've been okay just doing a little bit here and there, but maybe it could be interesting. Stream the League. I still need to get used to everything. I'm still like building up the habits, and then I'll do it. I haven't decided if I remade an official ZQuixotix League account, Riot account, a while ago when I played with Alex Kocha for a little bit, and then I think some like April Fool's video stuff we did. I have an old account because I started in League of Legends. I had an old account that has some like yay old skins and whatever that I wouldn't have to buy again. So part of me wants to use that, but it's already leveled up. So I think I get into higher stuff than I'm supposed to. And I don't want to pay to rename the account ZQuixotix. It still has Quixotix in it actually, because this is an old one, but not my official brand. What region do you like casting? Western Europe is pretty fun because it's a pretty close region. I wouldn't strictly mind casting Eastern Europe, China, SEA. The time zones are really rough though for those, depending when we do. If we're split with someone else, it's okay potentially on the exact region. Like maybe we can do the first two, the last two, whichever works more normally. Western Europe, even though I was complaining about having to wake up at 3, it is more manageable than most of the other stuff. And we don't usually do like the first series for Western Europe, so then it's not 3 a.m. It's a little later. SA, I'm fine casting. I like SA games. They're interesting. North America, I would like to cast the games, but we're out of teams, and there's usually only one other good team. And those games can be interesting, right? Now it's Gamer Legion, and then whatever the next best stack is. And those can be kind of fun, but NA quals often have a lot of like forfeit stomps type stuff, and it's kind of, I don't mind. I just treat it as like a fun time, but it's like a little sad to see for the region. No outfit for Hef. They're brothers, they share. So we'll put one on Hef, take pictures, put it on Jupiter, take pictures. Do a short League stream, let us roast you. We can do it at some point. Once I get a little bit more comfortable and I set up with it, we can do it. And you guys can tell me the matchups and stuff and what I'm supposed to do. Do you have any advice on Spectre? I had like a 70% win rate up until this recent patch. I don't feel confident with Spectre anymore. Try Phylactery Treads into Radiance, I guess. I actually haven't seen too much Spectre because she's not popular at pro matches, but that seems to be the build that is working really well in pubs. I don't think you even have... I think Phylactery is cool. I don't think you even need to do it. I think you can... Like, for most pubs are slow to adjust to the meta. So I'm pretty sure you can still just do, like, Power Treads into Radiance if you want. Get the Urn if you want. Although I think that one's not as good anymore because of... Well, I don't know for sure, but I think that might be a little less popular because of the longer cooldown of the ultimate. Means it's harder to use the Urn actively instead of just passively, which is technically worse as a passive item. I think you can still just play the regular old Spectre way, and now you just have this new... what's it even called? What is it even called, guys? Where the hell are you, Spectre? You're not a universal hero anymore. Oh, it's still called Shadow Step. It's just a regular ability. I feel if you try the new Phylactery Treads build, you probably get some kills just because people aren't used to the extra power of Phylactery at the start. Get having a more aggressive play, and then I think at that point you're back to a very similar style of Spectre. I don't really know how much different Shadow Step does to Spectre, but if you played Spectre before she had Shadow Step, like old Haunt Spectre, I think you could just do that. Why are we talking about League? You thinking of starting up? I've been dabbling a little. I know about it from the past because I started with League, but lately there's been a lot of League players coming to Dota, and I could make stuff for that. But I think learning the game again a little, at least at like a shallow level, can help me make comparisons, which I think has been working. As I play League,
Random
I have...
player 12121
Thank you, random
gifted
player.
a tier 1 sub to super_Mary0.
Mary0. Thank you so much. Yeah, playing League, even though I've mostly just done bots, I've only done like one real game, maybe two. It's already given me ideas for things I want to talk about, things that are really different. It also helps give me a perspective, because like when you play Dota forever, second nature some stuff, or like you don't even think about it. And now I realize, like, as I feel lost in League of Legends, I'm like, am I supposed to do this? I'm winning. What am I supposed to? I'm losing. What am I supposed to do? Whereas I played Dota so much, it's easy to brush over that stuff, not appreciate what a new player would feel lost in the game. So not even League specific, just getting to feel lost in the game again, making me question, like, what I want to learn, how do I become good? Having that thought process is helping me frame the idea of the videos I want to make going forward. I thought I'd been pulled to the dark side. Might have been. It's kind of fun. I'm not going to lie. I have fun learning a new game, even though as I play, I can already tell it's the same stuff before that I didn't like about League that ultimately made me switch. I can see that they're still there. I can appreciate the differences and the things that are fun. And I know in the long term, I wouldn't stay with League. Like if I tried to switch, if I could play Dota instead. But it is fun to like be lost in a game again and want to get good and have to learn. I am enjoying that, and like revisiting old heroes I used to know and then seeing like 80 different heroes and I'm like, I have no idea what this is. What are these abilities? I am being killed 100 to 0. What is happening? I actually enjoy that process. I think it's fun. Okay, we can keep rambling, but let me at least like pull up a game so we can keep looking at stuff. Random player, you know what? You're right here. Yeah, we can take a look. Let's do it. I will help you with your massive losing streak. This is why it's random, guys. Sometimes I just pick what's right in front. That too is part of the random chaos. Who are you playing here? Lich. Back-to-back Lich games. Ancient. Actually, this is quite similar to the last Lich. The last Lich player we looked at was new to Lich. If you didn't see that, I kind of harped on the equilibrium stuff, but since we're doing another Lich game, let me try to get more Lich specific so that we don't just cover the same stuff like we just rambled on. And maybe we'll look at a different phase of the game. Last time we looked at the lane, maybe we'll look a little later on. Ranked with Q or classic? I would do ranked roles. I have not done the classic in a long time. The issue with classic is it's random because you're not given a role, right? So you still have a chance of fighting going on. Plus, not as many people play ranked classic. So actually, the game will match ranked classic players versus role queue players if there's not enough people. And I think that's a pretty big disadvantage because, like, on your side, you guys are figuring out your roles and where and fighting. And on the other side, everyone's got the role. Sometimes there's trading and all that, but I think that's a disadvantage. Plus, I think it's way better to... I am someone that likes to play different roles, likes to play different heroes. But in my opinion, if you are seriously trying to improve and try hard and all that, it's better to play a few heroes and only a few roles, if not just one role. So that's the downside of Classic. Like, every game, who knows what I'm getting? It's chaotic. It can help broaden you. Like, there are pros to doing that, but I think ranked roles is better overall. Plus, you can still queue all the roles and still have, like, chaotic, let's see what I get, but you don't have to fight over teammates. Like, you just know your own random role, and everyone else wanted that role. Hopefully, sometimes not with the role queue system, but that would be my advice. Dota map is larger. I don't know exactly how much mathematically, but the very old map ended like here, right? Like there'd be a thick tree line around here, and then it would go like all the way around in a corner like this. Same with top. And now we have like all this like extra space here and here. So the map is a lot larger. I don't know mathematically like what to put that as, but it's pretty big nowadays. And then look at all this unused space here, guys. Because actually our map is technically a square, but like a lot of this is dead space. Maybe in the future, maybe this is the next expansion, is the base building portion. Our 6th player comes in and their base management, you know, they're like, yeah, build the farms over here. We need more housing on this side. Upgrade the barracks over here. We can expand the base can get used as well. It's about 40%. Oh, okay, there you go. Some math coming in. Okay, let me help you with your losing streak. Let's focus up, see if we can tell. Oh, I guess I should have done the timestamp. Whatever. Another Lich game, but this time you've played a lot of Lich, but you've been on a losing streak. Where are you? Here you are. Okay. Same deal I told the last one. I would get another Iron Branch and then just buy the second mango. It's a little bit more efficient for death charge, and you're not going to need 2 mangoes at the start of the game in, I don't know, more than 99% surely. Like, you would have to be involved in such a long level 1 fight to use all your Frost Blasts. Maybe that's not that uncommon actually, depending on the rank. But I don't think you should. You shouldn't really be needing to do that consistently. Otherwise, the rest is fine. I would not move into here when these 3 are here. It's unlikely you guys steal this, and this kind of stuff will just happen where we're actually using a lot of resources and burning stuff and actually now dying. Okay, so step number 1. If you are consistently doing that, it is consistently hurting you. If you want to aggressively play, you can do this on lower ranks. You're ancient now, and you're on a losing streak. Maybe you were even divine before this. People are doing things, like, right? Like, everyone is moving out unless you're bad and you're like AFK at the start of the game because something happened. If you're bad, you're just like AFK under your own tower waiting for creeps, which is actually the league way, I learned. Everyone just goes and sits under tower. I think higher ranked games, people move out and do stuff in the jungle, but now they made it faster, so you can't do that anymore. So everyone just goes straight to the lane, which it would actually be better for you to do that if your alternative is to aggressively move without any information and without the right heroes. So if you keep doing this, you're just more likely to be first blooded, to go to lane without resources, stuff like that. We're actually going to lane losing like 20% of our net worth, right? Like, we threw the blood grenade. Well, okay, 20%'s a little. I guess all we lost was the blood grenade. But we lost that, and actually now Lion's dying too, right? So this is just really bad for us. What's supposed to start as an even game, both side lanes are pretty behind, although now we're getting to some weird stuff. Maybe it's fixing itself. But this is the downside. This is what I want to get to. And this is what... Okay, adapting a little bit as well. Not Lich specific, losing streak specific. If you're on a losing streak and you cannot tell why you are on a losing streak, don't worry, you're not alone. But if you can't get someone to help figure out, which maybe we can, maybe you have friends who can help you take a look, but let's say you're just trying to do this on your own, we just have to start at the basics. Begin as a new player. I do this all the time, or I used to, not as much anymore. But anytime I want to improve, anytime I'm on a losing streak, you just have to start as a new player. I don't know anything about the video game. I am lost. I am clueless. We start at the laning stage. Okay, let's learn laning. Let me brush up on my pulling, on my harassing, my itemization, everything. We start at the very floor, the very start of the game, which is actually the movement out that I have advised you against. So now we're starting at step 2, I guess, which is the lane. And look at this. The very first wave, you are in a bad spot. The wave has gone under the tower. As the safe lane, we want to stay here in most matchups. There are very few times you actively want to be up here. You never really want to be up here, but you're usually okay with pushing in certain matchups to do some other stuff. But generally, for most pubs, the safest play will be sitting here. And we have lost that immediately. You haven't even begun playing the lane, and you're in a bad position. So this is why, on losing streaks, these advanced plays to like smoke and all that, they can be great. And I recommend you get back to it. But as part of stabilizing as the losing streak, let's not do it. Let's start with safe basics, right? I will come to the rune. I'll be on my half of the map for the rune. I'm going to grab it, and I'm going to go straight to my lane. I'm not going to try to invade. Unless my team calls for me, then I might do it. I will not be the one instigating it. I am just starting at the basics, which is I want to go to the lane on even footing, and I want to, follow my steps. I want to attack and harass. I don't want to mess up equilibrium. I want to do my pulls, all that stuff. I need to be in the lane right away because someone messed up. It wasn't fully you. PA griefed us, right? She body blocked without any vision. How can I, as a support player, fix this? If I am in the lane right away, because I did this and I TP'd to lane, or I walked over, and I see this, I have to run straight to the lane. I have to see that Axe is not blocking so that she stops blocking, and then I have to body block the enemy creeps and fix it. Should I have to do it? No. But as part of my losing streak and wanting to fix this and just needing to start somewhere, then yes, I have to do this. And PA players need to learn. I'm telling you guys, carry players, they want their life to be as hard as possible so they complain. I'm telling you, that's the truth about 80% of carry players. They want it to be hard, and they don't want to win. They just want to complain, and then they want to win, and then they want to brag. But if they win smoothly, they don't feel they can brag. They need to make their life as hard as possible so they can complain and then still win and then brag. That's 80% of the carry pool. The 20%, the rest of you guys are here being cool. Look at this shit. We've already lost equilibrium. We have to do two things. We have to make sure the camp spawn. If you were thinking about blocking this hard camp, I would not anymore. If your small camp gets blocked and you blocked this, you will have nothing to do. I don't like to let this spawn in a lot of matchups, but when I see this, I am often encouraged to let it spawn. Don't worry about whatever they're doing. Focus on us. Get in our lane. Get to this Axe. This is a one-on-one right now. What is the other support doing? I guess it's the Muerta over here, right? Yeah, it's the Muerta. So Muerta is doing weird shit, and we're doing weird shit because I'm watching her doing weird shit. I'm like, yeah, what are you doing over there, Muerta? Just 2v1 this guy, right? Get in here. Fight this guy. How is he 1v1? And he's won the lane. This 1v1, he's winning. I have to 2v1, get him low because the lane is shoving out. So we got to get in here. We got to fight this guy. And then when these camps spawn, even though I don't want this camp to spawn usually, he's low, so then I can do a pull and I can fix this. So I blocked this, right? If Muerta makes it in time to block that, we got problems. If she blocked it earlier, I got problems because I only got one sentry. So we have to just body block this. You can't just block this by default as you get higher and higher. We have to adapt. So if you want this blocked because he screws up equilibrium and he shoves it out, then we body block it. If he doesn't, then I need this to spawn. I let it spawn. If she blocks this camp, I now need to buy a sentry and bring it over, and I can't unblock this conveniently, and I might get cut off and then miss 2 minutes as well. So you should just save your sentry. Instead, so Muerta did it. I can tell she wasn't in the box. If this isn't spawned, I know it was with a sentry. I have my one sentry, and I blocked this camp because I'm here, and I body blocked it because I'm not laning up here, right? Now with my one sentry, I can unblock my camp, and she has to buy the second sentry, and I can choose to buy a second sentry or not. Because if I need this camp blocked again, I can body block it again. If I want to block this camp with the sentry, I can buy the second sentry to do it. If I also want to be prepared to unblock this, I can buy a third sentry or save the second sentry for it. I have the options. Muerta does not. But if I commit this early, I no longer have the options. Depending on your current rank, it's okay to just like cookie cutter. I just block it every time, Zach. I don't know better on when to do this or that. That's okay. But for those of you like getting higher and higher, we do want to start thinking about this stuff. All right, Axe, not doing the best, but the lane has now pushed back. What did he do? Thank you, Axe. Chasing around, fighting 1v2. Alright, Axe should just maintain equilibrium here. He's spinning in the wave. He's giving it back to you guys. You actually just wouldn't even level spin, guys. If you're an Axe in this situation, just hold your skill point. There's no point to spin when you're like laning perfectly here. So we've been given back the lane. PA, I could have used that one. You can Frost Blast to get a last hit to remove, what's it called? It's worth it. PA might be annoyed at you, but just try to hit one near Axe and get double value. Oh, she didn't block it. Okay, never mind. I guess she was trying to get in there. It looked like she blocked it. Okay, Axe is starting to creep cut super early, and then we lost our courier. So this is where things get really weird for Lich, because now you're going to miss a lot of innate regen. Axe does not have the stats to do this. If Axe starts creep cutting too soon, he actually can't maintain it if you put the pressure on him. Now, Muerta might try to stop you, then we have like a second issue. But as a support player, if Axes try to do this at level 2, don't try to like kill them in one go. They can do one wave. They can do a second wave. But if you keep safely harassing them over a couple waves, they don't have the regen to consistently creep cut. He doesn't have enough armor, doesn't have enough HP regen. Spin is too low level. But actually, because he got to lane 1v2 and won the first few waves, here he is level 3 because Muerta was late. He shouldn't be this high, right? He should be lower level because we punished him and all this stuff. But instead, like, he got the lane, he got the levels 1v2, and now he creep cut. But we still harass a little bit. So you just use like spells and auto attacks. Make sure you're calling your courier around the side so he can't creep cut. And look at this. One wave, a little bit of auto attacking, half his health. So then the second wave, you do this again, he dies. He will probably call it short a little bit there, but this is where the extra armor and tower regen goes a long way for the carry, and why Axe can't creep cut too soon. Because this, though, the reason this works is Axe takes less damage while farming more than a carry who has to tank the tower, tank the creeps under tower. But if you do it too soon, you farm slower and you take more damage, and then they have the tower bonus. So then it's actually flipped. PA doing this correctly will take less damage than Axe, and you'll farm less if the creeps aren't, like, there's no creep cutting connecting, but he's not doing that. So you're farming the same, and then you can punish Axe afterwards. This is where if he starts doing this, forget these boots. I have to get Axe. Salve, more regen, and probably an observer to like check back here. If he's gonna creep cut this early, he's gonna keep doing it. So get the upfront consumables to punish this guy. And just leave PA to jungle, whatever. So like he starts doing this, we have to be here as well and fight this guy. And your creep, the next creep wave will come here. Like PA's doing it, right? She's running, daggering, running back. We are the ones who have to like stay on top of Axe as much as possible and attack. Oh, I'm gonna take a lot of battle hunger damage. Yeah, that's why we have the upfront consumables. Because I'm unlikely to get denies while doing this, but I need to do it, essentially. And if we look at last hits, this is not, I don't know how often you'll run into this, but this is how you adapt to this kind of situation. Oh, she's not doing that grand last hits. Too bad. She should do better. Right, like he's clearing the whole creep wave and we're not interacting at all. So it's just gonna get worse from here. The time to punish him is level 1, level 2, into level 3. As he gets higher and higher and he starts to get the money to pick up all his gold, or pick up his items, like with the chainmail and the boots and the bracer, now he can creep cut efficiently. So the window to stop this has passed. And the window is smaller because the first wave was so bad. So this is where Dota is a very serious like chain event type thing. Okay, it's in there now. I might leave it blocked, honestly, because Axe is just creep cutting. Get him! Okay, we killed him in the end. It was a little harder than we would like. Going back to why you gotta harass him a little early. This is very Axe specific, so this is probably not the sole reason you're on a losing streak. But adapting to Axe, who's one of the more popular offlaners, is something worthwhile to know. So we'll probably jump ahead from here to find some different stuff, but hopefully that helped with how to address kind of one of the more unique situations. This doesn't often happen, but it was like a series of things. The first level 1 stuff, the decision to act on it sooner, you know, leave this open to fix it, stuff like that. Let's just jump randomly. Well, let's not do random. Let's take a look at the graph. Can we tell where we can... All right, so things were really bad for a while, but then they throw hard. And then we give it back. It drags out. Oh. Okay, let's go here. Let's look at some late game Lich, right? Because this is where things are starting to pull back. Honestly, when you lose this hard early, we could look for things to do better there. It's like dragging out the game and avoiding them. It's lessons we've talked about. Let's go here where they have thrown. How do we capitalize on that? We'll start a little bit before the throw so we can see what leads up to it. Which I think that was like 40 minutes. I just left that screen and I've immediately... We're still 13. Okay, yeah. So let's see. This game, Glimmer is good versus Ancient Apparition. Some magic damage. Not as good versus Axe, but that can be okay. Force Staff is not too bad versus several of them. If the game had been going better, I would say like Solar Crest could be good with PA, although it's not so good with the others. I'm okay with your items, and we also have the Shard. So item-wise, I feel fine. Okay, you're coming around. By the way, enemies, or not enemies, for you guys watching, this is why someone on here should be like smoke breaking. Lich did not get here in time though. They have Aegis. All right, so my mindset here, how's our towers doing? Oh my God. Money. This tells me no one on your team has been trying to sneak to their half of the map. If they had this many here, your team has just been losing on your half of the map and not like trying to sneak around in jungle and stuff like that. For that freaking many. Someone, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is that? 4-minute spawns, right? So for 20 minutes, let's say, no one has been coming over here. No one forced them to come over there either, is another way to put it. Okay, so anyways, let me check the tower. So we've lost mid, and then we have the 2 side lanes. So you pick which side lane you think they're pushing. Seems you've done that. You drop this one. Push this further out, because the sentries here will get this. And sometimes people put things... So actually, like anything here, I believe... Anything here will actually cover all this. But sometimes people put weird sentries. Like, they do low ground sentries, but they're not pushing it. They'll put them, like, here. They'll put them, like, here-ish, whatever. So there's not any downside to putting it, like, at the edge as much as possible in case you get lucky with the weird stuff. It's, like, it's a very small percentage thing, but, like, why not, right? Since it's the same effort to put it here versus, like, put it right here. Same effort, but it might pay off. And honestly, Dota is a whole bunch of maybe this will help me, right? And it adds up. But I like that you preemptively warded. That's the bigger thing. Actually, rather than this spot, which I actually think you will lose because so many sentries get put here, I would actually put one like back here is safer. Like after your Roche attempt and I'm running this way, I'd probably put one here. And nowadays, with all this stuff, especially if there's blinks, I'd be more willing to put something like in this area as well. You have the right idea, though, of, like, putting stuff down. Okay, Tinker, that was kind of scary, but he is here. This banner placement is terrible. Wind Ranger has died. They are throwing so hard. Wait, I want to go back to this one more time. I gotta see this. Okay. Alright, first, we banner after all the creeps die. Then we walk in without the creeps. So we tank everything. We move as far away from my team into the enemy base as possible while Tinker is right here. Never stopped using his abilities. Everybody's dying. Correct way to push this, for you wondering, Wind Ranger should sit here and focus fire this with a large creep wave that the banner is protecting. They should have just backed out after they missed their window and wait for Tinker. Actually, they shouldn't be doing any of this, but once you do get to the push, this is what you would be doing. They should have been waiting for a pickoff. They lost the... Let me check. They lost the Aegis with... it's blocked. I can't see it. 4 minutes and 13 seconds. So about 4 minutes when she died. So you want to swap this, guys. You want to make use of your 5-minute Aegis. They should have looked for a pickoff for 3 to 4 minutes, especially versus a Tinker. Should have been watching for pickoffs, get it, and then go. There's no pressure to make this play. All right, the enemy team has willingly thrown into us. How do we capitalize on this? Are we doing it right? Let's finish up the fight. Get who else we need. Okay, we get the Rubik. So, after losing for a long time, things that you likely need to do. Ward. De-ward their stuff. Put a deep ward on their half of the map. Because we can do all these defensive ones pretty easily when they're all alive. Can't really place things in this area very easily. You don't want to go too deep because, like, are we really making a play there? Probably not. But you do want something like here, something in this jungle, in the triangle. This one, maybe. Like, maybe at the edge if the wisdom shrines are coming up. You could do. Otherwise, it's a little deep to make the play. You want something like that, and you need it to live. None of this cliff shit. And make sure you bring the sentries. No just, like, walking blindly to go place it over here, because the enemy has been winning. There could be wards like anywhere in here, anywhere at the ledge. They just did Roche, all that stuff. Where you pick is up to you. I don't fully care. This game, Roche just died, so that's not really a consideration. All the tier 2s are up, so any of them would be good to get. Mid is always a safe default, so that it's the closest you can run it down and try to win the game in a desperation play. So things that help you with that could be good, but otherwise it's not that big of a deal. Can't do this. 1, 2, 3. So first of all, massive overlap in wards. 2, this is the most, even if you needed a defensive spot, I would say this is the most common spot to check, followed by this, right? So in a very tough situation where we need vision to have any chance of coming back, we are putting the most commonly killed one, and we're going to lose the vision and all that comes with. And then 3, I can place this at any time. Even when losing the game and being stuck in my base, at some point they move back a little and I can rush in here, ward, and back out. This is a very safe but bad ward to use. I cannot move to their half of the map very often. This is one of the few times they have thrown hard and I finally have space to move out, and that's my one observer. So now we're going to move on to the map. God willing, we move on the map. But we won't be able to set up future value with that. So here's Darkseer, here's Tinker, here I am. I'm over here and I feel good about it because they're all dead, but I don't have an observer to place. I de-ward, but we're not going to be here for very long unless I have a ward. So like once they respawn, we're going to get out. So I actually don't care if they see me right now or not, unless I am placing the ward. Otherwise, we're just going to leave. Like, now that this tower is dead and as they respawn and we start to back out, like, who cares if they have a ward here? In the future, if we come here, it'll be under a smoke, which is something else we need to hold, by the way. Got a backpack of smoke. They've been bought throughout the game. I don't know who's been doing it. Looks like Lion got this one. But if there are smokes in these kind of situations, you have to have one in your backpack at all times. So now they're all up, and then see we're on our half of the map. So now if I want to put something like this, if I want to put defensive stuff, I can. But is this... when did you place that one? I thought you placed this one. I guess we put this one at some point. But now, like, look how much vision we have put here, and it's not really sporadic throughout the map. I would recommend... and I think someone asked about warding earlier, and I saw it, but I don't remember if I responded to it. I have a whole warding playlist. The warding spots, I am working on a new video to adapt to 7.40b. Although I actually watched that video, which I think was from 7.38b, and 80% of the map was about the same. So a lot of the same logic applies, but I'm going to repeat a lot of it in the new one along with the updates. If you want to wait for that warding video, which will hopefully come out within the week, feel free. But there's a bunch of other videos in that playlist. The first one is about warding concepts, which would cover some of what I'm talking about, but have extra details. Then there's other practical examples. The maps are different, and some of the numbers may have shifted, but the important thing to take from those is the concepts. And two of them are with Grubby, my biggest crossover event ever. I got Grubby to participate in it, where I like showed him different scenarios and he tried to like predict where wards are. That's what you want out of that stuff, because the warding spots move, but the concepts of like, I'm looking for this type of information, that is all the same. And the spot that you look for is different. So anybody who wants to improve their warding, I would really recommend that playlist. I know I'm self-plugging, but like, it's a good playlist. Those are good videos. Conceptually, we should not move on the map. So this goes back to only defensive wards. Actually, sorry, I rambled for a little bit. Let me go even further back. When do we back out? I think I was still kind of focusing around here. Things are already a little scary, but Wind Ranger just respawned. We're going to use our hotkeys. We're not going to look at anything else. Support players, this is what your late game is like. If you lost the majority of your screen, that would be okay. You could still have 70% of your impact. Any Dota player can do this, but supports, you have more free time to do it as we sit in trees and just look at stuff. Okay, eyes on the minimap. You don't have a choice. I forced you into it. Wind Ranger just respawned. What you are looking for in this type of situation, whether you're ahead or behind, we want to have the numbers advantage. Even when winning, going back to when they had Aegis, even when winning and have like a 13k lead in Aegis, you still want a pickoff to make high ground easier, especially if they have a really strong high ground defense team. Late game Dota can be simplified as find or create situations where you have the numbers advantage. Avoid situations where you do not have the numbers advantage. Avoid situations where you are unsure if you have the numbers advantage or disadvantage. It's a very basic late game mindset. So with all that said, we now look at this mini-map. Nobody is showing as Wind Ranger respawn, so we're scared. Okay, so here she is, and then she got the Watcher. So Wind Ranger's bottom, and she's the carry. That's the scariest. Muerta just dewarded us there. Let me slow down. There's a 2x speed. And there's Ancient Apparition. So we have seen 3 heroes. Oops. My mouse button for pausing is the same as backing and forward on the pages. I had the mouse on the different thing. Just close my own chat. Pull it back up. Okay, so we've seen 3 different heroes, and they're all on this half of the map. And they've been winning. Wind Ranger recently respawned. They're looking for things to do. Mid-wave is pushing in. This is a really dangerous area, which goes back to having all this defensive wards in a line. Is top safe? I don't know. There could be 5 heroes here, but there could be another hero here and maybe a hero down here. This is why it's really important, even as you are losing and you have a bunch of defensive wards, even if you think like top is the main area we need to play, it's very important to have at least 1 ward, if not more, scattered somewhere else so that you have the chance of seeing something. So let's say we have a triangle ward right now. If I can see that there is no hero there, then I am still nervous about this, right? I'm nervous about this right now, and having vision here tells me to continue being nervous because no one is in the triangle. And if I have one in this triangle, I don't need as many in here. Probably not 3, maybe even 1 is allowed. I don't even know if you need 1 if you have 1 here. If I do see something, though, we are in a completely different situation. If I can see 1 hero here and the other 3 heroes I've seen are here, I have options now. I can choose to take this play. I can run into the Ancient Apparition and take this fight. Because worst case, it is a 5-on-4 fight. If we bring our full team, it will be a 5-on-4 fight. Currently, I have no idea if it's a 5-on-4 fight because I don't see anything else. I know 5-on-3 is possible. Late game situation, if we're thinking about mind play, if we're reading people's minds and thinking about mindsets and stuff, if there are this many players here, they're probably all here. Like, it's a late game situation. They're trying to end the game. They're very likely to be all here. If you have a ward here that sees nothing, you can still use that. You can have a little bit more comfort split pushing top, trying to create the situation that someone comes over and we now have the numbers advantage. Not because she was randomly triangle farming, but because we baited someone like Wind Ranger to TP back, and then we took that fight. If there is no vision here, it is scarier to try to create that situation. You can do it, but there's more risk that they TP in without you noticing and then kill you. And then with the death timers, they just run back over and then go into the base. So let's continue. There's another defensive ward being placed. In this kind of situation, I'd say it's okay because, like, it's kind of do or die at this situation. I don't know if we need to still be on the mini-map at this point. Let's see the fight. Right, so they jumped because, yeah, they all end up being here. And then, yeah, actually, there's not much more to go beyond that. They were all here, so they killed us because we've been losing and we moved out. Really, you guys should have all stayed in your base at worst. That's not worse. Moving out is worse. At a the worst good play is sitting in the base. The next level is a couple of you are sitting in the base pretty far back, like over here, while the heroes that can get out and survive are avoiding this area, the place we saw 3 different heroes, and they are moving top. Like, I know top is completely empty in this area because of how many observers I have. And then because these creeps are hitting the tower and no one is defending it, it's very unlikely anybody is here. Anybody in this area should be dealing with this right now. So that reinforces the idea that they're all in this area right now. Everyone should be back here. And then when they come to the high ground, then the people will TP back as necessary. But until that moment, we are trying to not 5-on-5 because we're losing. We don't want to 5-on-5. If you're winning, you're more likely to 5-on-5. I want to try to create a situation that someone comes back, and then I will take the 5-on-4. Like, this fight is just harder for us out of the base, although Tinker is freaking manning up. Holy shit. Keep him alive! Damn. That actually is not the worst fight for you guys, but you did have to double buyback for it. Getting that many kills is not bad. Notice no one on your team is moving top. We are losing pretty badly. We just got a couple kills. I see Axe over here. I am a little scared of Rubik, maybe. But to close out the gold lead when we win fights, we must efficiently move on the map. We have to go farm areas they are not. Instead, we're moving to engage in the Axe again. The Axe and the Rubik. Let me show you the full cam. This is where every hero in the game is. That is good for the winning team and bad for the losing team. So when you are the losing team, we need to break that. This is the natural player mentality. It's like constantly thinking to fight and not thinking about not fighting. We are cavemen. Everyone is always thinking about fighting. So all supports and cores, like when you're losing really badly and you win a fight, if you can get kills, that's like one thing. But if you can't and you're only fighting on high ground because that's your best situation, then anywhere else you avoid them. So like we are avoiding these two, and I know top is empty because I've been putting like 5 million observers top as a team. And I just saw the Axe and whatever in down here. This is only asking to be killed. Okay, let's go back 10 seconds when we're all in base. I'm going to tell you that there's 30 observers in this area. They have perfect vision. They are map hacking this area. How do I play around that? I just don't go in. That's how you handle it. Until I know it is safe to go in there, I will not go. And if they're map hacking it, they always know I'm in there. So the only time I can go in is when I, the non-map, honorable Dota player, playing with what proper wards I have pushed in lanes and have observers somewhere else, and I see them there. Then I can enter this area, and even though they're dirty cheaters with map hacks, they can't get me as they see me move here because they are not here. They are somewhere else. Moving into here and looking for wards when the enemy is missing and possibly in this area, and I know he's in this area from the last time I saw him, I am walking into the map hack and I'm giving them full control. Hey, if you want to let me walk here, you could. If you can kill me, you could also do that. And you know if you can or not because you are map hacking this area. When you're losing, you want to think about things like that. Even if, you know, they're not map hacking, most people aren't, right? They're just putting observers that you may or may not know are there. But you just want to assume, what's the worst case? They can see me here. So am I allowed to walk in here? What is my, what are the pros and cons? Pros, I get a D ward. Cons, I am killed and then we lose the game. So I have to be really confident I can walk in and D ward. Otherwise, I am coin flipping the risk and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But if I want to win and I don't want to lose games and I'm on a losing streak, then I have to take the very safe, good plays and I can't afford to take really risky stuff like this. Though we actually got him, which is pretty good. All things considered, it's kind of good. But if we also think about it, we had 5 heroes alive and kind of respawning, and they traded 2 for 2 in a 2v5-ish situation, which is also not that great. But we were support, so I would actually take this trade if it happened spontaneously, but I would not have trusted that it could have happened if I was you. I would have been very careful of this area. Just sit in the base. Actually, go top, because I know top's empty. How do I convince myself not to go? That's a great question, actually. What if I can't resist the call? I always frame things as like, I am going to lose the game. You know, I weigh my choices versus that, which I think you should as you get to the mid to late game. And the more you know, the more you can properly weigh choices. But like, if you can't resist this stuff and you need to make yourself do it, I would weigh it against that. Like, okay, if I do this, I will lose if I'm wrong. So is it worth taking that risk? Like, what do I get from being right? If I'm right, we win the Roche fight and, you know, we can win the game. Okay, that's worth it, right? Win or lose. Okay, if I'm right, I get a D ward. If I lose, I die and then I lose the game. That's not worth it, you know? It's kind of extreme. You're not going to lose because just you died, but it would add up to it, right? Because you're constantly dead. You can't do other stuff. So like you keep weighing that choice and it will start to trim down a lot of things like, oh, I want to show in this lane for a creep. So I get a creep or I get killed and then I lose the game. Is that really worth it? Like, probably not, you know? Oh, I'm going to go push top to delay it because they're coming to end the game. If some people TP back and then kill me, I die. But I'm about to lose the game anyways. So if I can make them come back and I somehow live, I get out fast enough, then that might be worth it. Even if I die, but I waste time, like maybe we win, right? We're starting to get more reward out of our risks. That's better. And I think you just have to keep revisiting that thought. Also, send this lion the warding playlist as well. If you run into him again, copy the playlist. How many observers have died on this cliff at this point? This is why our map is so freaking dark, because we're losing them all here. Actually, I don't know where all these observers are coming from, because anytime I look, you guys have like 5 in the same area. I guess you guys have just been hoarding them, and now they're falling out. When should you do smoke plays? Great question. This is the follow-up. So we've been harping on looking for the numbers advantage. So you're playing safe. Maybe some stuff could work. Maybe they couldn't. I don't know. We're patient. The deep ward we would totally have with our new adjustments. The lanes that have been safely pushed in. Someone eventually takes the bait, right? It's Dota. No one can resist. The question is whether it's our team or the enemy team that will do it first. Who knows? Axe shows here. Wind Ranger is here. Smoke instantly. Which one you go to is up to you. And it depends on, can the teams rotate over? Which one's easier to kill? Which one's closer to certain objectives? That part's a little more nuanced. But as soon as you see people on opposite ends of the map, far enough apart, it doesn't have to be like actually opposite ends, like one mid, one bottom can be enough. You just have less time before, like you have to win the fight before the guy gets like here, as opposed to like the guy having to like go all this way. You just have less time. You just keep the smoke and your eyes are on the minimap. That's why you have this, right? This is 7K gameplay. That's what I do, okay? Mid to late game. This is all I'm looking at. Sometimes we play with the eye tracker and you can see this. I am sitting in the base. I am looking at this. Actually, I'm not in the base. I'm in the tree line pushing out the creep waves, trying to create this situation to happen. And then I see them split up and I go, guys. I TB back. I smoke my team. And then the carry keeps farming. I go, God, I lose my shit. So then I wait for my teleport to be available again. And I go top. And I push out as safely as I can. I have a second smoke now, nether TP ready to go. I wait for the thing. I see them split up. I go, we have to go right now. I TP to my team and I smoke and I pray that he doesn't go farm again. And sometimes he does and then we lose. And sometimes he listens and we go make the play and then, you know, maybe there's a chance. You can't control everything. You just have to like try. Okay, I'm gonna open up the replays again, by the way. I should have built the habit to use the hotkeys. If you want to submit some games to ask questions on, feel free. It's probably the last one we will do today, actually. I just realized the time, and we're gonna go drop by some friends after today. And then maybe go out to eat, actually, because we don't have dinner prepared. Maybe we'll eat while we're out. What should we eat, guys? What should I do? I'm gonna hit you guys with the challenge. There are games where Aeon Disc is good. However, Aeon Disc is currently not a very good item, and I would say more often than not, people use it as a crutch. So even though there are cases to legitimately get it as a experiment and improvement process, I would challenge you guys to not buy Aeon Disc until this item is changed and buffed. And any game you're in, try building something else. A lot of the times that people feel they need Aeon Disc is actually a positioning issue. Going back to the vision stuff as well, like they're showing too often, they're moving too far up, stuff like that, and then they feel they need Aeon Disc. This one, I kind of get it, because like this Invis Wind Ranger shit's really annoying. But actually, you have Blink, which is one of the better ways to deal with it. She does not have a nullifier, so you could get a Ghost Scepter as well for half the price and then work on something else. A lot of the times I see you guys build Aeon Discs, there's actually other items I think you could do. And I understand why Aeon Disc is appealing. And it's also the easiest, I will admit that. Like other active solutions like the Ghost Scepter do require like fast reactions. But it's usually better to build something else besides Aeon Disc, I would say right now. And the biggest issue with Aeon Disc is that you can't use it on anybody else, and it's like, it gets worse every time it activates. Since it goes up like so much. I don't know if I am underestimating Aeon Disc, but that's my current take. I have not built an Aeon Disc in... Is there a way I can search this? Any stat site users? I cannot remember the last time I built an Aeon Disc. I want to say easily over 2 years. That's probably not true. There's probably a random game I bought it, but I can't. And some of it is like player pool or hero pool, right? I I may not play the heroes that could build Aeon Disc, but I would actually say, like, I really struggle to find situations where I'm like, Aeon Disc is the play. Okay, I'll tell you what. Build a Shadow Blade instead of Aeon Disc. Like, if you really can't come up with, like, oh, Zach said not to build it and something else, build a Shadow Blade. I think if I had the choice between Aeon Disc and Shadow Blade, I would go Shadow Blade. There's way more uses for Shadow Blade at a lower cooldown than Aeon Disc. And if you're in such a late game situation where Aeon Disc is a consideration, no slots. No slots. This guy has a slot because he's a support player. This guy is running out of slots. The next item would have to replace sentries and observers. No slots. What is this brown boot shit? By the time you get to the Aeon Disc phase game, there's very few slots for detection, and most pub games don't buy gems. So you could probably just Shadow Blade your way out. Like, people talk about Herald being like, oh, no one buys detection there. That applies to late game Dota of many ranks. No one wants to buy detection. No one wants to buy gems. So just wrap back around, guys. Shadow Blade is invincibility in late game Dota. This game had 2 gems later. Damn. Here they are buying gems. I would still do it, though. I would still do it over the Aeon Disc. Yeah, gems are really good. This is ancient, so I mean, I'm not that surprised that people are, like, if they think they need gems, they would buy it. But you see it's like slot restrained. Now they have to keep the gem, which is also nice. Oh, that's another reason the item died. We'll demo it. Oops. Yeah, it's fine. This dragon freaks me out all the time. Okay, so when it comes to Aeon Disc, if the Aeon Disc procs, it can then be nullified, and then you can be killed. But if you nullify her ahead of time, and then you whack someone, the Aeon Disc will pop up, and then guess what? It's still nullified. That was the change to Aeon Disc that killed it, I think. It is removed either way. Before, it was like, oh, if you got Aeon Disc on top of, like, Ghost Scepter or Glimmer, right? It's like, oh shit, the carry's getting me. You know, let me get out of here. And then they would nullify you, and then your Aeon Disc would proc and remove the nullifier. And now it's just like, well, let me just kill the guy no matter what. Let me just get him. And speaking of things pub players don't buy, nullifier is actually criminally underbought in a lot of pub games. So that's a reason Aeon Disc continues to have some value. But I still stand by. I think there's actually, you can either fix it for free with different positioning, or you can fix it with the different items. Most cases for Aeon Disc. Till you get to like ultra late. And then we're talking like chronospheres and all that jazz. You have to have like a game-winning ability. I don't even know who I would do this for, but like, if I was to build Aeon Disc, you need to have like, I use this ability and we win. And if I get killed before that ability, we lose. So you're like Warlock. You're a support Enigma. I don't know. Whatever the situation. You're Ancient Apparition with the ultimate versus like Huskar. Right, it's like, I have to live, I have to use this ability, or we lose. That's Aeon Disc. And there's very few times I feel that way. Partly maybe because of my hero pool, but also I feel you can usually answer it in another way. Why they even made Nullifier kind of made supports less viable, because before Nullifier, cores were dropping off. Like, there were way too many utility items to address the cores. They needed another item to deal with it. I actually think it's pretty okay now. Like, the balance between Nullifier and the various support items. Aeon Disc is an exception for, like, an item that gets worse and Nullifier destroys. But the issue is with Aeon Disc, not Nullifier. I think Aeon Disc needs a buff. I'll tell you what, I don't know, with that logic in mind, I don't know why they changed it so you could no longer assemble Aeon Disc as needed. I feel like that was one of the rare cases it was good, going back to ultra late game Dota, so I really don't get it. Oh, Tenbu. According to your Dota buff, you never bought Aeon Disc in the last 6 months and won in the last 12 months. That's wild. Wait, where can I see that in Dota buff? Do I go to like my profile and then there's items or something? Items. Can I post links? Oh no, sorry. It's turned off to avoid chat. Under the not chat. It kills chat. To avoid like random spam links coming in. Avoid us. Yeah. Sorry. Freudian slip there. Freudian slip. Hold on. I'm curious, guys. I'm going to take a quick look at this, and then we're going to pick a replay to do for the final replay. I've only built 50 Aeon discs in my life. That's crazy. I've built Divine Rapier more than I've built Aeon disc, guys. And I haven't even built Divine Rapier in a long time. Those are way back in the day. I've ended more games with Healing Lotuses. That's so funny. I guess I'm just an Aeon disc hater. There was one patch it was pretty good. I'm probably built it at that time. But otherwise, I don't usually like the item that much. Should build Guardian Greaves outside of very late game? No, other way around. Guardian Greaves should actually be built earlier rather than later. If you think about it, it's like a flat nuke in reverse. It's a heal. The reason you level nukes first is because it has its most relative value at that point. As time goes on, 300 damage out of a 1,000 health hero, that's a lot. 300 damage out of a 3,000 health hero, that's not so good. So you usually max it first, try to get the most value. That's why in the early game, the heal from Mech and Guardian Greaves, at the start of the game, like when you're getting that item first-ish, we're talking 20% of someone's health. That's pretty good. Maybe even more, depending on the hero. And not just your hero, or like one hero, but multiple heroes in the AoE. And then as you go to late game and you're like, I don't know, that guy's got a Battle Fury with a 700 crit, right? It's like, that's not so good at that point. But you built it earlier, so you just keep it in the late game. So you usually get it early rather than later. Roch, I hope I didn't butcher your name, but thank you. I'm glad you like the Dream League cast. Somewhat better than others. I think a couple of them I was kind of tired. One of the days I didn't sleep so well. Some of them, they were all really late. Really early, I guess. Okay, let me scroll back up to where you guys submitted games. We rambled and chit-chatted a bit there. Okay, I'm gonna grab this one because I don't think we actually did an offlane game today. So this will... We didn't do a mid game either, I think. But at least we'll cover one of them. Pretty happy with my new keyboard, guys. When I type, I like that click, 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 click. Actually, it's not really clickety clacking at you more. They're linear switches for the keyboard nerds out there, which I wasn't sure if I would like, but so far I think it's okay. And it's quieter, which is what I wanted, so that it's not as loud on the casts and stuff. Can you see my messages, or is Zach ignoring? Oh, I can see you, Mosh. Sorry, wait. Maybe I missed one from earlier. Hold on, let me look up. When I miss chat and I'm catching up, I often like zone out the names and I'm just like scanning through the messages and trying to quickly read. So I often don't even notice who is like speaking for a bit. I don't usually try to ignore anybody. Promise. I am often just missing it. No more cat noises. No, that one's still there. Jupiter could not be switched to a linear switch. He is in fact still foghorn on or off. Replays. Oh, I see you're asking about the donated replays. I already said we would do this one. I feel bad if we backed out now at this point. But I think you asked this last time, and I think I was also at the end of the stream by the time I noticed, and then maybe if we go quickly and answer this question, we could have time to do one more. But let me zoom through. Cat noises equals viewers doubled. Maybe on this stream. On the official cast, I don't know if that applies. Feel pretty bad when sometimes he gets real noisy. I mute myself. Consider that, guys. The times you hear him, I actually mute myself in between talking as much as possible when he starts going. And sometimes he just surprises me, or I'm talking when he starts doing it. So there's probably 2 to 3 times the amount of meowing going on from whatever you do here slip into the stuff. And YouTube videos, it's 10 times at least. Because I actually stop and redo a lot of things when he meows while I'm talking. And then sometimes I get so sick of redoing it, he just stays in. Or I don't notice he meowed and I just let it go through. But if he meows a lot during any given segment, I cut out. So if you're ever like, man, there's a lot of meowing in this video, 10 times the amount happened in the back. Okay, Nightstalker offlane Divine. Notice I had low damage this game. That's not strictly bad. Ursa was complaining I wasn't focusing the TA. I was playing the outskirts of the fight, but maybe I wasn't being aggressive enough. I'd like it if you could take a look at some mid to late game fights. Okay, great. Let's take a look at that. That's pretty clear. Oh, everything popped up at once. Pretty even game at this point. Let me see if this is the best spot to be jumping in. We'll try to focus up so we can go through this quickly and see if we have time for any more. Okay, so they were kind of winning. It bounced back. And then they eventually won. Okay. Why don't we jump here to see the losing? Well, I guess they just killed a couple of us into Roche. Oh, but then we want to fight. Well, maybe there's still a good place to look to see. I feel like I can tell on this graph, guys. Guys, this is... All right. Look, we do Roche, we being the Radiant. They do Roche, and then they beeline to the high ground, to a tier 2 into the high ground, and then they throw on the high ground, okay? That is my prediction. Well, let's go to 27 minutes. This is the classic. Guys, you have to use the Aegis time to find a pickoff. Please. Please. I want you guys to know, even if you can't get your teams to do it, you gotta get them to not go straight from the Roche pit into high ground. I think 30 to 40 minutes was the most pivotal ones. Okay. I'll start here and just zoom through. Well, just blew all our minds up. Okay, looking at this game, does he have BKB? Yeah, BKBs are starting to come out. Earlier, I would have said your AoE silence is actually really good to prevent these big abilities from coming up. Now that he has BKB, that's not going to be a problem for them. Tusk, we could still stop his snowball save, so that could be good. Magnus, we could stop him for a little bit. Void Spirit should... Wait, is this a Void Sport for how much money he has? Oh, I guess so. Okay, so we could stop him, but he's actually a little less important now that I know he's a support. Focusing TA, I am open to. You mentioned Ursa was complaining about that. You guys don't really have an initiator, so in a sense, just running on top of the silence is kind of something we do to initiate. And I don't mind, but we do need to be careful of RPs and echoes and stuff, which at least echo does not pierce BKB. So if this guy goes in with his BKB, That's fine. We'll get stunned, but whatever. You may need your own BKB so we can stick on top. You're going for the halberd. I will say I'm not a Nightstalker player, so I don't perfectly know how to adapt and all that. I feel it might be too late for this halberd because she's getting her BKB. Wait, are we back to... Hold on. This doesn't pierce still, right? It keeps going back and forth. Disarm is now only dispellable by strong dispels. Disarm no longer has separate disarm durations, disarm cooldown. But BKB should be fine, right? Debuff immune. It's a basic dispel, so we don't remove it, but we're not affected by it. Am I understanding that correctly? I actually haven't seen Halberd since the 7.4 change. It doesn't pierce, no? Okay. Is a Nightstalker initiation? Kind of. I guess it's just like, it's semantics on how you define it. He does initiate with the vision and like jump in, but it's different from like hard stuns, like crowd control somebody. I guess that's what I was meant when I said like, we're kind of lacking that, the like jump in and stun. We jump in silence, but the difference is like they have more time to react to that and can react to that because they're not stunned. So I would still call this initiation, but yeah, what I meant was being able to go in, stun a guy, kill a guy. Okay, I'm gonna zoom. Okay, there's the Aegis. So minimap. Okay, Aegis happens. Minimap, guys. Aegis was bottom. So what is likely to happen? Push bottom into the tower. Go push mid is a classic, and neither of these lanes were pushed out while they were doing Roche. If Nightstalker's not really the best hero for it, but if you have really good wave clear, guys, I really recommend you like instantly nuke this wave and then run out. Or if you are fairly survivable or you're really losing the game, you actually use this time to run out, and as they push through this, like what they're probably doing is running here, right? If they were doing this. So you let them do that, and then you pop out here, cut the wave, and then hide again or TP out. Which is why, if you can take tier 1s, it really helps to open the map. This is what I mean. When you get to these situations, it's scary because this tower's here. But like, do the same thing top, and now we have like more jungle to run around and hide. We have to be careful if he like goes through the twin gate. That's our fear of doing this. As an offlaner, and Nightstalker's not the most mobile escape hero, I'd be scared. A sacrificial support, you could do it, especially if you have buyback. You could risk it. If you don't, you probably have to be careful. I'm going to play from here with the zoom in. So notice nobody is making their way to push top without... Oh, stuff's even happening. Okay, hold on. I got to go back. Notice Aegis happened and nobody moved away from Aegis, right? The two most direct scenarios from Aegis is straight mid, straight bottom. So top would be the safest play, and we've mentioned a couple times, right? Trying to bait the enemy to go home, to waste their time, to split them up, to take that fight. Nobody on Radiant moved in that direction at all, and then TP back when stuff happens, right? That's the power of TP. That's why the defense has an advantage, because you can move out and come back. But if you don't move out, you can't come back. And so there's no defensive, or there's still defensive advantages, but you've lost one of them. So that's a really good habit to build. When Tormentor's the same, everyone's doing Tormentor wherever it is. Aegis, depending what side it is. You get team wiped here, you should be beelining here. You lose your carry here, you should be pushing down side lanes. Like whatever it is. As soon as you are on the back foot and they want to do something, you should move away and TP back to the place they want to go, if it's a good idea. Sometimes you don't even come back to defend. Hold on, I wanted to rewind this. Okay, so they did this and then they came here. This is why you don't defend tier 2, but if you were, this positioning is horrible. This one is a little better, but should be even further this way. Because what's the closest someone could get without being spotted? It's around here. Through Fog of War, from the Roche that they just killed, be somewhere in this area. So then you have to predict blink range. Let's say from around here, Because trying to go into this tree line, you get kind of spotted by stuff. So around here is as far as you could blink. And this is about as far as you could reach. So that's why if you are safely defending this with this high ground ward, you should be doing it from this side as far away from blinks as possible. That's why he gets caught like this. So you go look at Magnus's perspective on this. He blinked even a little early from here and caught them here. That's why you gotta be like farther back. That's why it's also really scary to do this if you don't have long range clear, like Witchdoctor doesn't, so then I just wouldn't do it. Techies can do it by like throwing the sticky bomb from farther back and then wouldn't be at risk of blink. Blink getting pulled back like this. Okay, you TP'd here to try to get him. You have to hold this a while because he has Yules. You have to hold your blink and your... Well, it's really weird. So, guys, this goes back to why stun initiation is what I meant. Because you can just jump stun this guy, and we don't have to think this far. As we have a silence, and he has a Yules, we're now like, I have to run to him with silence, but then he'll Yules and ult out after the silence. Okay, I run out, save blink, until he Yules. Oh, he doesn't need to Yules until I use this. He ults away. I can blink after him. But he can ult again if I don't silence. So you run into this like weird situation where the kill is really hard compared to like blink stun. And that's usually what I think about when I'm talking about initiation. Fortunately, he just ran into a bunch of mines in panic, so it worked. This kind of baited them. They should actually take advantage of the fact... I think she saw you bottom, maybe not. But then you showed up top, which means you have to run home. So I think they could just ignore this and go here. But instead, they're like running to you guys to fight. And they're coming in a little scattered. Okay, so they're sieging high ground because you guys have vision here. You have this vision. Earthshaker's out. Because this guy doesn't have BKB, you actually can come here and just use your AoE silence. Otherwise, if you don't have silence or this guy has BKB, I think you have to stop him from blinking. Even though I want you to help him, like if you both go, you just both get RP'd. So what's the point? Him trying to 1v2 while you take out the Magnus is probably your best bet here. Oh, let me go back to your vision. Oh, he actually used RP. Did I miss that? I guess we did. Oh, it started this. Okay. Maybe you heard the noise. I may have missed it. In the game, that's why sound is so important in the Dota. So you can hear the ult, and then I take it back. If you knew RP was down, then you can focus the TA. I'm no longer worried about it. And that's what you do. You come over here. Oh, we don't have detection. Oh, we used it earlier, but like... Okay, kind of working out. Ursa left. Witchdoctor! Okay, so they took a bad push with the Aegis. Not really even a push, they just took a bad fight. All right, so from here, we have to capitalize on the fact that we just team wiped them. Supports, you have to go D-ward and deep ward. Everyone else has to think about pushing out all the lanes and taking various objectives that might be available. Roche is gone. If Tormentor was up, we could consider that. Any outer towers is great, right? We mentioned creep cutting with this. Tier 1s can be great. You don't even need the lane. You can just run there and tank it. And then tier 2s are always nice to threaten like a death push straight down mid. As long as you guys push out, that's good. I know you are very low. We need to look for Void Spirit who's about to respawn, and then that's it. You don't have to deal with Techie's mines, right? You're running home. I think you could just run bottom and fight. You have 20 regen. You know, you're going to take no damage while these creeps tank for you and be able to push this out. Except he could TP here and come. But he could probably have caught this wave and then ran away. Okay, we TP'd home and then run out. So we heal up, but the downside is, right, now we're doing it into multiple heroes, so we're not going to make it as far. What did everybody else do? Let me look at the map again. Queen of Pain is jungling in her own half of the map. She's not stealing it from the enemy team. Ursa's pushing. Witch Doctor and Techies, like Techies looks like he's jungling. It's at least kind of on the enemy's half of the map, but it's really shallow. So despite a full team wipe, one guy pushed. It's kind of understandable why Queen of Pain and Nightstalker were a little bit more hesitant, but the end result is we stole one enemy camp and pushed one lane for a full team wipe, and we didn't even like do tower damage. We just like pushed one lane out a little bit. So, and I don't think the supports warded or deep warded at all. De-warded. So despite a very valuable team fight, we did no further capitalization on it. And that's why I'm like hesitant for you when you're so low of like, I get why we want to go back, but the window is now to do stuff while they're dead. The lobby is empty, going back to whatever replay we were talking about, right? Empty lobby, and some of us went home. I think Techies corporate dota'd Ursa, right? We did not do 5 separate jobs. Scary. Okay, from here, everyone is about to be up. Got to play that vision game again. Look for what is going on. I am scared of TA because she's probably with teammates. Although with no Earthshaker, like if we're going to do it, we should just do it. Void Spirit's bottom. So like if your team thinks you can do it, everyone should instantly go on either TA or Void Spirit. And this is where if you have a smoke someone, like just do it. Because where's Earthshaker? He's dead. He's going to respawn in 8 seconds. Sorry, you guys can't see that. The closest tower is this one and then these. And then Outpost, but that one's extra, right? So any fights out here, no Earthshaker if you go now. It has to be now. If you wait like, hey, you want to come here? Oh, I want to finish the camp. Oh, Earthshaker respawn. You want to go? I want to walk a little slower. I want to go this way. Ah, Earthshaker's here, right? I'm ready to smoke. It's too late. It has to be now. So that's why you have to be looking at the minimap all the time and call it like as soon as this stuff comes up. We have a window right now to go mid and bottom, and that window is now kind of gone for the amount of time it has taken. Now, maybe you guys didn't plan to. We were just going to avoid. Okay, that's fine. So see how many heroes are just sitting here? And you and Ursa are trying to farm, but the supports are really not doing anything. People need to be moving out on the map. Supports and the people who are likely to survive need to take the most risk to draw this out, push out lanes, get farm. This is why we can't recover a gold lead outside of them throwing really hard, because everyone is just farming our own half and they're farming some of our stuff and their own half. They're just going to pull ahead again. We need to move out. So here we go. Techies just teleported from the mid tier 1, tier 3 to the bottom tier 3. Tormentor seems to be happening with this scan, but you guys don't have Techies and they're all missing. So this is really scary. Your ult does help here, and I'll go back to this. Your ult does help if you want to risk it. Kind of lets you know like who is here or not. At this point, you have to be really nervous. You guys went for this Earthshaker and we haven't killed him yet. How long does it take to teleport and run out with multiple blinks in the game? We're at the phase where multiple teleports will have completed already, and then they're on their way. So I'm getting really nervous for you guys chasing this Earthshaker further. And yeah, here's the Magnus. Here's the TA. Oh, Halberd paying off. Disarmed her during the RP. If you guys want to try that Earthshaker after you ult, you guys have like 5 seconds to do it. Go, Techies, go. Push that lane. Felt it was a hard game because they just had so much stuff that was instant death. It is a hard game. Now that you guys are in this situation, it is hard. It looks like your lane should have been a little better. But you probably still would have had to fight your way through this. I feel like your mid and your safe lane should have been good. Your lane You could get killed. It really depends how things happen. I wouldn't be surprised to just see her farm because she's a strong laner. Especially with Tusk 5, if that was the lane combo. What happened here? Okay. We're all looking at the mini-map. Now you see them setting up in here. Tusk checking the most common spot that we are putting our wards on. So, is there a reason for any of them to TP top and try to split up the numbers? No, nobody is pushed out top. Anybody cutting creep waves, baiting people to come home? No. So they're all just set up, and they have all the time in the world, and this is where you don't want to engage them. You want to force them to come high ground. Look at how many, oh, you guys can see. Look at how many mines on the high ground we have, right? We don't want to fight out here. You want to fight in here. So as you see them come through here, your whole team should be scattering to the winds. Anyone waiting is sitting in here. You're probably all going top, actually, because they're here. So, like, down here would be really scary unless you're a very survivable hero. And anyone who wants to defend is, like, by tier 4s, waiting for creep waves to get here. No one out here. This is all... Okay. Super danger zone. Very dangerous zone. Danger zone. Kind of safe. That's the degree your team should feel as they move in here. But most people think, like, I'm safe here because they're here. And then that's when stuff like this happens. All your techies is doing is planting mines. You guys have to at least make use of that. This guy has spent like 20 minutes back here, and you guys keep fighting out of there. You guys at least need to make use of these mines. Came in on the side. Okay, one more time back here. As I think about your job in this game. Okay, I'm gonna free cam this. Okay, you should not jump, first of all. Getting back to you. Back to like how dangerous this area is, there's no reason to come here. I'm only interested in fighting when it's time for like the high ground. So we have revealed our position and our blink. And I'm going to be harsh on you because you're the only initiator, so we have to be harsh on you. Who you choose to go on and when is very important because it's only you. Everybody else is waiting on you, which makes it hard. And that's why like it's not meant to be flaming, but like to fulfill our role, we have to be very strict on ourselves of when we go in because Ursa will follow me. Queen of Pain is waiting, supports are waiting. It's all on me, which is not usually a good pub draft, guys, which is why I usually say it's much easier to pick multiple initiators, but it is what it is. So we can't go at the first sign because stuff like he will go in with us. And now we're in a bad fight because I am the guy that says when we fight or not. And I jumped in and then I went, oh, this is a bad fight. But they didn't get that memo. They went in, you know? If you do back out, you got to say it. It's like, oh shit, my bad. Don't do it. Take out the Echo. Does he have his BKB? He does, but he used it earlier, so you may have been able to ignore him. Maybe I missed that. This fight is actually like not that bad, so imagine if it was in a better situation. You know, we were more prepared for it, and it was closer to our high ground. You guys can just let her live. I don't know why you guys are pushing it so hard. She won't take your buildings alone. You can let her go. It's so scary. Okay, so they're all dead and respawning, and then you're here, right? So we need to move out. And it's not just you, it's everyone on your team should be thinking this way. We have to move out onto the rest of the map when it's safe to do so, and when it's safe is when they're dead. So you need to swap the order. You are going first in order. We need to do most aggressive and fall back into defensive. You need to change the filter order on your list of things to do from closest proximity to danger proximity. Why did my team fight this? Just going without me. But I was in the side though. I am focusing the TA. Hell yeah. Pretty good fight. If you guys can get more. We got to get a little closer. Yeah. I think you were trying to keep the blink up. I think you can get a little closer than that. That's fine. We can do this. Get this guy. Get this guy. Is he an RP? I mean, refresher? I don't think so. Get him. Get him. Get him. What's he doing? You don't have any damage. Get this guy. All right. I cannot see you or Queen of Pain go home. One person can go home for this, except Witch Doctor's about to respawn, so let him do this. This is a pretty big wave, so I would understand if one of you did this. The other person, I don't want you to, though. The other person must play the enemy's half of the map. I don't even care what lane you push. I don't care what creeps you decide to steal. The farming has to be on the dire side of the map, and we should be hitting a building here. Not much longer. I'll probably stop after this one. Jam. But we can look for more if you want. And see what messages happen. Okay, so we came bottom. What is Queen of Pain doing? Now, because this is a big wave, I don't mind if you come bottom. Or like, I was iffy on it, right? But I understand why. I need to see you beeline, like down the lane. There's no stopping for jungle camps along the way. We are straight down this line as far as possible, respecting respawns and stuff. But like, there is no, let me jungle my half. I want to get as far as possible, jungle their stuff if I can, and then as I retreat, then you can jungle this stuff. You could also check Roche, actually. I wasn't paying attention, but Roche respawn has come back up. So you could check that to know whether we want to consider it or not. Okay, Witch Doctor, he is respawned, and he didn't end up doing this. So that's okay, he'll move on. 4 heroes are still dead. He needs to do the most aggressive thing possible. Dewarding this can happen on the way back, but he could do it if he really thinks it's important. Or as he's walking out, he could do it. He needs like a deep ward somewhere. And with Roshan up, right, he needs to be coming over here. Forget all this. Do it another time. He needs to come here, deward this. He should have his courier. Okay, you guys are dead. You're not thinking of anything else. You're thinking about what wards you're going to do, right? Courier, sentry, wherever. I don't care where sentry. Low ground sentry, courier, high ground. I have to cover as much area as possible. I need to check this area, and then I need my deep ward over here if I can make it in time. Not right here. That's going to be killed immediately. Maybe somewhere back here. If I have to do a defensive ward, then that's fine. Like somewhere here that I'm prepared to defend, whatever. We can do that. But I have to be setting up for Roche, which actually is a very fast spawn. Queen, either finish this tower or take like another lane, you know, pushing that one in. She actually kills Tusk. That's really good for you guys. We came home, but we could have been pushing. Now they're starting, like, they're getting closer to respawn, right? You could have pushed another wave or two before going home. Benefit to this, though, is that you can do Roche. We can do Roche. Get in here. Get in there. We gotta do it fast. They're up. They're coming. Who was asking earlier about, like, how do I make myself stop doing stuff? The mindset, right? It's all about winning the game at this point. We will lose. So it's like, I'll get a medium camp and I'll finish my nothing and I'll get buyback. No, I won't, right? I'll get 80 gold. Or Roche takes too long and they come fight and we get team wiped here, right? The cost benefit is way too high for the value of medium camp towards the risks. In this case, they didn't contest, so we got it. Great. In other worlds, they come contest and we get wiped and we lose it. Sometimes it's a drawn out fight. Maybe we still get it, right? Like, but there's way too much risk for the value of this medium camp. Unless it's like, I have buyback, I have BKB, I have Abyssal, then those are worth it. Otherwise, like, speed this up and get out. And then, god damn it, guys, we learned nothing from them doing Roche and running straight to our base. We have finished Roche and we've ran straight to their base. We need to use the 5 minutes. We need to back up, to reset, to look for them split up, get our pick off, and then go. We don't want to run straight to them in a very tough game where they have the defender's advantage. And if this works, it works. And if it doesn't work, we've lost 4 minutes of farming time with which we could use to catch up. And we'll take the hardest fight possible. A 5-on-5 on their half of their map under their tower. But I want an easier life. I don't want to work that hard, guys. I'm a lazy guy. I want to find easier things in life. I want them to scatter. I want the pickoffs. I'd love to fight on my own half of the map and then make my way down. I only want to work hard when they make me work hard. So after they don't give a kill for 4 minutes, for 3 minutes, then you guys group up and then you force a very safe, cautious 5-on-5. $80 gold is a start to $1 million. Well, damn, when you put it like that. All right, guys, I think that is probably a good ending point. I know this is probably a little more. I don't think I nitpicked your particular execution in these team fights as much, but I think the bigger concept is actually more important for you, because you don't have to team fight well if you take smart team fights, which is like the pickoffs, right? You don't have to be, oh, Zach, is it the Earthshaker? Is it the Magnus? Am I supposed to take out the Tusk? Am I supposed to take out the TA? You simplify it yourself. There's only a TA involved. So what do? I hit TA, right? Oh, Earthshaker and Magnus are here, and Tusk and TA are bottom. I don't have to worry about them. I just silence the Magnus, and then we kill the Earthshaker, and then we kill the Magnus, right? Like, make it easier for yourselves. That's the much more important skill that will carry you far, rather than like perfectly executing the really complicated full 5-on-5s, which is important, but not as important as picking the smart stuff. This is why we don't do Roche, so the carry doesn't just go in. Still good to do, but yeah, it's very common to throw right after. Okay, guys, I'm gonna wrap up on this one. I'm sorry we don't have time for more, and then I don't know when the next stream will be, because if you didn't hear me say this earlier, I'm gonna focus on some YouTube videos for a little bit. Because there's been so much casting going on, or like it started, and there's several more coming between the streams and all that. I am not making any of the YouTube videos I have ideas for. So I'm going to not stream for the rest of this week so I can knock out some videos, and then I'm going to see how that goes. I don't know how quick, how happy I'll be with the videos, so it may take longer, but maybe it'll go fast. And then the casting will happen. So we may return next week with the replays, but we will see. And there may be some like small streams in between then, but it'll be like fun stuff, especially like after casting and I'm like too tired to do Dota stuff. We might do some like replay things. Camps significantly rise in value whenever neutral items are available. That is fair. That is true. Tier 5s, you can probably argue, could be more important than Aegis, especially as everyone is like super slotted. Probably not the first 60 minutes, but maybe beyond that. So actually, maybe they're not. But Tier 4s, I think Roche is probably more important than even any of the Tier 4 items. But Tier 5 items, I could see being more important than Roche. That's a good thought experiment. Let me think on that. Thank you, We Go Hard. I gotta think about what my future voice lines would be. TI is getting close. I don't know if I'm working it or not, but if we do, time is ticking to come up with a voice line. For that Roche, if he did need to stay back, I would be okay with him doing it. Like, I would argue a Magnus can sit in the back and do that. But at that time, I believe the enemy team was still dead. So the bigger thing is like to finish it before they respawn. If they were all up, we're starting to get into some different scenarios. But at that particular time, I think Earthshaker was top, but he might have had his TP to like TP over. And then the others were like within 10 seconds of respawning. That's why I think he should just do it and get out with the team rather than like take it, but then Roche is a little slow and then they actually come contest. Because the thing is, you might say like, well, they shouldn't fight here, but we say that all the time for our team of like, obviously my team won't fight here, right? And then they do. And sometimes it works. Sometimes bad plays work. And that's why in that case, I feel it's better to do it and get out rather than risk like they come whether they should or not and it works out for them. Like that would be the worst case scenario, and weighing that versus the amount of gold you get from any given like camp or creep wave that you happen to be farming, that's what I would like balance it out versus. Okay. Let's see. Twitch people, I am going to send you to let's go to King Potato. If you guys have more offlane questions, King Potato's a great player. Much higher rank than me for offlane. I think his stream is fun. I'm going to send you guys there. Is it going? Oh, yeah, it is. YouTube people, as you know, there's no rating such stuff, so you guys are just free to go. I will see you all later. Either maybe catch me in the cast this weekend with Ricky. I don't know what we're doing, but I'll ping it in the Discord. And then we'll be back at some point with more streams, of course, but I will have some YouTube videos coming out before then. Okay, bye, everybody. Twitch people, send you off. See ya. YouTube gang.